for coming to an actual live event with real people. It's amazing. It's just so nice to be able to do this. And an interdisciplinary crew as well, which is fabulous. So I'm Mark Blythe, and I run the Rhodes Centre for International Finance and Economics, which is an unusual thing because it's not in the econ department, it's in the Watson Institute. And it is dedicated to exactly this type of work, that is to say interdisciplinary conversations at the intersections of different disciplines, who also get to deal with finance and economics and all that sort of stuff. Just as war is too important to be left to the generals, so is economics for the economists. Couple of opening remarks and then some points of order as to how we're going to proceed. I suppose first thing is welcome to Brown. This room has all the aesthetics of a sub-basement in the UN. I hate this room with a passion, but it is functional. I particularly hate this bit, right? You know, the talking heads panel thing. And now the Deputy Defence Secretary will lead us through the invasion plans. I would suggest that we don't use this. Basically, when you're presenting, come up, talk, go sit down, Discussant can come up, talk, and then we just have a chat in the room, and we're going to ignore that space because it's just a horrible space. Other things, we are doing YouTube Live. If anybody's watching this on YouTube Live, hello and welcome. I think we might have somebody monitoring this. I'll try and monitor it myself. And if you have questions for anyone, then put them in the chat, or rather put them in the comment section, and I can pick them up from there, or someone pick them up from there. I think that's in terms of procedure as far as we go. In terms of some opening comments from me, you know, I never tire of talking, so I'll just do a few. So let's see, how did this come about? This came about because there's only two academic books I've ever listened to as audiobooks. One is Piketty, which is a really weird experience. Right, and it's actually a really great experience because if you pick up Piketty, the mistake that everyone makes, and the reason that nobody ever gets through the book, is because everyone reads the first chapter, which is inordinately long, and skips over 2, 3, and 4, and then gets to 5 because that's where the statistics start about inequality, right? And if you read the book that way, then a lot of R over G doesn't make any sense. If you actually wade through chapter 2, the whole thing is a reformulation of the Solow model. And then R over G makes perfect sense. And most people miss that. So I learned that and I thought, I'm going to do this with another book. So I did it with Quinn's book because I read the book and then I thought, this is such a good book. I want to hear it as a story, right? Because it's a very different thing. It's not sort of, you know, graph 12:1. Vertices, axes, you know, literally they do that in the audiobook. It's a very different thing, and this is the great thing in a way about history when you're someone who's trained in political science, political economy, and economics, is it's just a very different way of looking at the same thing and giving you more than you have. And that's, you know, something that I think is very valuable for this type of scholarship that we're trying to do. I've been writing about neoliberalism for my whole career, but I've hardly ever used the word, which is kind of interesting. Why is this? I was thinking about this yesterday, just to give us some context on this. So I came up with 3 different problems as to why I try and avoid the word. The first one is the duck of Minerva problem. So the owl of Minerva, of course, is the idea that after things are done and dusted and settled, you finally get to see them. And I suspect with neoliberalism, it's the duck of Minerva problem, which is the more distant you get from its origins, the less you actually are able to see it. Right, so in a way, if you think about it, if you were writing about the stuff in the 1990s, there was a very clear version of what the thing was that was being rejected. Right, it was there in living memory. Right, you knew what was going on. When you get to the 2020s, and it's become kind of everything in life, right? It is literally sort of the encapsulation of all of our processes. Then it's kind of hard to see it because it becomes the thing. It becomes the cage. Right, so there's a weird way in which we know more about it and we know more about it from different perspectives, but at the same time it's harder and harder to discern. And so what we do is we try and find the essences of these things, and a search for essentialisms usually ends badly. So I will just note that and move on. The second one is the identification problem. A funny little story on this one. Years ago, I got into a fight with Deirdre McCloskey because everyone does at some point, right? It's just what happens, right? And this fight was basically about it was a very strange one, whether the Roman Empire was capitalist. And Deirdre's point was, well, they had fully developed mortgage markets and intergenerational credit and prices all over the place. So clearly they were capitalist. And my counter was, yes, but 90% of the work was done by slaves, right? So to what extent is any one piece of identification that shows something sufficient to really characterize the thing, right? And then the third one is, the flogging the dead horse problem, and this is something that Cornel really picks up on in his work, is anybody really still doing this in terms of, once you've identified the essence, the pure form, what is this thing that neoliberalism is meant to be? Is it a series of ideas? Is it a series of particular practices? And if we can categorize that in lots and lots of different ways around the world, are we really still looking at one thing, or are we just kind of flogging the proverbial dead horse and calling it neoliberalism? So the way that I used to think about this, at least, was that the neo had to have something new in it. So what was the new? If you're basically just finding a copy of The Road to Serfdom somewhere and parroting it in a different context, there's nothing new about that. It's just simply sort of replumbing it. It's just rehashed liberalism rather than neoliberalism. And I was always attracted to the idea that there was a particular set of, and I'm trained as an economist, so of course I would think this way, particular economic ideas that were at the core of this. And my reasoning for this goes all the way back to when I was an undergraduate. So the first econ class I did was in 1986, and the 1985 textbook du jour was by two Canadians called Wonnacott and Wonnacott. And the weird thing about that textbook was, in the first half of it's all micro, so micro never changes, right? It's straightforward. The second part, the macro, was twice as thick because they kind of were sitting there and they had the old Keynesian way of explaining everything, right? So it's ISLMs and all the rest of it, right? And then there's this weird sort of monetarism meets rational expectations. That's just, and they're quite honest about, things are changing. We don't really know how this is going to play out. Right, there was a sort of real uncertainty in the textbook, which was kind of interesting. And of course, those uncertainties get ironed out. You can't have a field that's a field of knowledge and power with those types of uncertainties. So certain things got bolted together. Some items got thrown out. Monetarism got jettisoned, right? But the commitment to hard money through central bank independence, for example, stayed. Right? So these different sort of bits, these components get lobbed together in different ways. Now, having said all that, having attempted at least to get through most of the papers that have come here today, we're going to see how we try and approach this in a whole variety of different ways. And what I hope to get to the end of it is some better version of the solution to both the Duck of Minerva problem, the identification problem, and the flogging a dead horse problem. And with that, I will pass on to our first speaker, Isabella Weber of the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After you.
Well, it's a tall order to speak after Mark at the first in-person workshop at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, so I'll try my best. I've picked a very inspiring title, A Macro Perspective on Neoliberalism and China. An alternative title would have been The Chinese State's Dance with Capitalist Tigers, which, to be sure, includes a number of tigers with neoliberal characteristics. But I thought by that point, maybe everybody would already have gotten lost and would have been wondering, why is she talking about tigers in China? Shouldn't she be talking about dragons and tigers in China and so on? So with that in mind, let me briefly motivate why I'm choosing this rather boring framing here. Basically, in the context of the ongoing inflation dynamic, I have been faced with the question of what one does about inflation and how one thinks about inflation, and have been in rather intense debates with fellow economists, which kind of has led me to rethink my own take on neoliberalism to some extent, and has led me to reflect back on something that actually Quinn said, like right when the pandemic broke out. Quinn was giving a talk like this in these like first weeks, and everybody was still hunkering down, buying a lot of grocery and so on, saying that the pandemic is basically like an X-ray that shows us the structures of our economy. And I think something similar is happening with the inflation emergency, which is basically like some sort of an X-ray that shows us the mindset of economists. And what we see there is surprisingly close to the kind of textbook economics that Mark is describing. So in these moments of emergencies, there's a relapse back into these very basic kind of macro ideas, which then also guide the ways in which states react. And this combined, I think, with the institutional infrastructure that is there to react, these two things kind of define how states react. And we see a very, very vast difference between China and the US and the EU. So in that sense, in this very short talk, I'm trying to, after having written a book, How China Escaped Shock Therapy, where as an economist, I was trying to work my way through intellectual history. I'm now kind of coming from this historical research and trying to look back at it as an economist, if you want so. This is completely work in progress, and it's a very bold move, I know, but I couldn't forego the opportunity to get feedback from this esteemed circle of scholars. Okay, so if we take a very minimalist definition of neoliberalism, with all the caveats that Mark has pointed out in mind, I think we can think of neoliberalism as an attack against any form of collective economy or Gemeinwirtschaft, which is grounded in the socialist calculation debate and the ideas of an impossibility of rational socialism, but goes way beyond the attack on socialism. This means that the only rational economic order is based on free private prices, which need to be enabled by clear property rights. This then leads to a theory of business cycles, which is, in Hayek's words, a monetary theory of business cycles, where basically the idea is that as long as money functions as if it wasn't there, as long as we have hard money, then there are no business cycles. And once something is being messed up on the monetary side, then you get structural imbalances, which then creates cycles and instabilities. Which also means that there's a fundamental incompatibility of planning and competition as coordinating mechanisms. So in some sense, the economy looks a little bit like this. So you have different industries. It doesn't really matter what they are doing. It's just industry A, B, C, D, whatever. It's divided into different firms. So these are these little lines that I have there. And there's an interaction between industries and consumers. There's not even much thinking about interaction between industries. And the price mechanism is what makes sure that the proportionality between these industries looks as it does, which presumably is socially optimal. Now, if the price somewhere goes up, this means, by definition, that the price somewhere else goes down because the quantity of money is restricted and the value of money is stable. Which means that then you have this wonderful adjustment where E, where the price went up, now gets bigger, and D, where the price went down, gets smaller. Okay, so this is basically all that there is to thinking about structural adjustment. I know this is very simplistic, but I think this is the core of it. So without the price mechanism, there would be no structural adjustment, and there would be, in some sense, no economy. Okay, if we move on to the Keynesian story, then we have, of course, the interest rate adjustment and government spending as ways to pump the economy from a state of under full capacity utilization to capacity utilization, where through the interest rate, certain industries will be expanding, not necessarily through a microeconomic price mechanism, because it could be the case that the interest rate goes down, an industry becomes profitable and expands, and the price for that industry just stays stable. But it could also be the case that some prices start going up as consumers are demanding more. So you have the same neoliberal price mechanism ingrained into the Keynesian model, but it's not the only one. Okay, then you can think of the government spending and interest rates not just being flat out for the economy as a whole, as a macro tool, but you could have some more directed forms of this, right? Specifically in innovation, this is what happens all the time, but also in terms of, let's say, Build Back Better, where you somehow are trying to stimulate the economy and also guide it in some sort of a direction. The thing is, once you come to inflation, which is allegedly a situation where you are somehow beyond capacity utilization, the Keynesian and the neoliberal case basically merge, and they both respond to inflation with the recipe of increasing interest rates and reducing government spending. So in both cases, then, you relapse back to simple macroeconomic control. So in that sense, even though there is directed stimulus possibly and innovation and so on, this doesn't have much to do with the ways in which you think about inflation. Okay, so from that perspective then, this is a macro explanation and calls for a response to a macro response to macro dynamics. So all of this is on the macro level. Okay, whatever is going on between A, B, C, D, E doesn't matter. Okay, if we now move on to China, one could think of China simply as a mixed economy, right? As many people are arguing, and in fact, the share of the state in GDP is very stable. It's not terribly high. There are other economies that also have similar shares of GDP of government in GDP, but there is a stable share of the government in the economy. We can also see that clearly there has been a declining labor share, which we might want to think of as this like expression of China becoming more and more capitalist, and possibly, if you only look from this macro perspective, could be seen as a process that is similar to that has been described as neoliberal elsewhere. If we go back to this graph then, the Chinese mixed economy would basically be like the Keynesian model with some directed innovation, a sector that is the state-owned sector that is now like somehow encased and that is not part of this whole thing. It's operating based on different assumptions, but the whole thing still is like basically a mixed economy of the old type, okay? So I'm arguing that this is falling short of understanding what is happening in China and understanding how macroeconomic stabilization and growth policies work in China. So in my book, I've basically charted the process from plan to market from the perspective in which Chinese economists have discussed these challenges. And again, very stylistically speaking, the command or planned economy was basically organized in a way where each enterprise was simply a production unit in a big national workshop where the price mechanism was allegedly a shadow operation, but in reality was actually a critical redistributional mechanism between industries because prices were consciously set in a way that redistributed between industries. Then the dual-track system emerged, which was basically an emergence of market mechanisms at the margins of this old command plan system. And the core of the market reform debate in the 80s that I'm describing in more detail than anyone probably wants to engage in my book was really about the question of whether or not the state should let go of the core of the economy. There was an agreement that the state should not be controlling the prices and production of small plastic toys, but small plastic toys are something completely fundamentally different from copper mines, or as this one nice anecdote suggests, an economist at a copper mine with Zhaojiang, and Zhaojiang goes like, how could anyone in China create a copper mine like this other than the state, given our level of development? So the very clear awareness of the qualitative difference of different sectors, which ultimately resulted in a situation where this core was preserved. In this preservation of the core, the interaction between the state and the market then importantly took a form of participating in the market, which, as Zhaojiang described in 1985 to local cadres that had to implement this policy, that basically the state had to balance prices by running buffer stocks and import-export systems in order to ensure the price stability of important industries and to buffer them from too volatile fluctuations. Okay, fast forward back to 2014. If we look at the share of industrial assets in state-controlled companies in 2014, with two different measures, we can basically see that all the upstream stuff has a lot of state assets, and all the downstream stuff has much, much less state assets. But we can also see that it's not the case that in the upstream stuff you necessarily have 100% state ownership, because you have this whole logic of state market participation, which leverages the state ownership in the market in relation to private enterprises. Okay, now comes the slightly funky thing that I need to summarize in like 3 minutes. Is that right?
Keep going, you're good.
Okay. So if we like kind of stick with the same logic of trying to capture these economies in arguably oversimplified graphs, we can say that there's a hierarchy of industries, but also not really industries, but even economic activities or services or specific enterprises that can be ranked based on whether they are essential or non-essential. Why am I saying it's not simply industries? If you take, for example, healthcare, then the plastic surgery clinic would be pretty non-essential, but the basic provisioning of healthcare would be pretty essential. So in that sense, these units are not necessarily by industry, but you have this very clear ranking of importance, which is basically being decided from the perspective of the state bureaucracy, and is a dynamic concept because the importance and essentialness of stuff can change. For example, in 2021, there were all these headlines on private tutoring companies, which at a point where only like a few rich people hire some tutors, completely inessential to the system, right? At a point where no one can enter university anymore without going through private tutoring, then suddenly this has become a totally essential business activity within the economy, okay? Similarly with the Amazon equivalents in China, if it's just a platform where some people can buy some books, then it's completely inessential. If the whole retail sector is run on that platform, then suddenly this becomes a part of the backbone of the economy. So I think we can see a hierarchy of state presence across this hierarchy of essentialness, which takes different forms. It can be actually state ownership, it can be the state having shares in companies, it can be through the Communist Party committees on enterprises, so it's a whole range of different institutional forms that this takes, and there's a lot of research on corporate governance in China. But I think the question that is not worked out yet clearly enough on my mind is how this specific corporate ownership translates into some form of a macro regime. So what I'm suggesting is basically that the strong state participation in these essential rearms is a way to stabilize and govern the whole economy, which often came along with pretty neoliberal reforms of these corporations and these sectors themselves. So for example, in the case of electricity, it took a very, very long time. They started in like 1986, and they're still reforming and still trying to figure out the right corporate governance structure for electricity. But basically, in the late 90s and early 2000s, they had this shift into corporatization of electricity, which didn't mean privatization, but which meant reorganizing the electricity sector based on principles of corporate governance that we would generally be describing as neoliberal. However, the ways in which these entities are situated in the system and the ways in which they are being mobilized for purposes of stabilization, but also larger political goals, I think is very different. Since there is a lot of stabilization of the value of money going on in these essential spheres, this also means that the non-essential sphere can be pretty neoliberal because you don't even need to do fiscal and monetary policy in the classical Keynesian stabilization sense. If you have all this upstream stuff under control and stable, then you can let this downstream stuff be hyper neoliberal if you want so. However, it's not really neoliberal because it is part of this larger system, and as such, of course, itself also being stabilized through these mechanisms of state participation in the market. How much time do I have left? 1 minute? Okay. So from this perspective then, if we look at macroeconomic indicators such as China's high investment share of GDP, or another indicator would be the share of exports and so on, they are important, but they only really tell us a very small part of the story, because this very high investment share not only means that there's a very high investment share, but it means that this investment can be mobilized in a very targeted way across the system. So it's not just fiscal policy in the sense of let's spend some more money, but it's fiscal policy in the sense of let's target these 5 sectors where we have these and these kind of institutions on which we can draw on, and let's encourage them through economic as well as political channels to expand their activities. We can, in fact, see, and this is from a paper from a colleague, Hao Qi and David Kotz, on state-owned enterprises in China, that the state on enterprise investment is very strongly countercyclical. So you can see here the state on enterprise investment and the non-state on enterprise investment. They are basically moving in opposite directions, which is an expression of exactly that logic. And then, of course, in the banking sector itself, you have a strong state presence. I mean, it's not universally state, but you have very strong state presence, which again means that if you're doing interest rate policies, you're not just doing Fed 0.5% up or down, but you are doing very targeted interest rate policies for a whole range of sectors that is targeted in ways that can be aligned with big political goals such as greening the economy. This also means, I mean, in the finance realm, I think it's also important to realize that the real economy can be mobilized in ways that pursues goals of financial stability, which we have seen time and again when there were like stock market turbulence, is basically a call on the state, on enterprises to step up and buy certain assets or sell certain assets and so on. And thereby you can do this like rebalancing even in the financial sphere through this apparatus that I've tried to describe. Okay, in the current inflation context then, I mean, first of all, China has 0.9% CPI inflation in 2021, and this is being described as on alert for rising commodity costs. Anyways, which of course has to do with the enormous attention that is being paid to the upstream inflation, right? We hardly ever talk about the PPI in the current in the reporting in economic policy in the US, but in China there's a lot of emphasis on that stuff. So then you can also hear announcements such as from the central bank governor Ying saying that price stability is our policy priority. Grain production and energy supply are crucial for price stability this year. So the central bank governor talking about grain and energy price stability as the central priorities, which completely cuts across this idea of just doing macro policies for macro stabilization. Okay, in conclusion, I think we can think of this a little bit as a dance with a tiger, where you basically are creating new tigers, which are markets, okay? But of course, eventually, they also become real tigers, right? And they take on a life of its own. So it's just a constant balancing act between these capitalist dynamics and the attempt of the state to channel them. And then, of course, it's not just one state, one tiger, but it's a whole range of different kinds of tigers in a whole range of different kinds of sectors with a whole range of different kind of dompteurs, which means that also that if you are in a crisis, you have all these dompteurs in place who know how to dance with tigers, which puts you in a very different position in the context of these overlapping emergencies compared to what we have been seeing in the EU and the US. Of course, it doesn't always work well. It's not perfect at all. It's dances with tigers are a dangerous thing. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm now as discussant. I'd like to welcome Ying Chen, assistant professor in economics at the New School. In fact, there's a huge amount of New School representation in this room, uncannily so.
Okay.
You do know that this one got his head bitten off by a tiger.
This is why the picture
That's
is
what
there.
Really interesting picture. Okay. Thank you so much, first of all, to the Watson Institute for inviting me to join the panel, and also to Isabella Weber for this really interesting presentation of the idea on neoliberalism and China's mixed economy. So in this discussion part, I'm going to try to highlight 2 points. One, directly responding to the debate about neoliberalism that was laid out in the paper written by Professor Weber, and also another point on the mixed economy, and I'm planning to give some concrete examples just to follow up some of the points that Weber just mentioned. So first of all, on the neoliberalism debate, I think it was really interesting to see that, as Weber was talking about, it seems like this debate on whether China is neoliberal or not seems to be unresolvable. And this whole unresolvable nature of the question kind of reminds me of another question, which is whether China is socialist or not now, or whether China has ever been socialist ever, right? Ever, is there any country in the world that has ever been socialist or not? So they have a lot of similarities to that. So I'd like to start with talking about this question first, and hopefully to, in a way, contribute to how we can approach this neoliberalism debate regarding the case of China, and maybe also follow up some of the points that Mark was mentioning in the beginning of the talk. So the very first thing I want to highlight is that the concept of socialism is very different from the concept of capitalism. I mean, capitalism itself was a historical reality to start with, and the term capitalism was invented to describe the concrete features of those historical reality. But socialism, that concept itself, was invented and debated throughout the intellectual history, way before it was put into practice. So in that sense, a lot of people, there's barely agreement on what socialism should mean. So not everyone, for example, would agree with Marx and Engels' formulation that, socialism should have a socialist economic base. We should have economic planning. We should have social ownership of means of production. That should be the core, right? Many people would say, well, we actually need more than that. We need more details to be worked out outside the economy, the economic arena, for example. And there are other people who would say that, well, even those two principles that Marx and Engels seems to suggest do not necessarily need to be the component of socialism, right? So there's this big disagreement on the concept of socialism itself, and therefore it's not surprising at all that when certain movement projects were inspired by socialism, particularly the Marx-Engels line of socialism, there are a lot of people who would say, this is not socialism or this is not socialist enough. So I think this was, in a way, the root of this controversy. And to that question, I want to mention one point proposed by political economist Paul Sweezy, who was also intervening in the debate at that time, and argued that the judging criteria should be more dynamic than static. So, for example, we should be looking at really the direction and the trend of the progress. So instead of taking a snapshot of the economy and say whether it is socialist or not, we should look at which direction it is going towards. Is it going towards a society that is, attempting to eliminate class differences, eliminate other kind of socioeconomic differences among different individual groups? If so, then we can maybe consider it as a socialist economy, socialist society. So I think that kind of criteria, that kind of reasoning could also be applied to the neoliberalism debate to some extent. Isabella Weber, when she was writing the paper about this neoliberalism debate, she traced the theoretical debate on neoliberalism back to the socialist calculation debate, which is really the liberals' critique to the feasibility of economic coordination under socialism. So in that sense, it's proper for us to think of the neoliberal reform as a process of dismantling elements that can be associated with socialism. But exactly how the reform takes the form, also depends on what the countries were originally, right, at the beginning of the reform. So for example, for the already socialist economies with planning, with social ownership of means of production, neoliberal reform would mean dismantling the planning mechanism and privatization and commodification and all that. But for the already capitalist economies, the neoliberal reform would take the shape of further privatization of the previously resources or services in the public sector, for example, education, healthcare, right, utility, and some other, as Isabella called, conscious collective policies like labor organizations or industrial policies and all that. So in that sense, if we view neoliberalism as the extreme end of the spectrum of capitalism, then the previously capitalist economy were already very close to that end to begin with, And therefore, it's not surprising that those economies are more often now referred to as neoliberal without much controversy. Russia is a different case. Russia moved very quickly to that end spectrum, right? Although it actually starts with a very similar position as China, right? So in that sense, talking about Russia as neoliberal was also without much controversy. But China, because of its starting position, is a planned economy, with public ownership of means of production and its relatively gradual pace of reform. So it would appear to other countries in the world as not neoliberal enough, but would appear to the Chinese, right, as already very neoliberal, especially compared to its starting point of the reform. So I think in this regard, rather than determining whether a country is precisely at the point of neoliberalism or not, we could maybe instead look at the trend, the direction, right, both where it started from and where it is going towards. So that's the first point that I want to highlight, just to follow up on some of the discussion in the presentation. The second thing I want to elaborate more on is about the concept that Weber just mentioned in the presentation about the mixed economy, about how the state is selectively imposing neoliberal or non-neoliberal policies across different industry. So I'm going to draw two examples from my own work to try to reinforce this argument regarding mixed economy, mixed model, but also to show that sometimes this kind of strategy can run into its own contradiction. So the very first example is about the renewable energy development in China. So as many of you probably have already know, that China now is the leading investor in renewable energy in the entire world, largest investor basically. So there's this rapid development of solar, wind energy as well as electronic vehicles, all because of a decade of very conscious industrial policies built into the 5-year plans. Those industries were listed as strategic industries, right? There were government financing, government subsidies. There are R&D support, research and development support. When the state discern there's lack of domestic demand for solar energy, they responded by facilitating and basically creating a domestic market for the solar cells and solar cells and panels. All very, very interventionist, very, very conscious intervention in the market. But despite all these very, interventionist and developmentalist efforts to really develop, to facilitate the operation of these industries, China took a rather neoliberal stance on the labor component of the process. So my work, for example, showed that more than half of the promised jobs in the solar and wind energy sector will in fact be created in the informal sector, which means those jobs are going to be low wage and with very little social welfare protection, right? So in that sense, it's a very interesting example to see that the division between neoliberal versus non-neoliberal policy is not just along the lines of industry. Even within the same industry, right? There could be divisions along the class line. Right? There could be a very interventionist kind of position to the capital, right? When the state wants to foster some industry, but they could still maintain a very neoliberal stance to the labor. And this is actually not new. I mean, this is a very typical feature of basically all the developmental states, where the state is aiming to boost economic growth, facilitate industrial development, but that process comes with heavy exploitation of labor. So in that sense, South Korea, Taiwan, and other East Asian tigers are not that different when they had their own economic miracle. Another example I want to give is in the social reproduction arena, not the production arena. So during the Wuhan lockdown, in the beginning of the COVID, there were 11 million people who were mandated to stay at home. It was the neighborhood community organizations that were mainly responsible for grocery shopping, grocery delivery to individual households, and also coordinating health screening and contact tracing in that period, which played a really significant role in containing the spread of the virus in those hottest moments. And these community organizations, particularly the neighborhood council, some of you might have heard, was actually established and funded by the government, and they have been existing in the Chinese economy since the 1950s. Previously, they played a more important role, but after the market reform, they're being marginalized as well. So they play some, really negligible roles like, organizing entertaining activities or, record household registration information, things like that. But when the 2003 SARS virus, when China had the SARS outbreak, and also in the most recent pandemic, those already very dormant community organizations were reinvigorated to provide essential services to the households. So this is actually very interesting to think about it. It doesn't really mean those services are perfectly delivered. So if we think about the recent case in Shanghai, some of you probably have heard, right? There are actually a lot of disorganization, many staffs from those community organizations proved to be extremely incompetent, which is also not surprising because those organizations have been dormant for a very long time. Staffs are not so well trained, so they're not really trained, well prepared to deal with emergencies and crises like that. But the important point is that China has that kind of social infrastructure, sort of like what Isabella Weber talked about, the key sectors in the economy, right, where they can always resort to whenever they need to. So China also has this kind of social infrastructure in existence that could really reach to individual households whenever they need it. So my co-author and I call this social infrastructure to make an analogy to the physical infrastructure we have in the economy. So for example, if we need high road, right, highways, railroad to deliver public transportation service. That's what physical infrastructure does, right? Social infrastructure is more about the platform where social services can be delivered. So we think that the community organization played that role. So this is an example of the state actually willing to use some of its infrastructure to intervene and facilitate social reproduction activities in the context of the pandemic. But at normal times, the state appears to be perfectly fine with ignoring the crisis happening in the social reproduction area. So another work that I did with my co-author was about calculating the living wage in China. And we found that there is a huge gap between what the workers are paid and the level of living wage, especially in the private sector. And we call that big gap the social debt that was owed to the workers. And given the fact that 80%, more than 80% of the urban labor force now was employed in the private sector, it really suggests that this extent of social debt can have some really negative impact on the social reproduction. And this would explain why these days we see the state was so ambitious and desperately, and anxious in encouraging women to give birth to more children to deal with the labor shortage issue, right? Because this kind of social debt has been ongoing for a very long time. It becomes really difficult and expensive for workers to reproduce themselves. And so we started to see fertility rate going down and all that. So they're facing this crisis. There's this problem that they created by themselves in the beginning. So these are the two examples. One about production, one about social reproduction, that shows the state would intervene when it sees needed, but the policies toward the labor was always the most neoliberal component of it, which, as I said, creates its own contradiction and therefore affects its own sustainability. Okay, that's what I have. Thank you.
Now, having contradicted myself already to continue the style, we actually have 38 people watching online. And for them to hear what we're saying, we need to use those mics.
Okay.
Yeah. So I need you to come back.
Do they also need to see our names?
Probably. I mean, it doesn't hurt. And we could all pretend to be each other. I mean, just them around. What's that? A mobile mic. We should have a mobile mic. But if not, just talk loud. Yes, they're on. Woohoo! Look at that. Fantastic. Also, is anyone else freezing? It's a bit cold in here, isn't it now? Or is it just me? Go ahead.
Maybe I'll just begin. So I think one of the motivations for this workshop and the way we titled it, BRICS Neoliberalism, was not to imply that such a thing exists or try to force everything happening in the largest countries in the world into the box of neoliberalism. But rather it was kind of a reflection on the fact that neoliberalism, for all of its faults, has served as a kind of a makeshift canopy under which conversations from many disciplines and in many world regions can happen, even if they're often taking the form of arguments that neoliberalism is itself an inapplicable category, an unhelpful category. So I think one of the goals of this workshop is not to sort of set in stone a notion of BRICS neoliberalism. That's not going to happen, nor is that our intention, but to sort of ask, if not neoliberalism, then what, right? I mean, it seems to me, based on both of your presentations, which I found extraordinarily interesting, that neoliberalism in the doctrinal kind of 1920s form is reliant on such a forced binary between state and market, deliberately and polemically, that it can do very little descriptive work, actually, because almost nothing fits in either state or market, right? What you showed us were these sort of complex portraits of mixed economies in different moments and in different sectors. So with that, my question would be, what within the China field, within China itself, in the political conversations that are happening now, is the kind of active category that people are engaging with? I mean, when they see the kind of burden falling on informal laborers, people, migrant workers, and so on, how is that described? Is it described as a process of marketization, precarity? Is the term neoliberalism used? You know, what is the kind of, the German term is Kampfbegriff, like the fighting concept that is active right now within sort of Chinese politics and Chinese scholarship?
You should go first.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I can start a little and then So yeah, that's a very good question. I would say several terms come into my mind, right, when these policies were initiated and how the mainstream discourse was describing it. I mean, development for sure, development, poverty reduction, modernization, right? The idea that we're now in the process of socialism with Chinese characteristics, or the preliminary stage of socialism, where we need to focus on the development of force of production, right? So when we solve all these problems, then we can reach for a higher order, different kind of society, work on the social relations of production. So I don't think the neoliberalism term was used explicitly in the economic in the policy discussion or in the overall discourse, but rather those very vague terms that focus on development and common prosperity these days. Now we're talking about all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, seconding what Ying is saying, and maybe adding that in the 80s, of course, I have this paper on von Mises in the 1980s reform debate that is forthcoming in a special issue that Quinn has put together. In the 80s, I think there was but there was explicit engagement with the socialist calculation debate, but it wasn't being framed as the neoliberals, but it was being framed as two different sides. And then there's von Mises and there's Lange, and the focus was more on who is the socialist side rather than how to call the opponents. So in that early stage, I don't think that the terminology of neoliberalism really was there. This is something that I would think emerges in the 90s. We have, of course, also to acknowledge that, especially at this point, the discursive boundaries within China are pretty strict, right? So walking around and calling China a neoliberal capitalist system is not something that is necessarily welcome. So obviously the whole way in which the discussion works, I think, is very different. And this, has the aspects of censorship and so on that we all know about. It also has an aspect that I think is to some degree related to what I've been talking about, which is that often the Chinese government puts out these big slogans like ecological civilization, common prosperity, which then is typically being commented on as oh, there's this new big slogan. No one really knows what it means. It's super vague, like it's just propaganda, which I think is a misinterpretation, because what it basically means is that there's an emphasis on this aspect within the system, and it's kind of a call for conceptualizing and thinking through these kind of concepts across the whole system, which is, of course, super. I mean, it's like top down in the sense that it comes out of the state apparatus, but it is a rhetoric to focus energies within this very complex, multi-layered system on certain topics, and then to work out in experiments and discussions and often highly ideologically charged kinds of debates what this ultimately means. And this, I think, overlaps with these more bottom-up struggles that Ying has been researching and describing, that then sometimes can feed into these big slogans and announcements. Sometimes they clash, and so on. So I think in that sense we have to think about the whole discursive space and dynamic from a pretty different angle compared to the one that we kind of default to in our own context.
Ben? Keep one on that side.
Thanks. So if I take, I don't know if this is working or not.
Switch it on the middle. Press the button.
If
There
I
we go.
take these two really interesting talks together, it strikes me that Isabella's talking about the production profile and planning for production. And then Ying was giving us kind of, one of the key things I took away anyway was the labor side, the labor input into production. And what's striking there is that the most potentially neoliberal aspect of this whole arrangement is the degree to which there's extreme labor squeezing going on in how the production profile is planned. Now, the question that I have then is, how much is that really planned? That is this something that, you know, the extent of labor squeezing, is that something that is articulated as part of the planning apparatus in China, or is that more something that's just a kind of implicit byproduct of the kind of attitude towards capital formation that you two were both describing from bottom and top?
Yeah, I mean, just to be sure, my specialty is the 1980s, right? So whenever I answer, I'll start by saying, this is how it was in the 1980s, and then make some links to more present things without claiming to necessarily be completely on top of what's going on. So from the perspective of the 1980s, I think there was a very clear acknowledgement that cheap labor is a key link for China to reintegrate into global capitalism, which is something that Andy Liu, who's sitting right here, actually has started working on and has some really fabulous forthcoming work on this, where basically the idea is that the coastal development strategy, as it was called at the time, would be a strategy that relies on China's comparative advantage, and it was framed in these Ricardian terms, in having cheap labor, which would enable China to run export surpluses, which would enable China to not become indebted internationally, which would therefore help to ensure economic sovereignty, which was seen as kind of the sine qua non for any kind of developmental type of project, which would also enable China to get access to foreign management techniques and foreign technology and so on, which was then, at least in this like big vision, whether this always worked or not, but this was the vision, to be fed back into the Chinese economy itself in order to achieve this kind of upgrading. So in that sense, there is a conscious move to say, okay, we have the advantage in cheap labor, right? And to use this as part of the larger developmental project. I think one thing that is interesting that struck me listening to Ying's presentation on the connection between low living wages, reproduction, and the like more recent encouragement of fertility, is that I think in some sense there is, even as regards population, this idea of, very Malthusian kind of idea of adjusting the supply of labor in ways that is basically state guided, right? So you have in some sense these same kind of dynamics that I have been describing for possibly less controversial sectors such as metals. You have ongoing also in the realm of population and labor supply. But then, of course, with the shift to common prosperity, there is a clear new kind of agenda on the horizon.
Yeah, completely agree. And I'm just going to add a little bit more to that. So I think in a way it is a planned process in a way, or we can say imposed if we want to use the term plan in a more kind of economic planning, sort of implication. So I would say, I think this is something that Isabella also discussed in detail in her own book, that this whole process starts with the decollectivization in the countryside in the late 70s, early 80s, which was pretty much top-down in that sense. And that process eventually released a huge pool of reserve army, basically a lot of surplus labor that now are able to migrate into the urban sector to compete with the urban workers. So there is a gap between the time then the government launched decollectivization in the countryside versus that they started to launch economic reform within urban enterprises. So like 4 years in between. After really this huge reserve army pool was created in the countryside, the state started to allow managers in the urban enterprises to also discipline workers more. They can fire workers now. Before, every worker in the socialist time, right, they were immediately tenured once they got a job. But now the so-called iron rice ball, right? Now you can fire them if you don't think they work hard enough, right? And then very gradually, at first, the migrant worker and the urban workers are in segregated markets. They're not really competing with each other. But then this kind of boundary was broken again. So they're competing with each other, and it really drives down the bargaining power of the urban workers as well. So I think this step by step was a pretty conscious move to try to really launch this class war, if you want, right, against the workers in that sense. But you mentioned this interesting term about labor squeeze. I just want to mention that during the socialist time, during the planned economy time, there's also a very conscious move to try to lower the consumption level of the workers, right? The consumption part was extremely low so that the state can have enough surplus to invest, right, to build heavy industries and all that. But that was done under very different logic. In the market reform period, it's a very, I think it's a more clear kind of capitalist logic, right? The workers can be disciplined up to the power of the managers, of the employer. So it's basically the logic of capital, right? But under the planned economy, the workers are also poor. They're not really getting a lot of wages in that sense, right? But they have some like affordable housing, free housing basically from the state-owned enterprises, health, education, all that was pretty affordable or free basically. So it was a very, very different logic, I would say.
Can I add one more? Following up on what Ying said, I think this urban-rural divide is absolutely critical in this whole analysis. And if we go back to the Maoist period, there is also a whole literature that argues that basically squeezing the peasants was what made possible to have industrialization in an extremely poor agrarian country that China was in the 1950s and 60s and 70s, in many ways all the way into the 90s. So the same people that were squeezed under the Maoist logic of a dual society of extracting surplus from the peasants through prices was then very briefly intermitted in the early years of the agricultural reforms when there was this kind of agricultural boom. But then very quickly, these people who were dropping, as a result of the decollectivization, were basically starting to move into the cities, became again the bearers of the burden of China's development in this conscious form, as I've referred to in relation to the coastal development strategy, so in relation to the international economy, but also domestically, they clearly are the most exploited, most excluded part of the society that don't have equal access to healthcare and so on and so on and so on, right? There have been changes in recent years, but like as if we want to look at the reform period as a whole.
Right, especially compared to their urban peers, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Up to Andre first,
I'll
no?
defer. It was very similar to Quinn's.
Okay, then in that case, Cornel. Or Sophie.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Isabella about the Dancing with the Tigers, and I was wondering if you could say a little bit on the bureaucratic decision-making side of this, because I was wondering, so because we start from planning and one can imagine how planning goes, and you were talking about this strange dynamic process of, you know, how it's always a reaction to things happening in the markets. And so I was just wondering how we should conceptualize this, and especially because, you know, when one thinks about the Evergrande failure, and then, you know, Western newspapers are wondering whether Evergrande is too big to fail, and so that makes one think about how is this different about from Western governments intervening on behalf of markets or businesses or industrial sectors or specific actors that are too big to fail. So where would you draw the line? How is this different, and how does this relate to the original planning version of it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I mean, first of all, I think we have to acknowledge that China basically has been undergoing institutional experimentation and redesign for more than 40 years, which means that, I mean, in the case of the electricity sector, for example, you have all these different phases, and it's still ongoing. I mean, it's still an ongoing process of corporate re-institutionalization, right? Which means that it is a pretty complex picture that is hard to summarize in, like, for the economy as a whole. It's very sectoral. But I think as a general trend, we can say that under planning, you would have had specific planning ministries that would literally be planning the whole sector, right? And the whole sector would be state-owned and would be planned from the ministry down to the provision of electricity in the village, right? Whereas the trend that then emerges in the 90s, which is in many ways informed by interventions from the World Bank, which in China has been since the 80s very much in favor of the kind of corporatization of state-owned enterprises as opposed to necessarily privatization, right? Where you basically create a model that follows the same kind of logic as asset shareholdership and publicly listed corporations in a private setting, but you kind of emulate this through state institutions, where you then have a state asset authority, and you have a corporatization of what used to be implementers of the plan, right? And then there have been like huge experiments again and again. How do you exactly do this? And to what extent do these corporations still respond to planned orders, and to what extent do they become fully marketized players, right? So for example, in the electricity sector, there have been very large scale, like provincial level experiments with turning the wholesale electricity sector into being completely market-based. And I mean, when we say provincial, we have to think like the level of a European country or something, right, or even larger, which then was stopped actually because they found that this created too much volatility, so it was reverted, and then they continued with more of a dual-track kind of system where basically there's a core planning of the most basic provisioning of electricity to households and industries, and then beyond this, there is a spot market in different constellations, different provincial levels for market provisioning of electricity through these big corporate state-owned conglomerates that also report to state shareholders and ministries. So it's very complex kind of arrangement. But to speak more specifically to which I think is quite different to a publicly listed company in the West, because, I mean, even though it has been restructured based on this model, it is reporting to different kinds of entities and can also be called upon in very different ways compared to fully private enterprise. And this is just one example of I mean, obviously one of the most important sectors. There's a whole spectrum of versions of this. As regards the Evergrande crisis, the way that I'm thinking about it is that there has clearly been a large real estate bubble, and then the question is, what do you do? Do you wait for this bubble to burst, which is kind of what happened in the Lehman case, right? Do you wait for it to burst and then you get all the repercussions throughout the system? Or do you recognize that there is some sort of a overblown real estate sector, and that within this overblown real estate sector you have some very large players that are extremely dangerous for the system as a whole. And you try to do some sort of a targeted deflation of this bubble by imposing new kinds of regulations, which you know will bring these, will lead these real estate conglomerates into a squeeze. Then once they're in a squeeze, you already know that they will be in a squeeze because they're in a squeeze in response to your policies, which doesn't mean that all of this will be working out beautifully, right? I mean, it's a dance with a tiger, right? I mean, there are all these ripple effects that can come from it. You don't know how exactly it will be playing out. And then, as far as I understand, the ways in which this whole management of the bailout is working is that this gigantic thing is being parceled out, and then there are actual state bureaucrats that have moved into the company and have formed some sort of a management team that is now reorganizing the corporation and so on, in ways which seems to me to be quite different compared to just saying, okay, we bail you out and we give you a credit line so that you guys don't go under. So, and I think this has a lot to do with this very sectorial specific kind of state capacity where you have bureaucrats that can go in and manage these big conglomerates. Will they always do a perfect job? Certainly not. Will there be all sorts of issues of corruption and overlapping interests and so on? Yes, for sure. Might there be a Siegfried and Roy? Possible.
Possibly. We have a couple of minutes left before we take a coffee break. Would someone like to add in? Oh, Cornel, or do you go for a quick one and then pass it over to Matthias? You're not on. Turn it on.
I like Isabella's concept of this kind of form of microeconomically grounded inflation targeting that's done through the real economy, right? And I couldn't help doing a comparison with how this is done in the liberal systems, where instead of having these tiger trainers, often the tigers dance with the lamb, right, and eats it. And if you think of the lobby power of this institution, so you don't even get the benefit to dance with anybody. I mean, when 2008 comes, you're eaten, right? And they're well fed and they're fine after that, after a bit of stress. So in that sense, my reflection on this is that what are the materialized risks of this dances with the tigers? I mean, it seems to be that these dances are superior to just the blunt force of macroeconomic management of various disturbances coming to the financial sector or coming to the supply side. Simply because what we do in China seems to be an instrument of last resort, right? It takes a while to get to the point where you actually have to use these instruments. But I mean, there is an experience of this risk, and not just corruption, but just perhaps often the frictions, the contradictions, and the inefficiencies of deploying this. Can you reflect on that a little bit? And then the second comment, this is just a comment for both of you. I mean, there are these varieties of squeezes, right? Evergrande is the private company is being squeezed. Labor is being squeezed in pretty much all systems except post-war social democracy, right? I mean, there's Leninist labor squeeze. Stalinist labor squeeze is the best of them, right? I wonder what the living wage in 70s China was, right? I mean, and then compare that to the gap that we have today. And sure, it's in a different system with different aspirations and different target. But as Isabella shows, the turn in Chinese politics and Chinese political economy in the beginning of the 80s is the realization that they're not delivering on a massive scale to ordinary people. So maybe the living wage of today is delivering more, although it doesn't provide the decommodified goods and services that the previous system did.
Matthias, you want to have last comment, and then we'll get the two responses.
Yeah. I'm curious if you think the financialization of governance in China is implicitly a sign of agreement with some of these neoliberal economic governance principles. So what I mean is that you've both shown that the state holds on to strategic industries and the upstream side of the supply chain, but it now does that with financialized tools. It doesn't do that with administrative regulatory tools. It does that as the owner of capital through shareholding firms, SESAC, Huijin, industrial guidance funds, and so on. So we're basically seeing China as a massive asset manager governing the economy through financialized tools. And isn't that a big change that has happened across from the 80s to today? While the state still holds on, it does that in very different ways. So back to the core question, is that an implicit agreement with some of the neoliberal principles of competition between companies, fluctuating prices, efficient allocation of capital, and so on?
Okay. You have any comments on those last comments?
They're all great questions. Maybe on the financialization question, yes, I absolutely agree that the whole movement is from very direct forms of control to more and more indirect forms of control, right? Now, relying on monetary or financial forms of control of essential sectors, is this necessarily neoliberal? I'm not so sure, because if you go back to statecraft texts, you can find that the best way to stabilize the price of grain is to do this by basically financial means such as the green sprout loans, that this would be more efficient than using actual granaries. I mean, these are arguments that are being put forward. They are implemented in very heterogeneous ways and so on. But this is like talking 19th century, right? Where we have, if you want, so a financialized form of indirect state control. Does this financialization process in some cases take on neoliberal forms? Yes, I think so. I mean, as I've been saying, like this whole idea of like basically remodeling the logics of corporate governance in the Western European American economies is also replicating to some extent a neoliberal logic, right? Does this perform the same kind of functions? I don't think so. I think it ends up being something very different. Whether it's working well or not well or whatever, I think it ends up being something very different. And it's also different in the sense that this is one aspect of control, but there are a multiplicity of other channels of control that go beyond these financial levers. Which I guess links to the risks question. So there is always, there's always a lot of risk involved, of course. As regards buffer stocks, there's basically an eternal debate in China on the question of the size of buffer stocks. Literally starting in 300 BC, being revived in the 1990s. If the buffer stocks are too big, then basically the market becomes a buffer stock. If they are too small, then you cannot actually do anything because your buffer stock is a drop in an ocean, right? So how do you balance this? How do you leverage them? Can you over-leverage? Can you actually, by doing these kind of interventions, unleash the kind of crisis that you want to prevent? Yes, all of this is totally in the cards. So in that sense, there's a lot of risk and a lot of continuous. If we talk about rules-based or discretion-based open market operations in central bank context, right? Then you have all of this at play, but for a whole range of sectors, which of course involves a lot of risks.
Yeah. Can I ask follow up on the living wage question that Cornel just mentioned? I think you mentioned yourself that that it's actually very hard to compare across the different regimes, right? Talking about living wage, if we're really just looking at income per capita, of course now Chinese workers are earning much, much more than 70s, 60s. But you also mentioned that there are a lot of public services, actually essential services, housing, education, all these kind of things that were previously much, much more decommodified, much more affordable. And I think also this very important sense of job security. This is something that I think living through a capitalist enterprise and compare it with working experience under socialist enterprise. People who had this kind of experience would give would understand really, what the difference is. And that is actually why, very interestingly, when we see the labor struggles in China in the recent decade, there are actually a lot of labor activists who came from the older generation, who once worked at the socialist enterprises, and now they actually know much better what's the weakness and the problem of the capitalist enterprises are, and what kind of demand they can actually make. So there's a very interesting division between the younger generation workers and the elder generation workers in the kind of demands that they make during those kind of activism. The older ones, the elderly ones, would make more political demand, right, in terms of not further privatizing the enterprise and all that. While the younger ones are more about economic demands, right? We want to raise the wage and all that. So I think there's some interesting, really, legacy, memory, you would say, right, from those previous period. And also, I think the model, the development model, I think in that sense was also very different. Isabella mentioned about the urban country divide. I would say that in the planned economy period, there was this conscious effort to have a kind of more balanced growth between the urban and countryside. They call it walking on two legs, right? So not just industrialization in the urban sector, but also rural industrialization, which really was the foundation of the later township to village enterprises that China had in the 80s that played a crucial role even after the economic reform. But now the kind of development model was just a very classical Lewis type of development model, where the development of the urban sector is at the cost of completely dismantling, basically, the countryside, where you see migrant workers, all the best brains, best, muscles, whatever, go to the urban sector to work, and the elderly were left in the countryside farming, taking care of the young kids. All the reproduction activities were done there. So basically, it was wasted, the whole countryside. And so there are a lot of, parents couldn't see their children for an entire year, all those kind of things. It's very hard to calculate, right, this into the living wage concept. So that's why I say the logic is very different. We need to do more research into understanding those.
That's great. So quick note, it was a lovely first panel to get us started. We have 77 people online watching us, which is nice. To everyone who's online watching us, thanks for joining us. Do retweet the link that I sent out to everyone that you tweet out to, and then we can pile more people into the room. We're going to take 10 minutes for a coffee break now, and we will move from China to the other China. And you'll know exactly what I mean in 10 minutes when we come back with that. So there we go.
Okay.
Hey. See you. How's it going? Yeah, you're up early. What's that? Yeah, I just wanted to see what the. Cool.
You know what it is? The car manufacturers that they still can. Are they going to measures on security and I think we just
Because
so it's a sponsor.
So I mean, based,
so that
this is what this is what market also look there's a big difference in
he actually was everywhere. He had left in Chinatown.
management.
Yeah.
Well, it's not amazing that.
Yes, so there's no counter selection, right? Because it's
Yeah. So you're going to do an ethnographic approach to it.
no, he was the Minister of Innovation and Education. Oh my God.
I just want to paper on elite views on climate change in Latin America. We did a survey experiment to try to understand what sorts of local implementation of climate change regulation do they think is most desirable. Testing some ideas for I'm not an ethnographer even, I would say. I talk to people, but I don't even, I'm in conversation with ethnographers.
Okay. Oh, sorry. They're California. Yeah. That's why I this was
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I come talking about it on this. I like to talk to people, but you know, I don't know. I guess like when I don't have the courage to say that.
okay. I'm
But
yeah.
Okay, nice, good school.
That's actually
I've never been there, but I know its reputation.
Oh, it's in yours, but maybe in
Oh, it's a different one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good. It's good, and like I think.
Then they stop. That's
Yeah, me too.
It's a smaller, like it's not like it's a research university, but like it doesn't. Social science, I get a lot of products that you wouldn't get.
Yeah. They just do use like work with or take classes.
I think they're not wrong. Well, I mean, there's a couple mainly.
Okay, that was a keep the conversation going.
Take their seats, that would be great. So for our next panel, we're very happy to hear from Szu-Yun, who is Assistant Professor of Political Science at McMaster University. And she will have a comment from Andy Liu, who's the Assistant Professor of History at Villanova University, who has a book just out a couple of years ago, which is just out because it was in the pandemic, from Yale University Press, called T-War, A History of Capitalism in China and India.
Something happened. Good morning, everyone. I'm Szu-Yun from McMaster University. It's actually my honor to be a part of this wonderful workshop. And I feel like my job here is not to present a case on Taiwan, but to learn from all these kind of brilliant thinkers. So, and welcome to what Mark said, another China, or you can call it free China if you want to. And from the Beijing's eye, it's a breakaway province. Okay, that has to be unified sometime in the future. So Taiwan has been. I have problems. So Taiwan. Okay. So for today's presentation, I'm gonna start with a very brief discussion on the existing scholarship dealing with neoliberalism in Taiwan, and to identify some of the underlying problems and propose a Gramscian perspective to be an alternative approach. So Taiwan has been known as one of the East Asian developmental states that created the so-called East Asian economic miracle, right? So like other like East Asian developed countries, the study on neoliberalism in Taiwan is commonly framed as the issue of developmental state restructuring in the globalization era. So, and the scholarly opinions really polarize in this regard. So for those who believe that the developmental state survived neoliberalism, they commonly ascribe neoliberalism as to external forces, such as the pressure from the U.S. for market opening or the SIP from IMF. But at the same time, they emphasize the proactive role of the state in adapting and utilizing these external forces for its own good. And also they emphasize the persistence of the developmental state institutions in guiding industrial planning, all that kind of stuff, right? But one problem I would say with this approach is that it's intrinsically statist or state-centric, so that their understanding of politics is, I would say, partial, and their conception of society is often deemed as a residual of institutional cultures. So on the other hand, we have a bunch of scholars who argue that neoliberalism has triumphed the developmental state. So they largely conceived neoliberalism as internally driven, where they see this kind of dismantling of the developmental state as an inevitable outcome of democratization. So for Taiwan, for the case of Taiwan and South Korea specifically. So that leads to the rise of political pluralism. So that caused the dismantling of the developmental states. So this approach points out very important social and political fabrics from which neoliberalism arose, but it also implies a complicity between democratization and neoliberalism. So basically, the blaming democracy scenario. Okay. So in addition to these kind of aforementioned issues, I think both of the approaches share a problem of terminological erraticism. So basically, there's seldom a distinction made between liberalism and neoliberalism when they talk about all these kind of phenomenons. And and it's also unclear when Taiwan's economic liberalization launched in the 1980s turned neoliberal, if it's ever neoliberal. Okay, so to address these questions, I turn to Gramsci's theory on hegemony and its engagement with neoliberalism as an alternative approach. So this approach can be traced back to the British New Left on Thatcherism and also the neo-Gramscian IPE pioneered by Robert Cox back in the 1980s. But it was not until the post-Cold War era that we see a popularization of the term neoliberal hegemony. And there was a proliferating debate surrounding the analytical validity of this term. But Gramscian scholars are particularly concerned about how this term is abused in our current time. So instead, they turn to the wisdom of Gramsci's hegemony theory, such as the notion of historical bloc, leadership, legitimacy, common sense, to provide a critical intervention in this debate. So among this scholarship, I will highlight two analytical perspectives pertinent to my research. So the first one is crisis, conjunctures, and hegemonics restructuring. This analytical approach identifies capitalism's crisis-prone tendencies and yet recognize conjunctural natures of crisis itself. So especially, it focuses on how different forms of crisis are connected, articulated, and translated. And the second aspect, the analytic aspect, So it's about like the political and the post-colonial. So it's about like broadening our understanding of the political moment in neoliberalism. So as Taiwan represents an atypical post-colonial state, ridden with like multiple colonialisms and embodying a unfulfilled nation-building project, it also means like locating neoliberalism in the post-colonial politics with constant nationalist and populist struggles. So in the following, I'm going to adopt these analytical lenses to illustrate Taiwan's experiences with neoliberalism against its hegemonic struggles since the 1980s. Oh, sorry. Oh, I just forgot to. Okay, so the post-war hegemony in Taiwan was based on the ruling of an anti-communist authoritarian state and U.S.-backed expertism. But what makes Taiwan a distinct case from other East Asian development states is it's the settler colonialism imposed by the Chinese National Party, KMT. So in the political arena, this system ran on ethnic politics that excluded the majoritarian Hokkien Taiwanese people from core political decision-making. But in the economic arena, it imposed a dual economic structure between a state monopolized and highly protected domestic market and a small, medium enterprises like SMEs dominated and highly competitive export sector. So a little bit similar to what Elizabeth just mentioned about this kind of hierarchical, market structure. So, this post-war hegemony was contributed to Taiwan's economic miracle, and yet it began to face multiple crises since the 1980s. So economically, there was a structurally embedded, institutionally locked, and a conjuncturally articulated accumulation crisis, featuring the fall of SME-led expertism, overaccumulation, and the growing U.S. pressure for new Taiwanese dollar currency appreciation, and also market liberalization. So to tackle these crises, the Taiwanese states launched a pragmatic liberalization in the mid-1980s in hope of achieving successful economic restructuring. On the political side, the KMT regime encountered both legitimacy crises after its loss of Westphalian sovereignty to PRC and governing crisis due to the rising challenges from various oppositional movements and democratization appeal in Taiwan. So to tackle these political crises, the KMT regime had to pursue indigenization and democratization to remain in power. So in 1987, the government announced a termination of martial law that has been put in place for nearly 4 decades, marking the beginning of the democratization in Taiwan. So it was within this kind of historical conjuncture that Taiwan's trade and economic liberalization precipitated in pace and expanded in scope beyond what the government had imagined. So as the appeal for political liberalization was equated with the idea of economic liberalization, the theme of economic liberalization expanded to fields such as deregulation of foreign exchange control, liberalization of outward investment, tariff reduction, and embracing international free trade regime, which all contributed to economic deterritorialization led by massive outward investment. And due to time limit, I'm not gonna go into details, but these policy changes were all mediated by boiling populist politics of the time that targeted illegitimate state control over economic life. So entering the 1990s, the KMT regime launched a new nation-state building project as an attempt to reconstruct hegemony. But economically, it faces a rapid deterritorialization economy, which is an outcome of its own doing back in the 1980s. So the state had to re-articulate the national economy both discursively and materially. So it did so by like guiding or pioneering national economic decentralization activities, as shown in the software policy launched in 1993, and then by seeking, re-territorialization of the national economy after the 1996 cross-strait missile crisis. So it's embodied in the policy called Invest Taiwan Initiative, or Invest Taiwan Movement. So this hegemonic project of de-territorialization of the national economy ended up paving the way for like a variegated neoliberalizations to come. So the first one is neoliberal initiatives. The first one is the rise of neoliberal regionalism. So it originated from the business idea of the Greater Chinese Economic Circle, and then evolved into a project called Asian Pacific Regional Operations Center that sought to reposition Taiwan as a regional economic hub, with mainland China as the hinterland through like aggressive liberalization. And the second neoliberal trade appears in the domestic arena under the Invest Taiwan movement. So in the name of like improving domestic business environment and to encourage business to roots in Taiwan, the government launched a massive scale of land deregulation and privatization of public land, which directly resulted in like speculative neoliberal urbanism. And the third kind of neoliberal initiative was the rise of international financial speculation, which embodied in the second wave software policy that encouraged domestic banks to pursue merge and acquisition of bankrupt financial institutions in Southeast Asia during the Asian financial crisis. So this neoliberal initiative was a direct result of financial liberalization in the early 1990s, and that gave birth to the finance-centered historical bloc in Taiwan. So all these initiatives indicated a clear neoliberal inroads amidst Taiwan's economic decentralization, where nationalist politics of like building a new nation state in the post-democratization era played a crucial role in promoting and normalizing these neoliberal initiatives. And so Taiwan's struggle with like economic territorialization continued through the 2000s, but it also featured, but this time also featured a conjunctural moment with a sudden regime change after the presidential election. So now the state apparatus was led by the oppositional party DPP for the first time in history. And there was also an imminent domestic financial crisis caused by financial liberalization and unregulated credit expansion since the 1990s. So it was against such backdrop that finance began to play a growing role in the new round of hegemonic struggles. So in that, two kinds of financial nationalism emerged. The first one, a bottom-up populist-oriented financial nationalism, called for an end of uncontrolled loans granted to mostly when going to Taishang, which means that Taiwanese businessmen operating in China. It was estimated there was 500,000 people that fall into this category. They were also asking the Taishang Taiwanese businessmen to repatriate their money or the profit they made in China back to Taiwan. And the second kind is the top-down neoliberal financial nationalism. It sought to turn Taiwan into a global financing center to pursue national economic structuring, because Taiwan has all this kind of idling capital that the government doesn't know what to do, so they decided to pursue a financing industry. So these two strands of financial nationalism converged on the issue of Taishang's return home listing, For it is ironically believed that only through developing Taiwan into a tax haven would, on the one hand, encourage the Taiwanese businessmen to repatriate money back home, and on the other, to contribute to Taiwan's capital market development. So moving to the late 2000s. So basically, the 2008 presidential election marked the return of the KMT regime with a unusual, I would say, hegemonic project, accentuating cross-strait political rapprochement and economic normalization. Because if you have some, you have the knowledge about like the cross-strait politics, KMT and CCP used to be like historical rivals, but now they collaborate on cross-strait political and economic issues. So that, and so by normalization, it means that extensive cross-strait economic liberalization from both parties. So the time also witnessed the consolidation of a financial historical bloc, with financial liberalization occupying the core of the hegemonic restructuring project, with the under the new KMT regime. So first, Taiwan's capital market was like massively deregulated for Chinese capital investment amidst the 2008 financial crisis. So this policy initiative was promoted as a government rescue to, mass Taiwanese investors who suffered from the sudden plummet of the stock market in Taiwan. And second, the financial derivative market targeting Taishan, the Taiwanese businessmen's secondary listing was also deregulated. So although like essentially a financial deregulation policy aiming to provide Taishan with like less regulated capital, the state propaganda promoted it as a nationalist project that helped Taiwanese people, businessmen, to return to their motherland. And third, the KMT regime launched the project of like turning Taiwan into an offshore RMB center. So it was an opportunist policy initiated in response to China's RMB internationalization strategy launched in 2009. So this time, the Taiwanese state drew on the populism to endorse such a move, where like ordinary people were like immobilized to participate in the booming RMB currency market. So now Taiwan has become the second largest RMB pool in the world, just next to Hong Kong. So in addition to like a unilateral financial deregulation targeting the Chinese market, the KMT regime also like aimed for like deep cross-strait trade liberalization, as embodied in the cross-strait economic cooperation framework, the ECFA, signed with Beijing in 2009, and the follow-up service trade pact signed in 2014. Sorry, I think I forgot to move. Yeah. So due to Beijing's vocal claim to unify Taiwan through economic means, this trade pact aroused a tremendous like social anxiety and distrust of the KMT government, and for like potentially selling Taiwan to mainland China. So it eventually triggered the popular Sunflower movement that ultimately derailed the trade talk and led to the fall of the KMT regime in the 2016 presidential election. So ever since then, Taiwan's neoliberal advance through cross-strait economic liberalization was put to a halt. So this is the end of the story. So I think in the concluding remarks, I think like Taiwan's case demonstrate that although like contributing to like the general course of neoliberalization, the trade and economic liberalization pursued at various like historical conjunctures in Taiwan is by no means driven by a clear neoliberal ideology. And neoliberalism never represents a quote-unquote common sense within either within the institutional landscape or among the Taiwanese society. So it's actually nationalism and populism that gave voice to and set the framework for the society to conceive, process, or contest neoliberal agendas. So in other words, neoliberalism materializes in or under or through a particular hegemonic project without being named. So in this regard, Taiwan's case also yield implications on neoliberalism for other countries dealing with post-colonial legacies and nascent democratization. So where populism, I believe populism and nationalist politics play a crucial role mediating, all kinds of neoliberal agendas in different contexts. And also Taiwan's experience with neoliberalism can be indicative to, developing countries caught between the declining US hegemony and the rise of Chinese influence. So specifically, compared to how U.S. Hegemony articulates local struggles over neoliberalism, how China's rise influenced these neoliberal agendas locally is still a much less studied topic. So in this regard, I think Taiwan's case can provide as an interesting experience for those countries. So here I conclude my presentation, and thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much to Quinn and Mark and Hayden and the Watson Institute for inviting me to this workshop. And it's a really rich and fascinating concept. And thanks to Szu-Yun for a very rich and provocative paper. My comment will focus on kind of two distinct moments where I think we can explore the relationship between modern Taiwan and the history of neoliberalism. And full disclaimer, I am a historian by trade, so I kind of tend to think about these things in a historical manner, less so in terms of figuring out the characteristics on a case-by-case basis. And my research is mostly actually professionally in history. Things are divided up by countries. And so China is sort of the anchor for a lot of my research, but I'm become very interested in Taiwan and Hong Kong and these so-called four Asian tigers recently as part of contributing to a broader history of the region and China as well. So my approach is much more relational than it is about a nation in a sort of glass box, So the first moment I want to talk about is hinted at the margins of Szu-Yun's paper, this moment of the Taiwan miracle, or the four Asian tigers of the 70s and the 80s. And I think this is kind of my quote-unquote original contribution to the discourse. But the second moment that'll fall upon this chronologically is kind of the heart of Szu-Yun's paper, the crisis of the 80s until the present. So to kind of state the obvious in terms of contextualizing why all this stuff is important, and Szu-Yun kind of talks about this at the end of her presentation. Taiwan is just an island country of about 20 million people, right? And it's historically been caught between roughly three superpowers, basically, depending on the weather of the day. And so its history is kind of worth studying not only for its particular story, but also because it necessarily reflects the global dynamics within which it is swept up. So the first moment that I'll talk about, Szu-Yun opens her paper by talking about raising these important questions about periodization, scale, units. On page 2, she writes that it's hard to determine when does Taiwan join neoliberalism's history. Was it when Taiwan was incorporated into the quote-unquote US-led post-war global free trade regime of the 50s and 60s, or was it when Taiwan itself begins to kind of launch its own liberalization reforms in the 1980s? And I think in order to understand the latter, we have to actually revisit the former. So from the 50s to the 80s, just some basic statistics, right? Taiwan's economy grows by about 9 to 10% a year. The 1960s was the high point of this Taiwan miracle. Its industry is growing by 13% a year. Income inequality is falling by 1/2. And this is a pattern similar to the other Asian tigers of Japan, Hong Kong, South Korea, and Singapore. The global South in the rest of the world came to admire what James Lin has called the Taiwan model of development. People kind of try to look under the hood and find out what is the secret of this development model. In 1960, the Taiwanese and US governments kind of worked together to kind of reorient the economy from import substitution to export-led growth. Before China's famous Shenzhen Special Economic Zone, which I'm sure everyone has heard of, there was, prior to that, was the Free Trade Export Processing Zone of Kaohsiung in southern Taiwan, established in 1965. That was the successful Asian free trade zone before Shenzhen in the 80s. And now I do kind of think Shenzhen is a little bit overrated. Most of the labor and capital activity is happening outside of Shenzhen in Hong Kong and Guangdong. And similarly, I think Kaohsiung is interesting mostly because it is emblematic of a broader reorientation outside the zone itself. The entire island is reoriented towards export-led growth in the 60s and 70s. As Szu-Yun notes, most of the exporters for the global market were small-scale Taiwanese enterprises producing consumer goods, low-wage consumer goods for the rest of the world. She mentions this idea of a sort of dual structure where the sort of high layer was more or less run by government enterprises, and the lower layer, the popular layer, I guess, were sort of small, medium enterprises that were much more free market. In a way, that kind of struck me as similar to the picture that Isabella is describing of China today, right? So many sociologists have shown that this, for instance, the revolution in U.S. retail, right, for brands like Kmart, Target, The Gap, and Home Depot, were enabled by kind of a lot of anonymous households or OEMs in Taiwan producing electronics, appliances, clothing, and toys, brokered by Japanese, U.S., and European brokerage firms like Sony, Matsushita, RCA, and Philips. Shared in common across the EPZs or the SMEs all throughout Taiwan was an overwhelmingly female workforce, a lot of high school-aged women or young women basically in the EPZs, and often middle-aged housewives or in domestic businesses providing the labor in the small, medium enterprises. So a few points to make about this earlier moment. The first is I think this is actually, I think it kind of challenges or modifies the canonical story of neoliberalism, right? So there's this familiar story that in my mind is kind of represented by like David Harvey's work, which I know we can all criticize, but it's kind of like the canonical story, right? Which is that neoliberalism begins in the 70s. There's this internal crisis of the North Atlantic, and then it emanates outwards from there, right? And I think the story of East Asia suggests, a la Patrick Neveling, who's kind of made this argument, that the 70s were not really this big bang, not really this BC, but it's rather consolidation, right, of all these trends happening, especially networks of globalized low-cost labor in the Americas and in Asia. And saying this out loud, I think, is actually important if we're invested in what Szu-Yun says in her paper, talks about provincializing or decolonizing the narrative of neoliberalism, which is just to say the crisis of Atlantic capitalism was also simultaneous with the golden age of Pacific capitalism, right? In 1950, Taiwan's per capita GDP was $200. 2003 was 12,000, but 2006 is 30,000, right? So something is happening there where people are actually pretty happy with what's going on rather than stressed out by the collapse of their economies. And the second point here is about this idea about ideas and practices, and I feel like all the speakers have already kind of touched on this already, so I guess this is the theme of the weekend, right? But that Taiwan and East Asia play this major role in the formation of what we could call the neoliberal global economy, but I'm not sure you will find a formulaic story of Chicago and Austrian economists kind of disseminating the free market ideas and reshaping the government there. And Szu-Yun kind of pushes back against that in her presentation. Taiwan's policies were led by engineers and technocrats. The Taiwan and the U.S. state made major investments in education, infrastructure, land redistribution, all of this which made the miracle possible. And I think this distinction also came to me reading Isabella's work, where she argues that country like China, but I think earlier in Taiwan, you could say that these countries play a fundamental role in what we could call the neoliberal era, right, without themselves following the playbook of free market fundamentalism themselves. And I know Cornel in his paper is also touching upon these hybrid national neoliberal models, and I think a lot of people are probably going to talk about this weekend. And even in Ying's comments, she talked about the sort of classic Dobbs-Swayze debate about capitalism, and my day job is like a historian of capitalism, and when you revisit those debates, they have the kind of same debate about what slavery, free wage labor, indenture, are all these different modes of production, and ultimately one could say all these are just kind of superficial appearances. We have to look at the ultimate essence of the ultimate directionality of these things, which is history of capitalism is about accumulation. So maybe neoliberalism is that kind of fundamental essence that binds together all these hybrids, right? And the third point here is kind of a provocation. That neoliberalism, again, is often described as this collapse of the North Atlantic Fordist model of big government, big business, and big labor, replaced by flexible, small-scale, labor-intensive businesses. But these patterns were already being documented for many decades in East Asia prior to the 1970s and 80s. So, I wonder, is there a way to kind of think of the 60s and 80s not necessarily as this temporal transition from first Fordism to second neoliberalism, but instead perhaps an opposition between Atlantic versus Pacific, style capitalism. And that's just a provocation, and maybe there's 30% true and 70% wrong. But, to the extent it is true, I think it does kind of turn the neoliberalism story from the West to the rest a little bit on its head, right? So this kind of sets up the second moment, which is the heart of which is Szu-Yun's paper from the 1980s crisis onwards. So, politically, by the 1980s, as she just talked about, China has gained international recognition and announces this idea of one country, two systems to ultimately incorporate first Hong Kong, then eventually Taiwan. The ruling KMT party has lost its whole political mission, which is to reclaim the mainland. And in response, there's a sort of nascent Hokkien-speaking nationalism that emerges and forms the DPP in 1987. And for those who aren't familiar with Taiwan politics, DPP roughly means the Popular Party, Popular Progressive Party, and KMT just means the Nationalist Party since the 1920s. And as Szu-Yun writes, not just in Taiwan, but more generally, a lot of visions of post-colonial nationalism have often grounded themselves not only in ethnic identity, but also in a certain vision of a national economy. And so with this, I think she provides a very incisive critique that local Taiwanese nationalism since the 80s was basically the handmaiden of economic deregulation and neoliberalism on the island. And to kind of zoom out big picture, I think what she's saying, and to kind of maybe rephrase this, I think she's saying that there's this partisan split in Taiwan today between the DPP and the KMT. It's very, everyone argues about it in convenience stores, on television shows. It just animates the entire island, right? But I think what she's suggesting is that, in fact, this is just, and maybe to quote, what Cornel quoting Quinn, this is kind of a family feud. This is all happening all within the horizon of neoliberal politics and economic deregulation since the 1980s. And I think that's a very valuable intervention. Challenges a lot of the sort of the self-image of Taiwanese nationalism, which presents itself as a sort of vaguely progressive project, but is largely only by promoting identity questions at the expense of political economic alternatives. So I think that is kind of the main intervention of the paper. And then, by the 1980s, this kind of earlier miracle has fallen apart, as she mentions. And the two main solutions is one, she talks about Taiwanese capital moves to Southeast Asia, but especially China, creating this class of, she calls, Taisang, Taiwanese capital in China. One estimate is there's over $150 billion, but definitely a lot more Taiwanese capital in China today. Or as she writes in her paper, about 14% of total FDI into China actually comes from Taiwan. So it is basically a major part of the, I think it's also a major part of at least the Chinese miracle aspect that is about Chinese exports to the rest of the world. And second, Taiwan moves up the value chain by recreating itself as a hub for high-tech industry. And these moves are connected to the first miracle, right? The factories in China obviously are an extension of the factories in Taiwan. The high-tech industry is concentrated in this place called Hsinchu, outside of Taipei. And that was based on an extension of the Kaohsiung EPZ. It is like an SEZ, but for high-tech industry. And Taiwanese officials conceptualized Hsinchu through consultation with Taiwanese-born, U.S.-trained engineers in Silicon Valley who exported the sort of startup culture of California to Taipei. This is Annalise Saxenian's argument. So Hsinchu gives us brands that we are familiar with, like Acer Computers, TSMC, and the kind of marriage of these two models, two strategies is Foxconn, right? It's Taiwanese high-tech capital in China. Probably made all the laptops and the smartphones, right, in this room right now. So it's the rise of Taiwanese nationalism defined so in the context of this transformation, we see a very sticky set of contradictions for Taiwanese nationalism, right? Taiwanese nationalism was defined in opposition to mainland China, especially in the 80s, but it also meant economic deregulation, as Szu-Yun has pointed out. So one question I have for her is, what is the material base of this Taiwanese bourgeois nationalism, of the DPP, right? Because there seems to be a clear paradox that Taiwanese nationalist capital advocates for policies to strengthen the national economy, even as their profits depend basically upon the labor in the land of China, right? And is it the case that it was these sort of Hokkien indigenous capitalists of the 60s and 70s? They are the same people who are the Taisang moving into mainland China. And if so, then we can make the point more clearly that Taiwanese nationalism nationalists were pushing for a sort of classless vision of the people, the Taiwanese people, but this is in fact concealing the sort of bourgeois character of the nationalist movement itself, right? It is benefiting the transnational elite at the expense of Taiwanese labor. And in this case, I think this is what you were saying when you kind of talk about Mono Goswami's arguments and Partha Chatterjee's arguments about post-colonial nationalism in the South Asian context. Now, in the meantime, right, with that picture of Ma Ying-jeou and Xi Jinping in the 2008, the 2KMT reinvents itself as from the mortal enemy of the CCP to actually the best friend of the CCP in the last decade or so. And then in response, the DPP repositions itself as anti-China, or not anti-China, sort of, resisting Chinese encroachment by 2016, and they are the incumbent party of Taiwan today. All these very maneuvers of position in Taiwan, I think, raise real questions about the paradoxical coexistence of global neoliberalism and heightened nationalism, which I know is a theme in a lot of the papers. So by the last decade, the KMT has now embraced the free trade vision, first offered by the DPP, while embracing China. And it should also be noted, China has become, I think, increasingly aggressive towards Taiwan and Hong Kong since 2008 as well. The TPP seems to me to now be kind of backed into a corner, right, promoting global trade, but then resisting China, which, I don't know what options that really leaves them with. And Szu-Yun ends her paper by saying the DPP has little option to, quote-unquote, re-territorialize after deterritorializing its national economy. And it was kind of maybe paralleling a lot of the discourse about decoupling, right, that we've heard the last 2 years, decoupling from China. So the question is, what moves are left for Taiwanese nationalism if it wants to retain both cultural and political autonomy, but also its privileged place in the world economy, right? Szu-Yun's paper suggests that neoliberalism is a framework within which to understand kind of all sides of this partisan politics in Taiwan. But also that within neoliberalism, right, this isn't just a flat landscape, right? There are many different positions and maneuvers that are possible within this history. So there's many different neoliberalisms that get articulated through concrete partisan politics. And more broadly, it seems Taiwan and China have found themselves in a predicament very recognizable to many parts of the world, which is to say, after decades of deregulation and transnational trade and finance, right, we are seeing a revival of nationalist antagonism. Is that a contradiction, or is that actually a logical reinforcing dynamic? Again, I know this is something that Cornel's paper talks about, and several other papers are talking about as well at this workshop. So I'll stop comments there and leave it open for that. Thanks.
Should I go first? Yeah. Thank you for those presentations. I thought they were great. One question I'd like to put on the floor is, to what are we referring when we refer to neoliberalism? Is it a name is it a categorical name for a system that will define the entire system, and you can move into and out of it? And you're either in it or out it, and it exists outside of your current system, or it encroaches the system. I'd prefer to think of neoliberalism as the name for the transformation, as a genre of transformation, not as a category. If it's a name for a form of transformation, then we wouldn't expect it to produce convergence on a singular system. We wouldn't expect it to have clear edges. And so I suppose my question is, right, to what do we refer? And I think there's a lot of references in the presentation and the comments here which were much more relational in nature. It's thinking about connections between forms of neoliberalization and the others with which they coexist, which I think is a very productive way of tangling with this problematic concept. But thank you.
Well, thank you for Professor Peck's comment. To be honest, I started this research project without thinking an idea of neoliberalism, but end up finding myself, tackling this idea. Because a lot of phenomena trade and economic liberalization. They are like in a lot of literature like subsumed into the idea of neoliberalism without really looking into the context in which they emerge. So so in the end, I come up with a conclusion that's similar to Barnett's comments that neoliberalism, especially in Taiwan's case, it's more like a parasitical, effect. So and there's a lot of like opportunist movement, opportunist initiatives, arising from this kind of hegemonic crisis that pursue like a neoliberal, agendas, but the importance is that it cannot be named. So it is because that it cannot be named. It's not named. It cannot be named. It cannot be, challenged in this particular way. So it's more like a parasitical, effect. It it acts up whenever there is an illness in your body. So that's, I think that would be the most suitable description of what neoliberalism is in Taiwan's case.
Yeah. So again, I think about this from a very very practical historical approach, which is to say, I started off by reading what are the canonical books about the history of neoliberalism, including your book, including Quinn's book. I mentioned the Harvey and the Stedman Jones kind of books, and I kind of just begin with this premise, this is a story that is typically about Western Europe and the United States, and it's almost like a proper name, it is referring to a specific set of individuals and events, and instead of necessarily looking for the sort of analog in every single part around the world, it's, if you look at East Asia, it's more interesting to think about, well, at the same time this is happening, that this thing called neoliberalism is happening in, this ocean, right? What's happening in the other ocean? These are connected. These are materially connected, et cetera. But I think Szu-Yun is right. It takes on different names, and we don't necessarily have to fit it all into that name. Just sort of there's the era of industrialization or the era of, international institutions. I think of it as a historical period, and then every single region kind of has their specific relationship to it. And then it gets back to this question of then what is the fundamental thing that connects it? I don't really know yet, but I think that is the kind of practice of building upwards from, taking all the cases from all the papers in this workshop. And maybe by the end you can come up with a sort of diagnosis of what is the thing shared in common and what is all the things that are actually not actually shared in common across all cases.
I think this is the kind of event I was dreaming about for a long time. It's the first time that you have East Europeanists, Brazilianists, South Africanists come together. I mean, when we studied neoliberalism in Southern Europe and Eastern Europe, we always had these benchmarks from, Robert Wade and Atul Kohli and Kiefer and so on. And we were like, okay, so these are the benchmarks. This is I'm doing my desk research. Then I'm going to post-communist lands and blood lands, and I'm trying to figure out what's the gap between, the kind of reflections that people have had in the early 90s about how the alternative to East European shock therapy should be the East Asian welfare developmental state. A debate that's now appropriated by Viktor Orban and others, right? Sort of reestablishing the fundamentals of 30 years of political economy. So my reflection on this is that this kind of event enables some reflections on the fundamental tension that Jamie mentioned, right? That neoliberalism is a genre of transformation without clear edges. And a bit of pushback on that is that there are clear edges. There is a moment when you actually leave neoliberalism. And I'm thinking here of Liz Turban's book on South Korea, right? When she says, look, we do see some of these metrics, that Mark mentioned in his debate on the Roman Empire. Yeah, you do see these beats of clear neoliberal ideas traceable to clearly neoliberal economic theories, such as new classical economics, such as Austrian school, etc. But overall, Thurban would say, North Korea is outside of the edges of neoliberalism. It is a new developmental mindset, period, right? And it's actually helpful to come up with these categories that say, okay, now you are no longer in the Allied zone, you're on the other side. And I think just for the sake of a productive discussion here, when I heard your presentation on Taiwan, immediately I thought of 1990s Baltic countries and Ravi Abdelal's work on neoliberalism in Latvia, right? It was like, okay, let's turn the socialist economy into a tax heaven, right? And then I was thinking about Aidan Reagan's work on Ireland, tax heaven plus high tech from California, and the Irish state, supposedly a clear example of neoliberal capitalism, acts as a sort of developmental state using foreign capital, but then that is subsumed to Irish developmental goals to go into cutting-edge technologies and increase the value added and so on and so forth, right? And I was thinking of literature on Brazil and the liberal neo-developmentalism there during Lula, right? So I think these categorizations do not point just to translations of neoliberalism, but to the possibilities of actually departing from that. And we have Poland with Marek Naksik, I'll talk about that briefly, that Poland is no longer a neoliberal, is no longer within the hard edges of neoliberalism, and is transitioning towards a neo-developmental, not just mindset, but actual institutions and realities. So in that sense, and I'm going to conclude with this comment, I'm just really grateful for what you're doing here, because when you're talking about the sort of national neoliberal hybrid in Taiwan, I think that the label applies, but it is very different from the Ethiopian version, which is like it has no domestic capital there, right? Whereas you do have cutting-edge domestic capital in Taiwan.
Yeah.
And my comment here is like to invite us to reflect on the possibilities of coming up with a conceptualization of what the metrics of leaving the Allied zones are. When do we know that you leave that, right? And I wrote a book about the translation of neoliberalism, and I end it with Jamie's quote that, this is a parasitic thing that devours it all, from feminist economics to Islamist economics, right? But then I wonder, right? I wonder if in 2022 I would still say that.
What do you mean by Allied zone? Like, what's the metaphor?
Sorry?
What's the metaphor, Allied zone? When you say when are we leaving the Allied zone?
That is what I mean. Are we still in the neoliberal within the neoliberal hard edges? And look in the West. You have massive QE, right? There's monetary policy, fiscal policy, neoliberal, really. Supply side policy, when you think about investment and pushing, de-risking the financial sector to invest in green policy. What's the neoliberalism there, right? Just because the private sector is involved, Isabella's paper says, doesn't mean it's neoliberalism, right? The fact that you have work incentives about collective property doesn't mean it's neoliberalism. So I think we reach this point after 30 years of literature on this, when we have to stop and say, do we really just say it's a translation, or do we say, well, maybe we should venture with some hard hypotheses about when you're stepping outside of the tribe?
Right.
Oh, well, thank you, Cornel, for your comments. I think your comments is also related to the question proposed by Andy about what are the moves left for Taiwan, But the story I'm providing here is kind of mixed, because what you might be curious about what the Taiwanese government is doing now. On the one hand, it tries to re-territorize its economy by rolling out military strategic industry, and unfortunately by hooking up with the U.S. hegemony in the Pacific. So nowadays we have a lot of U.S. senators with military backgrounds visiting Taiwan, from time to time. But this is one of the most important industrial policies that the DPP government is pursuing right now. But on the other hand, can you say, so it's been incorporated into the U.S. hegemony, or it's become still it's re-entering the neoliberal, hard edge? I don't know, because on the other hand, the DPP government is trying to address all this kind of remaining problems caused by quote neoliberalization, one of which is the housing issue, which is a very daunting and serious issue in Taiwan, because like the housing prices, I think it's just it's been simply unaffordable. I think it's one of the worst among the world, probably just next to Taiwan and Shanghai. So and it's apparently a consequence of like land speculation, housing speculation, and so this government is trying to address this issue. So you see this kind of polarizing approaches the regime is is trying to do. So it's really hard to say, oh, is it leaving the neoliberal front line? I don't know. The answer is still unclear.
Yeah, one comment I was just thinking about, and hearing Cornel talk about this idea of translation, I think the existing literature, from what I've read, which is not everything, obviously, is that a lot of it is intellectual history, like political history, and I think obviously that's very important. That's like what I do as well. But I also, but if an intellectual history of an economic crisis, it kind of seems like a little bit in tension, right? Like, what is the actual driving force behind these movements around the world? Is it just translation, right? Is it just the dissemination of ideas, right? Like, these ideas could be translated, and people could just say, ignore them, right? So it has to actually resonate with some sort of underlying political, social, economic, social problem, and which is why I think the paper, Szu-Yun's paper, one of the benefits of, or the strengths of the paper is to talk about this moment of crisis, of a material economic crisis, that gives rise to the plausibility and the resonance of these ideas. Otherwise, they could just read the, think about free market stuff like, no, we're good, because this, the East Asian miracle state is actually the way to go. And more broadly, just to kind of follow up on this idea of thinking about neoliberalism as a historical era, historical period, like Giovanni Arrighi's has this very 500, 600-year version of history, which might be a little bit simplistic, but he would say he argued this is basically a pendulum is swinging back and forth over and over 500 years. So neoliberalism is not the starting point; it's really just like the latest phase of a pendulum swinging back and forth over and over. And so and if you take that seriously, that kind of undermines a lot of the questions about agency and starting points and sort of unique specificity of the last 50 years as just like the latest iteration. And his point is also because the pendulum swings because of crises, right? And those crises are political economic ones, or they're crises of profitability and so on, not necessarily crises of intellectual paradigms. And so I think it is interesting that most of the history of neoliberalism is textual and intellectual. And I'm not saying it's idealist, right? But I think the reintegration of that with the sort of looking at the economic sort of hard numbers and all that stuff, right? Is obviously sort of the next kind of generation, or the next move in a lot of this stuff.
Sure. Time's already up, right? I just make a very brief comment, if I may. So, listening to both of you, first of all, this was really fascinating, and seeing the debates in Taiwan coming out of a model that sounds very similar to China, and then listening to Andy kind of making this broad history of capitalism kind of connection, I came to think that maybe we need to conceptualize this as some sort of a flying geese of neoliberalism, where basically you have these different stages of capitalist development, where the US at some point starts basically sacrificing its light industry, outsourcing it to Taiwan. As long as it's only being outsourced to Taiwan, Taiwan is still sufficiently small for light industry and so on also to go on in China. But then via Taiwan, it eventually migrates into China, and then once it's in China, there's no more scope for light industry production in labor-intensive producing in the US, right? Then in the next step, it kind of moves out of Taiwan and into China, and then you get this very intensified crisis of neoliberalism in the US, and eventually the same crisis kind of moves into Taiwan, and then the question becomes, will it move into China in the same ways? Maybe to some extent, but maybe also not, because scale does matter if we are talking about material accumulation processes. It does matter on what kind of scale you are operating, and the ways in which these countries are positioned. So it seems like there is some sort of a very interesting rethinking of that.
Although I think the crisis, I mean, depending on who you read, right, like was before the 80s, like before it even got to China. Like Japan was enough, South Korea and Taiwan were enough to.
Yeah,
is that
but
right?
it intensified.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree with the flying geese theory.
I love these zoological metaphors.
Tigers, flying geese.
Dancing with the goose.
Flying
Okay, well,
owl
thank
and
you
duck,
to the presenters for a fascinating panel, and we will go directly after this one into South Africa. So I'll advise you all to stay in your seats.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I know.
Yeah.
Let's get some pastries.
And I'll go figure out what to do.
Do you have any updates that you want me to? This is what we're doing. Is there something that I should say different other than?
Oh, no.
Something? Okay.
I mean, I would abridge it. But
Yeah, I won't. Yes, I won't do the entire.
I
just wondering what.
But I spoke to the guy. So, yeah.
Hi, Antia. I believe you can hear me on the Zoom. You're about to.
Oh my God, no, that's even worse than that. That's the Apple Mini display board. When you see it on top, we've got one. Get a new computer.
Lots of geography to
Yeah.
Plug that into the VGA and then switch to the VGA port. So it goes to VGA. Yes, exactly. Brilliant. She can hear everything.
Yeah. You want to tell me when to start? Or? Okay. Can I start? All right. Oh, okay.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to our next round. This session is on South Africa. We'll be hearing from first Ben Bradlow, who is a lecturer in sociology at Harvard University. He has a book in the works called Urban Power. I like that. No subtitle, just Urban Power.
There's a subtitle.
But we'll leave it at that. Let's just pretend it's just Urban Power. And as a commenter, we'll be hearing remotely from Antina von Schnitzler, who is an associate professor at the New School in the program in International Affairs, who has a book out on similar topics called Democracy's Infrastructure, Technopolitics, and Protest After Apartheid. And actually, I'll take this moment to kind of plug this book that was partially the inspiration for this workshop, which is called Market Civilizations, Neoliberals, East and South, coming out from Zone Books in their Near Future series. It's supposed to already be out, but the pandemic, supply chain issues and all that. And some of the people who are presenting here contribute to that volume. So Isabella Weber has a chapter in there on the ordo liberals and how they were advising the Chinese during the 1980s. Antina von Schnitzler has a great piece about the kind of South African Hayekians in the apartheid era. Aditya Balasubramanian, who was supposed to be here but had a horrible eye affliction, has a great chapter about whether or not India is neoliberal or not. And all the rest of them are really good too. So keep an eye out for that. Ben.
All right, thanks to Quinn and Mark for the invitation to share with you all today. What I want to do now is to not just talk about South Africa, though I am going to talk about South Africa, but also to introduce another scale at which we can think about neoliberalism, which is the scale of the city or the urban. As Quinn briefly mentioned, I'm currently completing a book that compares urban governance after democratic transitions in Johannesburg and Sao Paulo in Brazil. And what I'm going to do here is draw from some of this work, and some of it was published in a recent article that was shared with the participants here, to discuss the urban dimension of post-apartheid development, particularly in Johannesburg, and how the urban dimension might help shed light on the broader national political economy in South Africa. And what I'm going to do is use this work to suggest a way of characterizing some of the ways that South Africa can both be seen as exceptional to and illustrative of neoliberal governing approaches. So the urban scale is critical for thinking about the BRICS, insofar as we believe this to be a meaningful category, and comparative political economy. About 10 years ago, humanity reached a new threshold, which is that for the first time, the majority of people now live in cities. And the character of contemporary urban growth is a defining feature of economic inequality and broader political economy today. In particular, 1 in 7 humans lives in an urban slum in the global south, the vast majority of which are in middle-income countries like South Africa. So it's tempting to consider South Africa as something of a middle-income neoliberal archetype. When Nelson Mandela was released from jail in 1990, international business and political elites were nervous about the communist influence behind much of his African National Congress's policy agenda, while it was a banned political party. And he famously traveled to the World Economic Forum in Davos in '92, where he was purportedly persuaded to give up his party's longstanding goals of nationalizing land, as well as a significant range of industries, and in particular mines, at the commanding heights of an economy that scholars of South Africa have often described as a minerals energy complex. But I want to focus on the urban scale because it tells us a lot about how state power has been restructured and rescaled since democratization in '94. And in many ways, South Africa's post-'94 development trajectory suggests a strong integration into a global neoliberal order. We see the effects of what we would expect from such an integration in terms of persistently low growth, a high degree of deindustrialization, and an increased reliance on primary commodity exports, a national economy that's ever more subject to global financial and business cycles. But I want to set the stage in Johannesburg by going back to the anti-apartheid struggle in the 1980s. In Johannesburg, housing movements and neighborhood associations, which were allied to an independent trade union federation, united under the banner of the United Democratic Front, or UDF. And this is a poster from a rally that the UDF held in Johannesburg's Soweto Township in 1983. And this rally was protesting what were then called community councils. These were unelected local authorities whose intentionally poor delivery outcomes produced one of the central demands of the UDF during the negotiations over the transition to democracy in '94, which was encapsulated in the slogan, "One city with one tax base." And the idea of this demand was that in order to overcome the divides of apartheid urban development, richer and white areas would cross-subsidize poorer black areas through a central municipal property tax collection. So post-94, the South African state emerges with a new constitutional order that is premised on a developmental state with strong powers to redistribute and both strong legal and fiscal authority allocated to the municipal level to administer that form of developmentalism. In the mid-90s, you had a number of scholars referring to a local developmental state embedded in the institutional design of South Africa post-94. As a result, nationally, we see strong capacities for tax collection, which have been consistently at or above OECD rates of tax collection measured as a share of GDP. We also see the creation and administration of a system of social grants that reaches at least 1/3 of the population. But we see a persistent reproduction of spatial inequalities in access to urban public goods like housing and sanitation at the scale of the city. And my argument about the urban scale is that while the unequal outcomes certainly resemble what a neoliberal mode of development might lead us to expect, this is not the consequence of a strong coordinated program of business and political elites. So first I want to just show you what spatial inequality looks like in Johannesburg over time. So all of the shaded areas here are places where there are at least 10% of households living in an informal shack. The share of the population living informally in Johannesburg throughout these three censuses has been between 10 and 15%. And the darker areas are where you have a higher provision of a toilet, a flush toilet in the house in an informal shack. So you can see that the geography of informal housing in the city has barely changed. And you can also see that the provision of sanitation measured as a flush toilet has also barely changed. In fact, some of these dark areas have become lighter, meaning that an influx of new population is making the conditions of informality even worse. And what you're looking at now is an official map of what the municipal governing arrangement that actually came out of the negotiations in the early 90s looked like. So it's a bit confusing and fractured, and that's precisely the point. A critical compromise in the rushed negotiations before the first elections in '94 led to the institution of 4 municipal substructures that had strong powers, including the power to collect property taxes, which were then supposed to go to a central municipal fiscal authority. At the same time, immediately upon taking office, the new central municipal authority began a program of significant new capital investments in the basic infrastructure of the southern parts of the city. You can see Soweto there most famously, that had been most excluded from public goods provisioning under apartheid. So the power of municipal substructures became an attractive mechanism for traditional white elites, primarily property owners and property developers who do not always align in urban political economy. They could not directly attack the legitimacy of the redistributive policies of the central city government, which focused on investments in housing and basic infrastructure in the black townships. The role of race was particularly important for emphasizing the legitimacy of the new government. A black majority had extremely high political legitimacy, after the end of apartheid. So traditional white elites pursued a more hidden route to undermine the capacity to actually implement the policies of a new black majority government. They pursued a strategy of ring-fencing property tax contributions to the sub-municipal level through what were called city improvement districts. And one of the early examples of these city improvement districts was in Santon, described today in promotional documents of both the private and public sector as Africa's richest square mile. This is a tool, the city improvement districts, that's used all over the world, but here it was used to directly undermine the centralization of municipal authority in a way that ran counter to the municipal authorities' own policies for redistribution. And one of the founders of this first city improvement district whom I interviewed for this project was very explicit about the strategy. She said, we definitely weren't going to give our contributions to the central city because there would be no guarantee that it would be spent in our area. We did a deal with the sub-municipal authority. So there were two key factors in this strategy that left the local state without a set of ties to civil society that otherwise might effectively countervail the power of traditional white elites. First, you have the demobilization of largely black housing movements in the townships. The rush to complete a negotiated democratic transition in '94 was coupled with a stated belief of the African National Congress that the newly black-led government would be charged with undoing the legacies of apartheid. And this was coupled with an explicit insistence on the demobilization of movements that had backed the ANC in its struggle against apartheid and had strong capacities to challenge government and hold it to account. So we see an early program of investment in black townships in the southern parts of the city, but this is entirely separate from any kind of co-governing arrangement with movements that had roots in these parts of the city. And then secondly, we see how traditional white elites pursue a relatively hidden strategy to disable the capacity of the ANC government in Johannesburg to finance and deliver on its redistribution-oriented goals. So these are some of the key dimensions of this ring-fencing strategy that I describe in the paper. The richer northern areas of the city are hoarding rates and for the maintenance of infrastructure in their territory, a demobilized social base in the south. Eventually, you do see a move to a more unitary municipal structure in Johannesburg, but this is coupled with a corporatization of key municipal line departments, most particularly for water and electricity, which means that a planning authority within the city government has very little control over what these key infrastructure departments actually do. So the city tried to rein in private property developers who themselves were creating a new type of wealthy periphery in the further northern parts of the city. In Johannesburg, further and further away from the sprawling black townships of the south. And the city attempted to do so by instituting what it called an urban development boundary. And the idea here was to prevent private development that would strain the financial resources of the city, which would then have to provide bulk infrastructure like roads and sewers to these new wealthy developments. But developers learned to venue shop by approaching provincial authority as opposed to municipal government for building permits. And this allowed them to violate the city's urban development boundary. So pictured is an example of one of these new developments in the far north of the city that violated this urban development boundary. And when I interviewed a key official in land use management in the city, she said that that she was quite explicit that they had lost all control of development in the city in terms of granting approvals. These guys, they saw a loophole, and then most applications were processed by province. Now they had powers to disregard any of our policies. Okay, so to summarize the case that I've just described, you see weakening political and social support from local governments based in movements to countervail the structural power of traditional white elites. These white elites organize and strategize through a relatively racialized sense of being a group to pursue hidden strategies to undermine the redistribution-oriented reforms of the central city government in Johannesburg. And in the paper that I shared with you, I refer to these strategies as weapons of the strong. The result is a city government without capacity to regulate land in such a way that it can achieve redistributive goals like spatial transformation, a more even distribution of public goods across the space of the city, or even something as simple as enforcing an urban boundary. And then I also want to end with some considerations for what this case might help us think about in terms of assessing neoliberalism in South Africa more broadly. First, we have an erosion of municipal fiscal capacity that's associated with a turn towards a new public management style corporate reorganization of state-owned enterprises. I've alluded to this particularly at the municipal scale, but this is also quite the case at the national scale for large state-owned enterprises, particularly for energy. The policy sphere in the city over the last 5 to 10 years has moved away from an emphasis on fiscal redistribution, which has been made increasingly unviable precisely by the strategies that I've described. And it is now more focused on managing growth, still without strong ties to a local real estate elite. So I want to emphasize that the sociological base that we tend to associate with neoliberal policymaking doesn't appear in quite the same form that we would normally expect to see. One consequence is that the spatial structure of the city remains extremely unequal and incapable of taking advantage of the agglomeration-based economies of scale that have been associated with global knowledge-based growth paradigms. These are the kinds of agglomeration economies that we see not only in the West, but also in some of the East Asian cases that we've heard about already. So without strong programmatic allies of either labor or business, it's hard to really describe policymaking in South Africa as a neoliberal project, or perhaps any other kind of project. This is a largely disembedded political economic path, which we can see play out in the space of the country's largest city, as I've shown here. We see nationally low rates of private investment. Just last month, the president was at pains to insist or exhort that an investment strike was finally over in South Africa. But we see persistently low rates of growth, extremely high structural unemployment. The most recent figures are that unemployment in South Africa is at 35%. So I'll leave it here. I'm looking forward to hear what Antina has to say as well, and look forward to discussing this with you all. Thank you.
You okay? I hope so. I'm not hearing any yeses, but I'm just making the assumption people can hear me. Yes. Great, thank you. Okay, so thanks for the invitation and for allowing me to do this over Zoom and not potentially spread my germs to all of you. This paper was a fascinating read in general, but also for me personally. I've spent a lot of time researching and thinking about non-payment and counter politics around the townships around Johannesburg. So reading here in some more detail about the weapons of the strong was really very interesting. So what I want to do here is to focus on those aspects of the paper that are particularly relevant to the conversation we are having today and tomorrow regarding the past and future of BRICS neoliberalism. And because part of the brief for us discussants was also to draw on our own research somewhat, I'm going to try and do that too, a little bit at least. Two disclaimers. One is that I'm an anthropologist, and so I come at these questions from that perspective. The second one is that my research on South Africa was really between 2000 and 2015. So any present and future questions might be better addressed to Ben than to me, but I'm happy to speak about longer and recent history. Okay, so Ben's paper poses a problem to its readers. How is it that the liberation movement turned government coalition was not able to embark upon local redistributive reforms? And this question has been asked in many contexts. Bradlow suggests, but South Africa presents a particularly interesting case because its transition saw a dramatic shift in formal political power with the end of apartheid in 1994 in the first general election. His answer, based on extensive research in Johannesburg, is that historically white business interests thwarted redistributive reforms through subterfuge, the exploitation of loopholes, and lack of government capacity, through strategies which Bradlow calls weapons of the strong. And I found the details of this elite resistance then discussed very compelling. And his analysis certainly convinced me of the importance and influence of this version of what one might call elite technopolitics. But the analysis also raised a few questions for me, and questions that don't necessarily pertain directly to the paper, but that we might use to begin a discussion about how we can think of neoliberalism in this context. So one question that emerged was whether this version of weapons of the strong, however important it is the whole story here. In other words, can the absence of meaningful redistributive reforms and rising inequality be explained by private white elite resistance, or are there other dynamics that may play a role here too? Many on the left might contest the argument that the ANC-led government was in fact poised to embark on radically redistributive reforms that would fundamentally undermine economic elite power. As is well known, South Africa's transition to democracy was a negotiated settlement, as Ben also told us. So it was not an outright win that promised radical transformation. So the expectation for wide-ranging redistributive reforms were tempered very early on. By extension, the assumption that a black government would necessarily pursue a wide-ranging redistribution might be questioned by some for a number of related reasons. One is that if one reads the history of the long internal struggles of the liberation movement that was ultimately won by the more moderate sections of that movement, it is perhaps less surprising that the ANC-led government pursued a less radically redistributive agenda than many had hoped. There's also the wider historical context of the end of the Cold War that shaped the transition in important ways, and perhaps transitions in other BRICS countries too. Maybe we could come back to that wider context. So I think bringing some of the complexities of the transition and the post-apartheid government is important here, lest one run the risk of setting up race as a guarantor for redistributive politics, or of delimiting the political and the economic too starkly. And of course, the most influential scholarly argument along those lines is Patrick Bond's elite transition, in which he argues that South Africa's neoliberal program was quote-unquote homegrown, that is, embarked upon freely rather than imposed from without as the result of elite pacting. But I'm also here rehearsing arguments I heard innumerable times from the activists with whom I worked during my own research in Johannesburg in the early to mid-2000s. And these activists were at the time affiliated with the Anti-Privatization Forum, which was formed in opposition to the Reconstruction and Development Program, or RDP, to the more neoliberal macroeconomic strategy geared growth, employment, and redistribution strategy for long, which was embarked upon in 1996. And more locally, by the increasing popularity of new public management and municipal policy. In Johannesburg, similarly, much protest by social movements and unions surrounded the shift to the Igoli reforms of the 1990s, late 1990s and early 2000s, which corporatized many of the city's essential services, from rubbish collection to water provision. In various ways, then, a left critique might assign more agency to the ANC and suggest that even if there were limited redistributive reforms, or at least agendas, which of course there were, there are also lots of ways in which we can speak of very clear neoliberal moves within these reforms. Now, having said all of that, I too am somewhat skeptical of the sellout narrative, if perhaps for slightly different reasons. I'm skeptical in part because I believe it tends to grant too much intentionality and freewheeling agency to individual key elite actors, thereby sidelining the larger historical and political context in which these reforms took place. But this also gets me to my last comment or question about our working definition of neoliberalism. And of course, I feel like this question has come up in every single panel so far, and Mark mentioned it very early on as the identification problem. So I'm going to keep going with the identification problem. But in the paper, you suggest that Johannesburg could not be seen as merely an instance of actually existing neoliberalism, in part because of institutional conditions that aren't overdetermined by, quote, global flows of capitalism, and because of its relatively strong state capacity and meaningful rights-based programmatic commitment. This is a quote from the paper. And so I want to add a somewhat different line of thinking on this question, one that suggests that neoliberalism is not necessarily only or even primarily about the orientation towards global flows of capitalism. Similarly, it could be argued that neoliberal reforms are potentially compatible with limited redistributive reforms, as well as with rights-based ways of thinking about social provisioning. And again, this kind of question about state capacity and social provisioning might be one that is also shared by other BRICS countries, if not all, by no means. So rather than think of neoliberalism as a macroeconomic blueprint or fiscal austerity, we might recognize key neoliberal concepts in forms and modalities of thinking about redistribution and social provisioning. Secondly, and again, this is not addressed at the paper directly, but a broader point, one might think of neoliberalism not necessarily or only as a unitary project that is differently implemented in different places. Rather, one might also think of places outside the US and Europe as epistemological locations where neoliberal knowledge is made and repurposed. And this is, of course, partly the topic of the book that Quinn mentioned earlier that's going to be published soon. So specifically in South Africa, it's interesting how neoliberalism was drawn on and reformulated in response to political crises. And I want to give two examples from my own research, and I will do so necessarily somewhat schematically because I don't want to use up that much more time. But the first one is that even though the 1990s are often foregrounded in the histories of neoliberalism in South Africa, there's an earlier moment in the 1970s when neoliberal theories are drawn on by intellectuals close to the apartheid state to respond to the political and economic crises of the 1970s. So in the aftermath of the 1976 Soweto uprising, we see a shift away from the blunter techniques of apartheid towards much more oblique micro-political techniques, including a series of piecemeal urban interventions, often inspired by neoliberal principles, in which housing as well as urban services and infrastructures became central. Crucially, these reforms proposed in this period sought to shift some of the most contentious political questions regarding political rights to an administrative and technical terrain. And as they embarked on the dual task of reforming the apartheid state whilst holding on to minority rule, apartheid-era reformers pragmatically drew on neoliberal ideas in an effort to depoliticize the anti-apartheid movement. So to be sure, the reforms that emerged during this time were haphazard. They didn't always have the desired effects. In fact, most of the time they didn't because they weren't going to address the question of political rights. But they did have the effect of creating or helping to create the terrain of infrastructure and housing that became the kind of key site for the anti-apartheid movement during the 1980s, which is something that Ben also spoke about. So this is one example. The second one is from my ethnographic fieldwork on the corporatization of water services in Johannesburg in the early to mid-2000s, and more specifically on the introduction of prepaid water meters in Soweto, a project that was met with widespread resistance as well as a legal challenge. So in this instance, one set of activist analyses suggested that the prepaid meters were the capillary ends of a neoliberal program of cost recovery brought in by the multinational water company Suez, which had been contracted to manage the water utility. This was a newly created company. But looked at more closely, and there's some truth obviously to this analysis, but looked at more closely, the meters were also designed to end the non-payment of services that continued from the anti-apartheid struggle. And in fact, the meters had first been used to fight against, as a form of counterinsurgency almost, against the anti-apartheid rent boycotts. So here, the policy of corporatization was a technique of making the city calculable in new ways that drew on private sector norms. So to my mind, a clear neoliberal move, with the meters as a primary mechanism of cost recovery. But at the same time, the prepaid meter was also a political technique designed to end the political standoff of non-payment, and as such could be argued as a tool to refashion post-apartheid citizenship. So here, neoliberal concepts and analytic tools were drawn on to achieve political goals and to respond to specific governmental problems. And in both too, these concepts and tools were reformulated to fit existing conditions. So rather than only think of neoliberalism as an economic blueprint or a ready-made program that is then implemented in various ways in different places, it might be helpful to think of neoliberalism as a complex of adaptable concepts and techniques that are deployed in historically specific ways, and that importantly are also rethought, adapted, and produced in places that are otherwise often marginal to the neoliberal story. So, thank you.
Well, actually, I have a question, so maybe I'll start. I mean, listening to this as well as the Taiwan paper that preceded it, one thing that occurred to me is a strong dividing line in the way that neoliberalism as a category is used is between those people who talk about neoliberalism as a project of counter-majoritarianism, if not anti-democratic politics, the production of these institutions like independent central banks, the European Commission, et cetera, World Trade Organization, IMF, that managed to sort of, as I call it in my book, sort of encase markets and protect them from democratic challenge, versus the kind of, Taiwanese democratization story and some versions of the South African transition story in which sort of there's a movement towards more consumer freedom, for better or for worse, that comes along with some form of political pluralism. So there's a kind of way in which neoliberalization and democratization go sort of hand in hand. And it seems to me that's one of the big, the ways in which people are talking past each other when they use this category, especially between disciplines. But the question I actually wanted to ask was specifically to you, Ben, about this extraordinary story you tell us. And even though the sort of intellectual history framework is under pressure here, if not about to be binned altogether, I am kind of curious about the genealogy of what you're describing as kind of the ring fencing approach, the kind of the segregation of certain sectors of Johannesburg and the hoarding of property taxes, because one does see things in the United States, thinking of the sort of Sandy Springs model, right, of kind of municipal secession, doing very similar things. Is what we're seeing in this case more a kind of hangover from the apartheid state, or is it something that is being imported as a kind of a technique of urban segregation from other countries? How does one kind of classify this? I think actually Antina's chapter in our book provides a good middle ground by talking about decentralization as a kind of Jan Lombardian technique of the 1970s and 1980s. But I'd be curious to see how you place that. How do you talk about the kind of intellectual history of this otherwise quite brutal realist struggle over limited space that you're giving to us?
Should I respond now or? Sure. Okay. So I want to respond to that question by maybe also addressing some of the things that Antina brought up in her very comprehensive and useful response. So at a very basic level, yes, there are some imported dynamics of this kind of strategy, and key figures in these city improvement districts in Johannesburg talked about being in conversation with people in the United States who were developing similar kinds of institutional structures here. But what was perhaps more striking to me is not that they were in conversation. There is an imported dynamic, but there's something that's very homegrown about this kind of strategy, which is the degree to which those pursuing it feel that their legitimacy is something that can be that they can insist on within their own domestic context. And by that I mean that these groups were saying this is our territory. This is something that we have occupied within the political economy of the city for a number of years, and no matter what is happening politically, we view ourselves as having a right to the stability and continuity of our space. And that's not the kind of like what I would characterize as a more striving ideology of an American-style municipal secession, which is that we just need to hoard resources so that we can strive along the meritocratic design of an American neoliberal type of growth model. Now, why do I want to link this to what Antina was talking about? I think the sellout narrative in South Africa is absolutely something that you have to contend with in addressing neoliberalism in South Africa. And Antina rightly notes that there is a problem with the sellout narrative is in that it's incredibly agentic. It suggests that but for a few key individuals in the ANC who maybe were corrupted by going to some fancy meetings in Switzerland, there would be a social democratic state. And, you know, that doesn't quite make sense because it leaves open, well, why would those particular people have been empowered to such a degree that their kind of corruption would have even made a difference in the first place? What I'm trying to suggest here is that there's a specific kind of sociology of a sellout, even if there is a sellout, that's about the social blocks of the emergence of a more neoliberal orientation in a democratic dispensation. In a sense, in my understanding of the Chinese story, for example, is everything is happening within the party. So to address debates within the Communist Party, that makes a lot of sense because that's where all of the agency appears to lie. In a much more pluralist context in South Africa, the role of movements, the role of unions, these are critical to the degree of agency that's available to a political party like the African National Congress in the first place. So, you know, that leads me to Antina's comment about rights-based distribution and how much that's commensurate with neoliberal governing strategies. I think there's definitely there definitely are forms of redistribution that are commensurate with what we might think of as a neoliberal governing strategy, but much of this depends on the social bloc that underlies the kinds of institutional attempts to realize redistribution. So in the case of the prepaid water meters that Antina talks about and has written about in extremely important work for those of us who are working on public goods in South Africa, it's important that the struggle against prepaid water meters was legalized and that the pursuit of this struggle ended up in the courts and not in the construction of new institutional arrangements for delivering water to the poorest parts of the city. And this means that movements are entirely separated from the construction of institutional responses and are in effect being shunted aside to the legal arena, which offers a much more limited set of options for realizing the redistributive goals that these movements want. And I would argue that that's one of the reasons why the movement that Antina studies ended up not generating the scale and durability over a longer term that could produce more institutional reforms within the city of Johannesburg or beyond.
So my question is a little bit self-interested, perhaps, and it's going to ask you to make explicit some points that I think you made in your talk, but explicitly, what do we get by comparing Johannesburg to Sao Paulo? When it comes to, right, well, we think about neoliberalism, but maybe more specifically, popular participation when it comes to determining the distribution of public goods. What do we gain in looking at the Johannesburg experience by looking at the experience of Sao Paulo? So and I say that's self-interested because I know that's not really the topic here, but I know it's something that's on your mind when you're thinking about Johannesburg is Sao Paulo and vice versa. So if you could make that a little, just more explicit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the broader project that I'm working on, and I guess it just comes back to this point that there's a social basis for institutional change, and we need to identify what are the social blocks that are actually pushing forward. Like we have an intellectual history of neoliberalism. We have an intellectual history of redistributive projects as well, and in both cases, you need a social bloc that can actually be a vessel for a set of ideas. What I try to do in my broader work comparing Sao Paulo and Johannesburg is to show that in two cities that had a very similar set of ideas in a moment of transition from democracy, you end up with very different social blocks that are or not able to build institutional capacities at the city scale to actually realize or not realize a redistributive project. But for the sake of this discussion, what I want to emphasize is, in as much as we want to talk about an intellectual history of neoliberalism, we also want to we want to bring that together with an analysis of what is the social vessel by which these ideas become a reality.
Thanks, Ben.
I don't know if Antina wants to come in because she's not.
I mean, I know nothing about Sao Paulo, but
thanks, Ben. So I really appreciated your focus on the kind of local and the urban here, but I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the relationship between the kind of national and the local and the national and the city. And one of the reasons I was thinking about this is, I've been thinking a lot about like South Africa's commitment to a developmental state, right? So for pretty much the whole post-apartheid period, South Africa has talked about either being a developmental state or aspiring to be a developmental state, and a lot of the policies that they put in place by the Department of Trade and Industry are trying to like emulate that. So we see now with the like reinvigorated industrial strategy, focus on sectoral master plans, we get labor, we get business, we get government together, we set these targets, trying to kind of emulate, you know, Korea, Taiwan, whatever. But I think there's very few instances of success in that. And I was wondering about this when you were talking, because I've been thinking about like why, right? Why does that happen? Why, despite a commitment by all of these people to try to do this, are there these blockages? And I'm wondering if you have any sense of kind of two dynamics. One, are there like weapons of the strong, right, being deployed at a national level, like in this? Do you think there's a way in which that same dynamic plays itself out at national politics? But also in talking to people in, say, Johannesburg and talking to government officials, how much of the nationally determined industrial policy and that filters down, and how much is there a kind of link between what's happening locally and what's happening nationally? Yeah.
In terms of industrial policy, filtering down to the local level, I think there was a time in the 2000s where people were talking about municipal states helping to drive economic development, but that's increasingly absent from the picture, such that by the time I was starting my interviews in 2015, nobody was talking about that. But the broader, at the national level, I mean, you might know this better than I do, Carolee, but my impression is that you have a similar problem where insofar as labor and business are being convened for meetings by government, there's no coordinating mechanism that the state has vis-a-vis either labor or business. So that whatever kind of goals Department of Trade and Industry sets, there's no social sector that feels accountable to any of those goals.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. As always, great fan of your work, and thank you also to Prof. Schnitzler for your contributions. I guess my question, Ben, is like you talk about the social blocks, right? And I'm wondering about like social blocks from below, civil society, housing movements, etc., and like how over time has their strategy changed? So, and this ties to Antina's point where, you know, if you think of neoliberalism not just as a macro blueprint from above, but like a sort of more localized, adaptive agglomerations over time. So how does that change the strategy of those resisting this, elite capture of space? And the point of comparison that I bring here is like, I'm thinking about like Mumbai, where even the housing movements like Spark and all that before, pro-Islam housing movements, initially were very anti-market, and then over time they adopted this market logic as well. So I wonder how that fits into your story, and that if we think about not just social blocks, but the strategies to use, how does that shape the politics of possible, and a bit of a tie to your theme of like democracy and neoliberalization, except from the social movement perspective. I hope that makes sense.
I mean, movement strategy can't be divorced from just the basic organizational structure of movements. And I'm trying to answer by drawing out some points for comparison in other cases as well, which is that the movement sector in South Africa, or at least the movements that I study, are increasingly fragmented, such that if in the 2000s you had relatively large-scale movements that were pushed into the legal arena, by the 2010s you have no citywide movements in a place like Johannesburg or Cape Town. There's a bit in Durban in South Africa. So that the extent to which movements are even engaged on policy questions is much more constrained than it was 10 or 20 years prior. To the extent that we care about movements as a key actor in political economy, we have to say that in the case of South Africa, movements have become an increasingly marginal actor in the broader political economy, precisely because of the logic of these prior struggles.
Next up. Oliver, go there. Give me a mic.
So I was struck by your presentation talking about how there's a kind of collapse in investment that goes along with this. And this has got me thinking about rents, basically. That I wonder if sort of, to bring Gramsci back in a different way, the morbid tendencies of the moment dissolve into rents. So what I'm thinking is is this a kind of, to put sort of the neoliberalism thing back on the table, is there a sort of general tendency that works out something along these lines? That eventually, regardless of where you are in the system, whether you're sort of, China at this moment, or whether you're Taiwan at this moment, or you're South Africa at this moment, the sort of the advanced guard of the growth model, the domestic coalition, the social bloc, or whatever, just dissolves into rents because it's just so much easier to make money that way, right? That once you basically create kind of neoliberal markets, you push back any pretense that the state is actually going to really intervene and regulate. So to take the United States as an example, many of us came here on planes, right? They suck. There's effectively 4 airlines, and they haven't had a price competition war in any meaningful way in 15 years, right? So they all price fix. Every city in the US has 2 internet providers, and they're a cartel, and they're shit, right? And essentially, we've allowed this to grow up. Brett Christophers has a brilliant book on this in the United Kingdom. It's just the whole thing is an economy of people who've managed to create intellectual property rights provisions, or alternatively actual physical property rights on assets, which just generate rents. So I'm just wondering if you want to reflect on that in terms of South Africa, that it doesn't seem to be the standard neoliberal case, but if we think about it as like basically you devolve into an economy of rent seeking, which has a corollary in low investment, regardless of interest rates, all the rest of it. Maybe it's more neoliberal than we think, if we think about sort of the point of it is to generate rents.
I think that's extremely plausible. I'll
take that.
but it's extremely plausible. But this brings us back to the intellectual history, the level of ideas, because the ideas that are attached to that increasing rentier model are ever more anti-neoliberal. So the key rentier bloc in South African politics describes itself as radical economic transformation. And it's all about, it's a very black nationalist ideology, at least in terms of like the kinds of allusions that it makes. And it's all about attacking a neoliberal model precisely as it appears to be the kind of outcome that you're describing. So I don't know, that's just kind of bringing us to that dynamic interplay between ideas and social blocks.
Antina, do you want to comment on any of this?
I mean, I feel like I don't have that much to say on the more recent history in South Africa. But what I would say, which goes back to what Ben said earlier, is that, I don't know, partly if you were referring to the economic freedom fighters, the EFF, which in some ways has taken over the space that was taken up by social movements before. So in other words, the opposition, much of the opposition that was organized in movement activity is now moved into the EFF, and which comes with a whole other nationalist agenda that perhaps was much more in a minority before. So I think that would be the only thing I would add to the previous question. So, yeah.
I just have a quick follow-up question on Mark's question. You mentioned the increasing commodity dependence and volatility that comes with this briefly in your presentation. That seems to link to the whole question of rent, if you had any thoughts on that.
I just wanted to echo Antina's point about neoliberalism being a sort of complex and having lots of different dimensions to it. So sometimes there'll be cases where we can see, the Hayekian fingerprints and the direct line back to Mont Pelerin or something. But 99% of the time, it's much more indirect, and it might be about the migration of practices as much as it is about the ideas in some grandiose way. So we've got this much more sort of viral notion where any privatization experiment that takes place or has taken place in the last 40 years, let's say, clearly doesn't take place in isolation of all of the others, whether or not there's a conversation going on between the actors. They exist in a world of privatization experiments, and those practices have evolved in a complex social way. So I think that this notion of neoliberalism as a sort of complex just signals all of these additional dimensions that are really useful to take into account. And I think many of them you pick up at the urban scale, as well as studying the national blueprints as well. So I think these cases are bringing out that in a very interesting way, I have to say.
Yeah, so I take that comment as an extremely useful summary comment for this case and others. But just to respond to Isabella, I mean, the increasing commodity dependence, that's just reinforcing the rentier dynamic, where you have a greater concentration at the commanding heights of the economy that makes it much more open to direct political struggle and not about any kind of developmental diversification and growth.
That might be a good place to leave it then. We'll head to lunch. And for those following on the stream, pop back in about an hour. We'll be back here. And otherwise, just another round of applause for another fascinating panel.
Bye.
Actually, maybe it's trying to say the Taiwanese
Is anyone going to spare one of these?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh, brilliant,
Right there, there was a good shadow.
Lunch is outside. Indian food is very good. Go get it. Yes. And then go in the sun, which is good. No, I got what you're saying.
Yeah, I just feel like there's by giving this thing that everyone can pray on, or somehow like, refuse, engage with, somehow that is very fun.
In the moment,
This is but this is a very committed no, not organizational, and social So it's kind of a weird situation where it's productive, not because it's persuaded everyone, given everyone else's Exactly. No, being translated is going to be. I mean, it's a pretty breaking culture, but it's useful. I mean, we get the sense of yeah, and they'll be fine. I'm glad to see that it's not like I don't know who's doing my watch. The first is maybe the most voluntarist part.
Little red book.
As opposed to the sellout narrative, I think actually the most voluntarist part is
yeah, and you also carry what happens. Yeah, but instead of not being able to.
So they said either come directly and then movement people ended up and legislative at every level.
Like people who are like it.
Well, right, maybe because I'm right. And then the second dimension is there's not so much political competition. So they can see that it's much bigger. Which means that the power of absorption into the formal political
So
sphere
that's
is
actually a
extremely
super
high.
interesting dimension. Because they're saying that
it's in
success at the national level kind of emasculates these movements. Right? Because
That's fine.
it kind of up on the grassroots.
It's more engaging, especially for us.
Yeah, so
I mean, I really like
in my book where I compare with
just
Brazil,
without
one of the
one
key
part,
differences is that the Workers' Party in Brazil is
like-
going in and out of power, so they have a much more dynamic relationship.
Yeah, but it was taking me longer to do the.
That's actually also
vector
is
auto
a very
regression and the gradient
neoliberal
causality.
aspect of how
Yeah.
So I don't even
parts
know
of the
if really
Yugoslav
every
power
number
is
now
kind
figure out
feel
whether we
like
can
that
do the vector auto regression as a small sample. But we might be able to do the major
This is
causality
stuff that the
without
Mark
doing
writes about
Mhm.
in terms of, the cartelization of parties,
Yeah.
and how once you
That would be
are
super. I mean, that would
exercising
be,
power,
that would
it's
be
much more
other than the
expedient to not talk about all the time.
Yeah, though the thing is,
Yeah.
it's like, well,
And it
it's
looks like things spiked at different
it is a
times.
kind of neoliberalization,
Causality,
but then
Yeah.
Robert Michaels was writing about the social democrats in Germany in the early 20th century. That's the iron law of oligarchy. So it's like it could be pre-neoliberalism.
Yeah, I guess,
working on.
I mean, also in my
study
business
methods on
point
that.
of view, I
Yeah.
feel like
And I want
the
to
last
go-
person
it's at the
to talk
same
at
school.
the, and
There's
everybody's
a
gonna be
one
up on
France,
saying,
like Jan
everybody
Steeman
said that,
and Daniel
no,
Mestes.
I am a fool, and then you can't actually just say, to me, it's not neoliberalism anymore. I think we keep coming back to that piece of what is really neoliberal.
But I think it's a productive question, but I just don't want to settle on everything.
No,
Just
of course,
neoliberal.
no, of course, and I'm actually
Then
going to
working on the
say,
list,
like,
and then go on the list.
Cornel
But you'll have to
to,
take that to Brad, because you're doing the madness, so I want you to go.
Okay.
I
Be
think
visible in that
the
round.
reason why people gravitate back to neoliberalism is because you don't
But
seem
I
to
want
know
you to be on,
what these
like, I'm
alternatives
sending the
are.
address,
It's
your
like-
email.
And so it's
So
safe
you put this way, it's every month, it's like every third
if
Monday
you say
at
it's not,
5
then
p.m.
so this is not
in European
going to
time.
be my
So there'll be, what year, like,
It's different, but I would be able to
That's
find
fine,
it
right?
or like.
Yeah.
And it's really, really good. Like they
Well, that's what I
take
keep saying to my students. I'm like, well, we can say
and people are
neoliberalism is over, but when it's coming next.
Okay, well, that'll be good, because I
know.
Like, I know what I know, but not more than that.
No, I think it's good.
Yeah, no, I was thinking even there about an idea like neoliberalism and movement across the world. I feel like it's still had
Yeah.
But it is what it is, you know, you can only change so much.
Yeah, no, I'm always, I kept making notes because I'm like, oh, this is relevant to what I want to say.
I
and that is
know,
relevant
yeah.
to what I want to say.
Like,
All set up?
well,
We'll
no.
find out.
But I will try to get it right.
Is that an old style MacBook Air?
Yes.
Right, so you
So
got
I
the...
can use this one.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, this is what I'm
Right.
using in school.
So you're Sarah Lawrence, right?
Yeah.
So you know, is Elke Zurin still there?
Elke, yeah.
I went to grad school with Elke.
Really?
Yeah.
She and I have a lot of students together.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I take her classes, take mine and mine first. And she's in like she's in the social science group.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, she's
Haven't seen her in years. Tell her I said hello.
I will. This is an old one, but oh my god, there's so many things. I'm gonna show some images from this presentation.
Cool. Okay.
This is my book talk, but it
Great.
has some that are interesting. Okay. Now I'm gonna grab some lunch.
Yes. Please
And
go for
we
it.
save it for late.
You want, we will hold off for 10 minutes so you can at least have your lunch.
Oh no worries. I can save it for after the talk.
No, go down. Just go down. Everyone will pour in a little bit late. So how's things?
Pretty good. I'm on one fellowship after the other, so that's
That's good. That's nice.
I need to get my own ideas eventually.
I never have. Oh, that's interesting. It didn't charge. Annoying. You plug it into a charger and leave it for an hour, it doesn't charge.
I know, but maybe it doesn't have, the thing itself doesn't have power.
That must be it. Yeah, the strip. Let me see if I can fix that.
The one where my computer, I hope it has, because otherwise my computer is very old and
It's going to drive out. You've got power.
Are you using somebody else's board?
No, it was just that bit I borrowed,
Ah, okay.
and maybe that's possible, but that's unlikely. I don't know, maybe it's because I had it shut. Maybe you have to have it open so it recognizes it, and then you can shut it, and then use the door.
I don't think that's okay.
No.
Oh, no.
course, when they built this room, they didn't put any PowerPoints in the bloody floor.
Not a mortar, but
I need it, yes, I need it. Excellent.
Thank you so much. You saved my life. Oh, you're welcome. My pleasure.
Oh, good. Were you, did you get a chance, did you see any of the chat that was on YouTube? Oh, brilliant. There's literally a Russian cobalt jumped on the chat. And gave us like an entire propaganda download about Ukraine using chemical weapons.
I took a look.
There's some people who are actually like really listening in and stuff about it, and they're just like, hey, let me fun. It's annoying.
Too far away.
Okay, I have to tell my, Elon Musk has been looking for, we had this whole course.
Why does nobody talk about the fact that Elon Musk is obviously a fake name?
It's like it's an anagram.
Or it's like a character. Am I not talking about foundation?
And there's just so much I mean, sorry.
Foreign agents. Let's make a better world.
Why does he apply to this separate group?
So I raised this to Campbell and said, you gotta give
They know everything. And there's like an elite.
Apparently this is illegal in New Jersey. You have to write a cover letter? It's extremely discriminatory.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah.
I emailed her.
Yeah.
She
She
goes,
responded,
yeah,
here
and
we
then
go.
And then we go that.
Definitely, I hold the opinion that New Jersey should be illegal. Did you guys make a hire for the?
So on Tuesday, we're voting on John.
Yeah, great.
He's great.
House built on the state location.
You must look some.
I know the book, I haven't read it. He says yes, I'll read it.
It is a stunning record. I mean, you know, the argument itself is totally original, right? It's a black American thriller that they're building prisons and the deal between local and
Yeah, that's why I haven't read it, because I'm like, yeah. I know.
Okay, let's get the road back on the show. I'm delighted to bring up this panel now on Latin America, beginning with Margarita Fajardo from Sarah Lawrence. And our discussant is going to be none other than an ex-brownie himself, Andre Pagliarini. So there we go.
Since I just made some changes, I'm going to read from my phone, so hopefully everything is okay. Well, thank you all for Thank you to Mark and to Quinn. Yes, like here. Mark and to Quinn for inviting me here, and to all of you for sharing your work. I must start with like all the disclaimers. I am very new to this topic. I've been working on the development era, to kind of use Andy's sort of term, like it was the development era, and I do sort of think about this as a kind of neoliberal era, and I'm just starting to kind of move on to this topic as part of as an intellectual historian, though not necessarily like a historian of economic thought, or and so I certainly hope that the intellectual history is not done with, because that's what I'm starting to work on. So we'll see if so it's very important for me to be here and see if some of these ideas that I'm sort of just beginning to think about kind of resonate with an audience like this and maybe are worth exploring for a future project. So that's the main reason, I guess, what I'm here. So the paper I circulated is about the entwined histories of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, CEPAL in Spanish and Portuguese, and the International Monetary Fund. And it was originally written to show the impact of CEPAL, an institution of the Global South, in the international economic order. So you read some, just parts of it. The second institution, and I will explain a little bit more how these papers sort of bears into the conversation that we've had today. But I want to give a little bit of background into the CEPAL as an institution, because probably the IMF needs no introduction for you and probably for many people already. But CEPAL and the intellectual movement of Cepalinos and its critics, the dependentistas, is perhaps the most important development institution in Latin America. It is responsible for creating what I try to show in my, and sorry for the self-promotion, but in my recently published book, in my recently published book, what I try to show is the extent to which Cepalinos creating an autonomous field around development and development ideas, if not necessarily independent or absent or an absent relationship with other ideas, but certainly an autonomous field. I also show that around concepts like center, periphery, and dependency, I also show how development ideas and practices, okay, it turns out that reading from the phone is harder than I thought. Sorry. I show that those ideas entail recasting, but not breaking the relationship with center between the global north and south, or in their terms, the center and periphery. And that development was understood as a practice for and for the region, and not as an expert from the north to the south. And I also try to show, and this is where it becomes ties together with the paper that you showed, that Cepalinos created some form of hegemony in the economic policy field, and in the field of economic ideas that displays more powerful institutions and ideas that were in competition. And it is this understanding of the development, or through my reading of the Cepalinos and CEPAL, that I sort of come to understanding the development era, or to studying rather, not even claim to know understanding just yet. So the paper I circulated was, as I said, originally written to kind of show the influence of CEPAL in the global institution, in the global institution, with other global institutions, and in the international economic order more generally. But the paper also traces the rise of the term monetarism as a shorthand of neoliberalism. In the paper, I show how monetarism first appeared in the economic policy arena in the debates about the origins of inflation in Chile in the 1950s, before the arrival of the Chicago boys to the scene. And it emerged in the context of a struggle between the master of Cepalinos, Raúl Prebisch, and their disciples over the political choices taken by individual Cepalinos, and also about the origins of inflation in Chile. as well. And then it also shows how these ideas were transformed as they moved to Brazil and radicalized as the debate became about the relationship between inflation and growth, and Cepalino ideas became about structural inflation were used to contest IMF stabilization plans. So here is, now I'm going to show you quickly about this. This one. This cartoon to the left is in one of those contexts of stabilization, with the lifesaver is the IMF, and this one here is Prebisch sort of yelling all his to try to save the poor Chilean who's drowning. And there are many of these cartoons about the IMF and CEPAL in the 1950s and 60s that show this influence of CEPAL in this context. Okay, so I wanted to. It is in this context that monetarism emerges as a shorthand of neoliberalism. I guess what I was trying to show was how it emerged in this context of in the inflation debates, and it radicalizes in Brazil in the late 1950s to become like it emerges as a response to the Latin American structuralism. The point of the paper was to show how the two of these terms sort of emerge together and in relation to each other. And sometimes I was thinking, well, am I going to do another sort of origin story alternative to the kind of, it's not the Montpellier Society debates, it's the Cepalino debates that give the origins to monetarism. So that is the point that I am, in a way, that's a way in which this sort of paper could be read. But as I'm going to try to explain a little bit more, I want to move away from that. And that's just the beginning point in which I'm entering to this project. Okay, so what follows up after that? So if it's not a telling of different origins of another set of intellectual debates for the origins of neoliberalism, I do think that there are two key aspects of understanding the development era that could help us also think about the neoliberal era. And this is just based on my experience as researching and moving into this project. One has to do with the kind of legacies of developmentalism in the neoliberal era, and the other has to do with what are the kind of developmentalist, if you wish, origins of this era. So for the developmentalist origins, there are several key actors that are both crucial in the development era and in the neoliberal era. Some of these intellectuals were part of CEPAL or had close ties to it. And so, not just, they were important not just intellectually, but also like politically. And I am interested in trying to trace that transformation, trying to understand how gradually, and this happened actually very gradually, these sort of some self-proclaimed socialists, some self-proclaimed leftists made the transition made the road possible to transition to whatever we want to define as neoliberal, but to the neoliberal reforms of the 1990s, and even themselves became leaders of these projects. So that's one of the kind of one of the elements I want to trace in a potential story that I haven't, written. I'm just trying to show, brainstorm some ideas with you. The other one has to do with something that has been talked about, and especially in the context of Taiwan, of the context in which it emerges. In Latin America, the specific context that has been identified as the transition to neoliberalism is the debt crisis, and in many cases associated also with episodes of hyperinflation, like as in the case of Brazil. And in the case of Brazil as well as in the case of Chile, with a transition to democracy. So that's what I was thinking of the relationship with Taiwan. all of these things create a particular context in which, for instance, and this is one of the other legacies of developmentalism that we see in this period, in the 1980s, there's several attempts to deal with the hyperinflation crisis and the debt crisis in Brazil whose ideas are coming from some of these Cepalino or Cepalino-inspired plans, let's say. None of them are really kind of Cepalinos themselves or have other sort of intellectual houses different from Cepal, but the persistence of the way to think about it is important. And it's something that I'm sort of interested in. Another relationship that has to do with the context in which the transition happens is the transition to democracy, and with it, an attempt in both, in say, Chile and Brazil, but other countries that were kind of breaking away from authoritarianism to do what they call like repair the social debt left by the dictatorship. And so what we see, for instance, in Brazil, and this is something that also kind of resonated with, I don't know if Antina sort of looking, but with what she said is like the democratization of some of the welfare policies that happened during the neoliberal era, and sort of the strengthening of the welfare state in some cases in Brazil, when you could argue with both in the neoliberal era, but also very much associated with the transition to democracy and the responses to the debt crisis. So that was other kind of the legacies that I wanted to sort of talk about. And I guess finally is something that I'm beginning to see in the case of Chile. For many decades, Cepalinos sort of tried to advocate for the creation of a counter-cyclical fund, like to use the export proceeds of boom times during bust times, because this was the source of volatility for Latin American countries. And we see that fund being created as a product of the neoliberal reforms in Chile and working very well, to say, but until the present moment. So these are just, as you can see, I'm just giving some kind of bullet points, things that I'm trying to think about of how to put together a story that, on a future project of how we can understand neoliberalism, and where I'm coming from is really based on my understanding and my study of the development era previously. So I hope this is helpful and interesting to you, and maybe I hope your comments can kind of dissuade me from this project, or because everything has been said and done, and or take me in a new direction. So thank you very much, and I'll leave it at that.
Hello, everybody. I want to begin with a little caveat to apologize. Allergies have been really, making my last few days pretty unpleasant, so I apologize if I cough, if I'm a little bit hoarse. I've done the Flonase, I've done everything, so I think I'll be okay. I want to thank Mark and Quinn for the invitation to be at Brown, to read this paper, which in a lot of ways coincides, maybe in ways that they didn't even realize, with what I'm working on right now. I'm finalizing a book manuscript this year, essentially on the politics of nationalism in 20th century Brazil. What does that term mean over time? Who gets to claim it? What is a nationalist agenda? The disputed history of that label. And so in my comments about Margarita's paper, first of all, it's going to be very much Brazil-focused. The portions that I read are very much about Brazil, this period from the late 50s through the coup in 1964. And two things that I want to do. First of all, try to stick to 10 minutes or so. But the first thing is to suggest that this fundamentally political dispute over the nationalist mantle, over who gets to be considered a nationalist in a given political debate at any moment, that this is part of the broader political debate in which this kind of Cold War between monetarists and structuralists is happening. That there's a broader popular political debate that's happening at the same time, and this is one front in that struggle. So I'll talk a little bit about that. The second thing, much more also tentatively, schematically, is to raise this question of alternative periodizations for neoliberalism, if you like, looking at Brazil as part of that early history, as well as perhaps one strain of what we would later, call neoliberalism, a term that's obviously very contested and disputed. So to begin with, I'm particularly interested and taken with this argument that Margarita makes that, quote, the binary division between CEPAL and the IMF emerged not in the realm of abstract ideas and ideological differences, but in the dynamic tension between the two institutions as they struggled for legitimacy and competed over influence in Latin America. This idea of legitimacy, I think, is really interesting and really, it's key. In the paper, she charts a few ways that the IMF actually shifted on a few policy points in order to, as Margarita argues, counter CEPAL's more popular, if you like, economic agenda. In the case of Brazil specifically, monetarists like Roberto Campos, who is a key figure in Brazilian politics in this period, he's a diplomat, he's an economist, very important sort of statesman, monetarist through and through. And he's fully aware of the limitations electorally, politically, of the economic agenda that he favors, that he prescribes. It was not clear that this was a winning formula for any political candidate in Brazil in the late 50s and early 60s. By the late 1950s, and she gets at this in the paper when she talks about the competing prescriptions of CEPAL and the IMF, on one hand, austerity, limited growth, anti-inflation moves versus robust public investments, high growth. That Brazil was increasingly polarized in terms of economic policy. Setting aside the political dispute of Getúlio Vargas committing suicide, shooting himself in the heart in 1954, which is obviously is a huge political earthquake, but around economic models as well. There are serious political disputes, grassroots disputes. People are, there's popular commitment to one path over another. For example, upon returning to Brazil in 1957, after a brief period abroad, I think he was teaching abroad, Celso Furtado, who's a cepalista, he's a, progressive economist, right? He describes Rio as, quote, an ideological battleground between entreguistas and nationalists. And in his memoirs, he writes that he's very disappointed in the level of political debate, that it's very impassioned, it's very heated, entreguista, nacionalista, people are yelling at each other in the streets. This is a kind of a popular angle to, I think, the dispute that Margarita is writing about. So, in other words, one way to look at this dispute between the IMF and CEPAL, I think, is as an inherently technocratic one. That these guys, they're all technocrats, right? Celso Furtado, Roberto Campos. And they're arguing about the finer points of inflation, currency exchanges, credit. But another way to look at this dispute is as part of this wider argument about the nature of the economy, the nature of development, right? Citizenship, democracy even. So this much larger struggle that's happening. And while this was a heated debate, I would argue that it had a clear victor by the early 1960s. And certainly by the time of the coup in 1964. The victor, again, in terms of political debate in the popular arena, was the Progressive Coalition that had successfully defined what it meant to be a nationalist as embracing an agenda of relatively robust structural reforms to the economy. Even opponents at the time conceded this. So people like Roberto Campos, when they spoke of the nationalists in the early 1960s, it was referring to these people, Furtado, João Goulart, this progressive coalition of structuralists, people who are arguing for structural reforms. Even opponents conceded that these were the nationalists. And I think this speaks to a similar finding that Margarita makes in the paper, which is that Again, there's no real case to be made that orthodox economists, the IMF crowd, that they're winning the political debate. They're clearly not. And this is reflected not only in the insular world of economic policy debate, but the major political fights raging at the time on college campuses, in the fields where peasants are organizing, factories here and there, that this is spilling over, this debate about economic models. And I think this is an important point to make because it speaks to a fundamental challenge of neoliberalism, and again, with all the caveats about that term, which is how to implement a fundamentally unpopular agenda under democratic systems that require some degree of popular buy-in. This is in part the challenge that Margarita is getting at when she talks about concerns among the monetarists that they're losing the influence game to the cepalistas. It's because on some level, the people behind these ideas crave some degree, or they recognize the need for some degree of legitimacy that a political mandate confers, winning at the ballot box. In the case of Brazil, however, the solution is not to win the political argument, but to simply end the democratic system that had been in place for about 20 years. So after the coup succeeds, 1964, the military intervenes the military will say at the behest of society, at the behest of civilian sectors in the press and the church and so on. And Roberto Campos, this key monetarist figure, is appointed to the position of Minister of Planning in the new regime. And he goes on a kind of goodwill tour shortly after the coup, meeting with chambers of commerce, business roundtable type organizations, basically explaining what the new regime's policies will be, what we're going to do in power. And one of the things he's eager to do in these meetings is to say that them, the nationalists, the structuralists, the cepalistas, that they were not the legitimate nationalists. That the real nationalists were the people in the new regime, the people who were going to do the hard, unpopular policy work that would actually, in the long term, pay off and make Brazil live up to its potential. The new government, Roberto Campos says at one of these meetings, was intent on undoing Goulart's mystifications, as he put it, one of which he called, quote, temperamental nationalism, which he defined as an outlook that mistook tough language against foreigners for a strategy of economic development. And Campos blamed this type of nationalism, what Margarita refers to in the paper as anti-Americanism, they're used often interchangeably in this political context. He blames this for a host of maladies, including the unrestrained growth of the public sector and foreign indebtedness, both of which, he argued, actually made the nation less able to act independently, right? So he's countering the argument of the cepalistas and others about, national emancipation. And he charged what he called temperamental nationalists with being less interested in solutions than in a kind of dim-witted pursuit of culprits to castigate. He said, quote, many people see in the epithet entreguista, which, does anyone know have heard that term? Entreguista is someone who is willing to sell out the national interest. Entregar means to hand over, to deliver. So to hand out the nation's interest to foreign corporations and so on. He says, many people see in the epithet entreguista, with which we insult some of our greatest patriots and finest technicians, an example of bad faith. It's not even that. It is an example of simple stupidity, he remarked in 1964, expressing this broad view among structuralists and very general terms, that the other side, right, the cepalistas, at some level are just stupid, right? They're wrong. It's not just that they're ideologically, incorrect. It's that at some level this is just dumb policy. And I think that there's a kind of insecurity there. And I noticed a little bit in Margarita's article as well when she talks about IMF economists literally tinkering with their policy prescriptions to see if they could be marginally more palatable. I think that there's a kind of insecurity there. Like, well, okay, we can make it a little less painful. Maybe people will like it then, or it'll be more acceptable then. And the sense one gets is that these economists want, on one hand, to be liked, to be respected, to be popular, to have a mandate again. But they also reflect, and this is a little bit my own sort of argument, implicitly in their embrace of dictatorship when it looks like they can't win at the ballot box, a dominant elite strain in Latin American politics that says the masses simply don't know how to vote. That the masses don't know what's good for them. They wouldn't recognize a superior economic model if it hit them in the face. That we cannot leave these questions to the masses. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, Campos and others, and I'm focusing on him because this is a really key position. He's wildly empowered by the regime as Minister of Planning. He recognizes the need for a positive story to tell as well. He suggests, for example, that there is some merit to a moderate land reform program. He gestures towards some forms of redistribution. But the policies he'll come to embrace, by the mid-1960s, mid to late 1960s, are firmly within the monetarist camp, as Margarita describes it in the paper. This, I think, is also another key element of what we think of when we think of neoliberalism as practiced in political systems around the world, which is a pretty somber story told in sort of upbeat terms, right? That harsh austerity cloaked in the promise of future prosperity. That these are hard things we need to do now that probably people wouldn't vote for, but trust us, it's going to pay off in the long term. Finally, just to conclude, I want to raise the second point that I mentioned at the beginning, which is a little bit more speculative. It's a little bit out of left field, but in thinking how we conceptualize and periodize neoliberalism in Latin America and beyond, Margarita argues, quote, that monetarism was not exclusively born from academic centers such as Milton Friedman's Chicago and intellectual retreat houses in the global north, such as the famed Mont Pelerin Society, but as an institutional response to Latin American policy debates and Cepalino structuralism. I've also been thinking, some of my work and some of the implications of my work. I have an article that I keep tinkering with every few months about neoliberalism in Latin America prior to 1973 in Chile, prior to the Chicago Boys. And one of the things that I just want to put on the table for Margarita to think about, for us all to think about, is the discourse of self-help that I think is central in part to this story. Self-help was the language that officials in the Kennedy and Johnson administration, so a little bit later than the period in the book, in the article, but it's the language that Kennedy and especially Johnson will use to frame their policy approach to much of the Third World throughout the 60s. It's a language that is embedded in the Alliance for Progress, especially by the late 60s. It's the idea of, it invokes scrappy reformers, doing the tough work to help themselves climb out of the hole that they're in and so on. And I argue that this innocuous sounding policy trope enables U.S. policymakers to significantly understate their investment in affecting political conditions in these contested areas around the world, particularly in Brazil, where it sanctions the coup in 1964. Emphasizing technocratic interventions, personal responsibility, and a vision of government that placed the onus for fighting poverty on apolitical individuals, rather than a state democratically accountable to its citizens. The notion of self-help carried profound political implications, and it is, I think, walking around this idea, is another part of the narrative about neoliberalism in Latin America in its very early policy application. Self-help was a rhetorical implement that facilitated the erosion of democracy in Brazil and elsewhere, and it established explicitly and implicitly, even more so, expectations for how a government that hoped to earn U.S. support should govern. I'm curious in Margarita's work how the interplay between the IMF and the Alliance for Progress and these contested ideas of nationalism and self-help interact and reshape each other in the political reality, in the political realm of this disputed, contested period. The Cuban Revolution, of course, will add a whole nother layer to this debate as well, a level of urgency as well, but that's a separate conversation. Just to say, in conclusion, that the paper is a really fascinating contribution to the scholarship. I'm really grateful I got to read it, so thank you.
Thanks so much for these two presentations. I guess I just have a question for Margarita. Elaborate on something. You mentioned that at some point, I guess you're suggesting that the Cepalinos, the socialist leftists, kind of helped make possible neoliberalism, that kind of enabled it to work even better. And I think that's an argument that, to me, it kind of like reminded me of, you must know Amy Offner's book, right, about Colombia. And it also kind of resonates with, I think, some stuff that Isabella argues, that the kind of high socialist institutions ironically help make capitalism work even better down the road. So I guess I was just kind of curious, could you elaborate on exactly what mechanisms you're talking about?
Yeah, thanks for that, because it will allow me to expand a little and respond to some of Andre's comments. What I meant by what allowed kind of neoliberalism to happen is more like has to do with following key individuals, some of which are, for instance, Roberto Campos, who in the developmental era, I follow as not really a monetarist. Like I call him like an ambiguous Cepalino ally. He's like there but not there. And there are several other individuals that are very critical of the, are part of the development movement and become very, very critical of the developmentalist states. And it is these individuals that are critical of the developmentalist states that then sort of become the face of neoliberal projects. And these individuals are not, and this is what I find interesting about, or one of the things I find interesting. One of them, I guess I'll show you in a bit. They're not intellectuals. This is not a battle that is happening in universities only and then goes into the public sphere. They're also not just public intellectuals. Some of them become presidents of their countries, like become the president of Brazil in the 1990s and then become the president of Brazil in the 2000s. This is the trajectory that I'm interested in following, and this is not unique. This sort of transition, like to me, is interesting to kind of think about the intellectual and the political transition of these key thinkers that cannot be sort of reduced to sort of they're betraying their interest, they're betraying their cause, or they're like traitors, sellouts, or like, which is some of the ways in which it has been thought about, because they're incredibly thoughtful and intentional, all as they move along through their through the different moments, right? In the debt crisis in the 80s, the reforms of the 90s, and then sort of like what in Latin America is called like the return of the neo-developmentalism, or the left turn of the early 2000s. So that's what I'm sort of thinking. They actually really carved the political path for these neoliberal reforms to happen, as well as they provide some of the intellectual legitimacy that they brought about. And it's in, like, to give you another example, like so Fernando Enrique Cardoso or Ricardo Lagos are the two ones that I was thinking about, but there are many others who are, for instance, the writer Vargas Llosa, which is a Nobel Prize winner, and he also kind of does this sort of intellectual transition. And there are many ones in Latin America that kind of led me to think about that there is something there to understand the path of neoliberalism in Brazil or in Latin America. I think it is different from what Amy is tracing, and it is something that Amy Offner is tracing about Colombia, and because Colombia has a very different relationship than the southern countries with, say, the U.S., or that gives it a much more proximate trajectory to the U.S. than Brazil and Chile. So it's interesting to see the southern cone as opposed to kind of the case of Colombia. Yep. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'll pitch in here or jump in. I mean, one thing that I was thinking about is that the discussions so far have really shown the extent to which discussions about neoliberalism have gone from being about economics and markets per se to being about statecraft and forms of designing political arrangements. And I was reminded of this comment that Arnold Harberger, one of the sort of coordinator of the Chicago Boys, made in a discussion about economic freedom, where he sort of says offhand, it's a great quote, "There's a question that really gets me sometimes, especially in ideological discussions in Latin America. They keep pounding me. They say, in effect, that the kind of economics I'm selling is okay, but it is only dictatorial, autocratic governments that can really do it. It has been bothersome to me to have to agree with this view to some extent. The problem is that we all like all the freedoms. If we only liked one, it would be easy. I look at the actual historical record of, this is such an interesting list, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, Spain, in the latter decade of Franco, Portugal, Brazil. In each case, its economic miracle took place under an autocratic government. And I mean, why is it an interesting list? Because you'd be hard-pressed to call these all neoliberal examples, right? I mean, I think if nothing from this morning, we've decided it's too easy to describe a tiger economy, for example, as neoliberal and be done with it. But it's all about some kind of a relationship between, an autocratic government and a growth model, which seems to be behind the discussion so far, and certainly in the case of your examples. But so much for the comment. The specific question I wanted to ask was about inflation. Margarita, you're very strong in a good way about describing the battle against inflation as the kind of crucible out of which this disagreement comes. And then in a way, isn't it precisely the battle against inflation which makes possible this sort of rhetoric of suffering now for long-term prosperity? I mean, is it possible to imagine selling that at any level without the short-term suffering that people felt like they were experiencing through inflation?
Yeah, and this is, that is true in the 50s, and it becomes very true in the 80s with the actual hyperinflation. But it, and I don't know if I wouldn't necessarily call it it's an opportunity to kind of sell something bad for something bad as good necessarily. I think there's a lot of things that we should take for granted that we should kind of think about what it meant for a lot of people in Brazil, which are the testimonies that are given of living under hyperinflation for 10 years or something. And so I don't know if that's what you're kind of pointing at, is that necessarily just thinking it as an excuse for to give a hard pill to swallow or something.
No, I think I just meant, consistent with what Andre was saying, that the way one can secure that otherwise elusive legitimacy for such a project would be under conditions of inflation. That's a time when you could sell it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that is right. And I think that there is something that Brazil is very unique, I guess, in many of the in the Latin American context when we're talking about this relationship with neoliberalism, because in many ways it's the only, I kind of would dare to say it's the only country that has permanently had this developmentalist vocation. And that is seen in many levels, like in the permanence of state institutions, which is not the case for other Latin American countries, in which the development institutions sort of lose kind of traction as they go along. But it's also true of how lively development ideas, especially of the Cepalinos, sort of live on university settings and academic and in economic departments, in which they're not necessarily there are more and more pluralistic, if you think that many of the U.S. Academic departments and those things sort of point to me that there is a specific trajectory that we could trace about Brazil that might not necessarily be the whole Latin American story, but it could tell a different story about neoliberalism when compared to kind of others. And take all of this with a grain of salt, because I'm not studying this era. I'm just sort of trying to think about how to think about the transition to neoliberalism.
If I could add one thing, which is to say that absolutely the regime uses the economic miracle to say, see, we told you, right? Those tough stabilization measures that are taken in 64, 65, 66, by 69, 70, 71, 72 are paying off in astronomical growth rates, right? During the economic miracle, Brazil averages 11% growth. So, right, finally, we are the ones who are overseeing this, this enormous growth. And the bargain that the military regime offers people is constrained political freedom in exchange for, massive economic growth. And it's obviously talking about political, popular support for a military regime is obviously very difficult. But by the time of the oil shocks, when the regime can no longer sustain those astronomical levels of growth, the regime all of a sudden is scrambling to try to match that, to maintain that. Geisel, the president in that period, is scrambling to find alternatives to work around OPEC, and to control inflation. And from this crisis will emerge Lula, right? By the late 70s, arguing that the regime has been, what the workers say they've known all along, manipulating inflation rates to keep real wages down. And so it's when the regime is no longer able to tell a happy economic story that much of the rest falls apart. And I'm simplifying, but I think that the generally, consensus history of the political regime, once it can't sustain the economic growth, it opens up to real serious challenges.
So if I can just throw a couple of things into the mix. So the story that we're hearing here, both on the inflation point and the point that you just made, is a kind of domestic political economy story about all of this. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? So Adam Tooze made an argument a little while ago that if you think about the end of the 1970s, what the 70s as a process was the creation in many countries of an anti-inflationary base. That basically by battering people's real incomes and destroying asset values and acting as a tax on profits, you basically create a kind of coalitional basis in waiting, and you just you need someone to come in and mobilize that, and that's how that happens. And I think there's a great deal of truth in this. But I think the Latin American experience also complicates this. So if we think about Latin America over a much longer time period, right, it's incorporated into the global economy as an export platform right from the start. Right, the entire thing. To this day, depending on how you count it, between 70 and 80% of GDP is still commodity exports. It gets absolutely walloped by super cycles. So, prices go up, so you produce more, and then it collapses and it continues. And then on the other side of that, the domestic political economy story, particularly for Brazil and Argentina, is very unlike the developmental state story, because you have labor inside the electoral growth coalition from the beginning. Right? You can't put them outside and squeeze them to get the surplus the way that you can in East Asia. And you have, because of the particular structure of land holding, extraordinarily powerful landed interests that just won't cede. So in a sense, what I'm getting at is maybe, if not neoliberalism, but a kind of liberal austerity economics has to be written into that script. Because if you're going to live and die by exports and they're highly volatile, then you need to squeeze labor. But you can't squeeze labor too much because they're inside your coalition. So what do? You then go for foreign borrowing as a way out, etc. So I'm just wondering how those kind of global macro factors, in a sense, over-determine the script, at least as far as Latin America is concerned.
Well, I was thinking about it and remind me of something that I was thinking during Isabella's presentation. I think many of the solution to that problem was inflation. That's how it was solved through a lot of the development era period. That's why there was, by the 70s or 80s, it just couldn't hold anymore. But it was through that, and for instance, in the case of Brazil, the establishment of multiple exchange rates, so that you could sort of provide a little bit for everyone and keep things sort of contingent. So I think that was the solution to that problem. Well, that and sort of the labor in the countryside also as well, which had absolutely no rights because of the rights of that you were mentioning about the landlords. And I think maybe that's sort of something interesting that something to think about of the inflation of the 80s. And the difference that it had, because inflation had been a problem all along, because that was the solution to that problem that you were emphasizing. So what did change in this moment that breaks that kind of tripod of alliances?
Next up. Come on, folks. Let's get with the program. Excellent. I'm a teacher, I'll start calling on people. You there.
My question is more about ideology, neoliberalism and the left. Bolsa Familia, for example. If you look at Bolsa Familia, it seems like it is a neoliberal instrument in the way that the government is giving money to people, not public goods or services. On the other hand, it has achieved very progressist goals. It is supported by the left, not by the right in Brazil.
Yeah.
The point is, it was trying to define neoliberalism as an ideology. It is still a neoliberal measure if you use for another goals. I mean, Bolsa Família is a neoliberal instrument, or a social democratic, for example. That's my question. What do you think about that? How you would classify Bolsa Família, supported by the left, not by the right, but if it was designed as a neoliberal thing?
Well, it depends on who you ask who designed it, because some people like Lula claim they designed it, and then if you ask them, it's not a neoliberal policy. But if you ask others, like you say, you can ask Cardoso, says like, I actually like invented new Bolsa Familia before. Bolsa Familia is the cash, what do they call it, cash distribution, conditional cash transfer program. And if it was him, he would say like, well, actually, I set the term, I set the precedent, I established the foundations for this program, and he wouldn't call it neoliberal either, but he would claim it for not necessarily for the left as a term. So kind of to answer your question, but I think these questions about the conditional transfer programs are like anthropologists that are working on that. And to what extent it belongs to like kind of it's a neoliberal program or not, because it's not only on Brazil. Like the case of South Africa is another kind of important an example. So I understand your question about whether we how can we explain, and is it the intention behind it, or is it the outcome what matters? If it's redistributional in the end, is that what matters to kind of like define the term? But I just think that with the way I think about these economic debates and the labels that you establish on them is that the labeling, and this is sort of what I try to do in the paper, like labeling as structuralist and monetarist is part of the game. It's part of their game. Like it's not just us sort of looking at them and trying to label and understand what neoliberalism was or was not, but it's how these categories, like in the paper that I was trying, I presented, it was trying to show like these terms, monetarism, like labeling some monetarism is part of the political battle, and that's how the terms arise. So more like, I had a professor once that called this like an actor's category. That's where the political battle is, and I think that's the same thing that happens with the debate over Bolsa Familia. It's still ongoing, and so that's why we can't.
Could I jump in on this particular question? Because I think conditional cash transfers are a great case for this kind of audience, since they're present in so many of the settings, and they're ambiguous in nearly every setting. And so the answer about Bolsa Familia, I think, I'd give Isabella's answer to that, that there is no yes or no answer to is it neoliberal. It's kind of yes and no. And the fact that Bolsa Familia, they didn't enforce conditions in Bolsa Familia, allowed it to spawn secondary echo effects, which actually you can trace all the way through to the resuscitation of universal basic income, which has been a fantasy idea in many ways on the left for a long time, but has become practical because of the World Bank's inability to manage conditional cash transfers in Brazil, because they couldn't enforce the conditions. And all of Lula's top people knew that they weren't enforcing the conditions. That was why they weren't in Mexico, as they kept explaining. So I think conditional cash transfers is one of these fields of transformation that could go either way. James Ferguson writes about this in South Africa. And definitive classifications end up being frustrated because it can turn in different directions, and these policies have got real ambiguities that are part of their nature rather than just a problem of interpretation, I think.
I just wanted to build on this a bit and maybe link it back to the point that Mark was bringing in about inflation, coalitions for inflation, or that can be sustained through inflation, or other coalitions that require a low inflation kind context, and the provisioning through a cash transfer is much more sustainable in a context where inflation is low, where the value of the transfer isn't continuously eroded. In a high inflation context, the provision of kind of the hard infrastructural public goods, the things like housing, sanitation, health, education directly, those are much more necessary to sustain livelihoods in a high inflation context. I think if we just to kind of push the story a bit more into the present in Brazil, the cash transfers under Bolsa Familia were very sustainable as inflation was going down over the last, basically pre-2016, pre-2015, 14. But now we see that the construction of a cash transfer program in Brazil is much more fluid and up for debate. It also was reaching precisely those sectors that were being most squeezed in the developmentalist era. So, the cash transfer in Brazil was primarily uplifting the poorest of the poor in the rural Northeast in Brazil, precisely people who are in these zones of massive landholding. So anyway, just more of a comment, but to say that these different kinds of public provisioning are associated with different kinds of inflationary regimes.
Why don't you go first? I do, but
No, with this question, I was just thinking, well, we're talking about a very long era by now. If we start thinking about like the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, by the time that we arrive at least in Brazil, at the conditional cash transfer programs, a lot has happened. So I think that it also has to do with like that neoliberalism itself sort of changes over time, like during the neoliberal era, let's say. So I think that's what made me think to your question that maybe we need to be like, I need to be note to self, but like more careful about how those things are also changing now. Like we are still seeing like during the era itself, like there's not one kind of set of policies that evolve. So, and maybe that comes in a very kind of, it's a solution that comes in the very sort of end of the program.
And I would just add that, and I think everyone in this room knows this, but neoliberal in Brazilian context, in the Brazilian context, from when it arises until today, is absolutely an epithet, right? So a popular program like Bolsa Familia, if you ask, anybody on the street or in the Northeast, is Bolsa Familia neoliberal? Average person will say no, because neoliberalism is what Bolsonaro does, the right wing, conservatives. This is a social program put in place by Lula and the Workers' Party. By definition, it cannot be neoliberal. So which is to say that part of this debate about what we call it is obviously by nature academic, because for most people, that label will not stick to a program like Bolsa Familia because it's a programa social, it's a social program. It's in this category of things that by definition are not neoliberal in the way people understand that. So, there are politicians for many years on the center right or opponents of Lula and the PT who will say, well, actually, right, we started it, that, whatever you think of the neoliberals, we were the ones who began this project. But Bolsa Familia, as implemented, is, again, in political terms, most people don't think of it, don't associate it with the project of the center right. They associate it with the project of the center left. For better or for worse, the term, that label of neoliberal in the Brazilian context, I would argue, and maybe Ben would agree, perhaps, I hope, that label doesn't stick, right? Non cola. It doesn't stick in popular language, neoliberal, with the Bolsa Familia, because Bolsa Familia is a very popular program, and neoliberalism is an epithet. So, they don't, they talk past each other, I think.
Great, I spent my life researching an epithet.
Yeah, maybe only as a footnote on the Bolsa Familia question, I've seen a paper by Laura Carvalho and Luisa Nassif that has argued that actually the inequality in Brazil in the first year of the pandemic went down because Bolsa Familia was being expanded, right? Under our probably least favorite, both nationalists in the worst sense
And
neoliberal
rebranded.
kind of, yeah.
Because,
Yeah. Anyways, but the actual question that I wanted to ask is, Margarita, you mentioned at one point an anti-cyclical fund, and then you said like basically the solution to this whole problem of needing some sort of surplus fund to do development was typically being solved through inflation. But if you have these like very strong commodity price volatilities and these commodity booms followed by busts, then it seems like one way out of this is exactly such an anti-cyclical fund, right?
Yeah.
So I would like to ask if this might have been an alternative solution to this whole.
Yeah, well, that was one of the kind of the proposals that the Cepalinos, along many others, were along many other proposals like commodity price stabilization agreements. Those require, the collaboration of the trade partner. So those were not as easy to kind of implement. But they did sort of advocate for this counter-cyclical fund that was kind of, it's a domestic political decision to make, to create those, but those never, that was a kind of a frustration for many of them. Like this, nobody wanted to save on the good times, the good times. I guess many of them were, even though they sometimes are kind of in the same sort of political coalitions with the national populists, in many times they were against this sort of populism that prevented the creation of these anti-cyclical funds that would have been the solution to the market volatility or the external market volatility that was the main problem that Cepalinos conceptualized as an obstacle for Latin American development. And so that was one of the key issues, and to me, that the Chileans sort of kind of were able eventually to implement that in the neoliberal era. It's also one of those kind of, how do you call that, unicorns or whatever, like white, no, it's not the right animal, whatever, those unique things that we are are not able to classify. The things that do not. Anyway, one of those animals that are hard to classify. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're at time. Just one thing I will remind everyone of is that most countries do have national animals. But does anybody know what the Scottish national animal is? It's the unicorn. Right? No, exactly, because nobody said you couldn't do that. So we just went for we went for gold. We just went for the unicorn. All right, afternoon coffee. There we go.
Thank you.
Black Swan. Isn't that what you're thinking of?
We can't even agree on that.
I understand that.
I don't even know. Thank you so much for your comments. Yes. Now this is sort of. My computer is not. No, I can't.
Yes, but I don't know what paper I'm discussing. There's a paper with the presenter is coming.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
I left all my mess. Sorry.
Exactly. And then, I mean, I was like, worried about it. Like the Asian was brought back and became, right? So there's I mean, I just know it's super superficially, so I would be curious.
Political role too, because now in his later life, he's associated with PT. I mean, you know, the Workers' Party.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It's almost as if Kissinger, and twice, like became part of Hillary Clinton, and you know, was
Yeah.
it's not that unanimous, but advisors, you know, I guess.
They're all very, like the Brazilians are very in the order line, both of them.
Super.
That's why it makes me very, like even though I was later become, this stuff.
I'm superficial.
Are my comments still going to have anything to do with
Yeah. Half of the presentation will be the paper. Half the presentation will be the paper itself. So, but they still triggered some thoughts.
Because he's always had power. He had powerful positions all along. He was he was advisor and minister, ambassador to Washington, which is a very important, he had political power all along. So
Right,
I don't.
but by towing the party line, no?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he worked for Gulag, he worked for a variety of different governments with different sort of political orientations.
But then, yeah, I mean.
I don't know.
suppose.
I mean, that's sort of my. I mean, he's a very interesting character. I don't know.
He's very interesting.
But
Because then after the coup, he goes on these talks and he says, in fact, I saw your footnote, the same archives, those papers, where he says, well, in Washington, it got to a point where I had to defend the
That's the chocolate
Yeah.
baklava, that's all I'm
Very
saying.
nice baklava.
Very nice baklava, though.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, go.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would also love to learn more about the stability fund situation.
Yeah, it's like a price control, another price control too.
Exactly, totally. That's obviously why
I didn't think of it that way, but that's exactly what it is.
Right, yeah.
I need you,
I also need to get some baklava. Which one is the best? You only tried one.
That one.
No. That one?
That one, get that one.
Okay.
Don't look.
Whatever, yeah, I prefer.
Yes. This one? Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Fabulous. Thank you.
All good?
All good, yeah. Did you see this?
You're bringing us home today.
Bringing it home?
Oh, the conference.
Yeah.
So what are you showing me?
Look, this is Odessa. This is a caliber missile. Like, it's so amazing, right? They're bombing Odessa now. Alright, with this. That's a really nice town. But people will take it very personally.
It's also very, very close to the Romanian border.
It's 50 kilometers.
60 kilometers, yeah.
That's the idea. They want to take Odessa so that they can.
They landlock it, it just becomes a home state.
Yeah. So that's the buffer. That's Pakistan.
What about Moldova is the buffer? That's the question there.
Well, the Russian troops are in the south of Ukraine. So they don't push. They already tried to.
Yeah. So what's the Romanian reaction?
We are not doing anything explicitly, but we're keeping we're running the cyber operations in Ukraine. Romania has the cyber operations for NATO. So, judging from the way the Ukrainians speak about us, compared to
others, they're not saying thank you for the thanks, they're saying other things. Yeah, thank you for your support, broadly speaking. Yeah, because the relations with Ukraine have always been rather bad, because they have they have a Romanian minority that's quite large that has no rights. But now we choose neighbors, it's Ukraine. So being
that's all in your cards. No. I reached talking about Uncle Putin and his latest moves.
Just so you know, like the bias
To get the hell out of here.
I get some coffee.
Sure.
I can point us out.
Okay, and then I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. Show some pretty others. Go.
Are there still a lot of people online at this moment?
There were. Wasn't as much as this morning.
Okay.
We still got 34 live just now.
I see. Are they asking questions or are they mostly just listening?
No, some people making good comments rather than questions, and then there's some people that are basically troll bots for the Russian
really?
Yeah. The guy called Brother Man who just posted all this stuff. It's like, it's not a guy, it's a bot. It's just like, do propaganda points.
I see.
It's like, don't argue with the bot, it doesn't understand.
When I was picking up coffee, I saw this. I only read a few.
Such a treat. I'm like, I can't stop eating. Yeah, baklava.
And I love the photo.
Keys levels have dropped from fuck if I have any idea to maybe like 80 sounds about right. I'm sort of guessing that people have COVID. There has to be a Russell Carey quote in it to make it really
particularly accurate.
the brown nose.
Yeah, no, I was standing there. Everybody's drinking coffee like it's going out of style, so I had to go get extra coffee, and as I was waiting for
Do they do this once a year? Is this?
I have no idea. It does say volume issue 5, but who even knows? I don't know, but that was amazing.
Fantastic.
Enjoy.
Yes.
So Mark, how is the roundtable going to be organized?
I have no idea, I just put that in as a placeholder. Essentially, once we're done, we could do it, we could not do it. There's no sort of angle on this thing, and it's just sort of at a moment to say, so, what do you think so far?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I guess, what I will float is that, you know, old people like me have certain functions in life, which is basically to spend money on young people like you. And you need to do things like get tenure. So, to the extent that this can be useful or can be weaponized, right? Is there a sort of a move to take these conversations further into perhaps print form, a special issue or something like that? And if there is, you know, who do you want to take the lead on that?
And, you know, how can we best support that going on from here? Would be what I would want to suggest.
Oh, that'll be very interesting to discuss, yeah. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm fully enjoying the whole process.
That's great. It's always good, it's good to get to know, you know, new and different people, absolutely.
Yeah, totally, yeah, wonderful. Do you happen to know my colleague, Clara Mattei?
Of course.
You do? Yeah, yeah.
I know Clara, I know Clara indeed. In fact, it was one of those things where I should, of course, have invited her to this, but I hadn't seen her from so long and just kind of slipped. And then yesterday I got an email from her saying, you want to blurb my book? And I was like, oh shit, you should have been at this conference. Never mind, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but she's studying Italy and UK specifically.
Yeah, I mean her stuff's like 1920s, 1930s,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But you know, she'd still benefit, you know, she'd still get stuff from being here type thing.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, we actually joined New School the same year.
All right.
Yeah, and also both of us are coming up for tenure at the same time. Also this year.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about being in a place like the New School is what I used to say about Johns Hopkins as opposed to like anywhere further up the food chain, is they actually want to give you tenure. Right, but it's not one of
the New
the
School? I don't even know. I don't know. I mean, the last person. I mean, we haven't really tenured a tenure track person for like 20 years. The last person who did was just 2 years ago, and before him, that was 20 years ago, and that person was already the dean at the New School. So I think there are some very, it's hard to say why, really. I mean, you would expect, right? I mean, it's such a small community, and we need to support each other and all that. But I think because New School is so small, I think our department is also so small. Everyone has really high expectations. It's like, if you take this slot, we want you to be already the next generation.
There is that tyranny of tiny departments expectations. My favourite story about that years ago is a guy who's now retired called Henrik Sproy, who's kind of an institutional theorist in IR type stuff, right? And, you know, historical political economy type stuff. And he didn't get tenure at Columbia. He knew he wasn't going to get it. You know, he wasn't interested in staying there, so he went out to the market. And at that time, Northeastern in Boston was a terrible school, shit school. And it still is. Their political science department has been filled with dead bodies forever, right? It never gets any better. And he went to this place, and it's quite small. And, you know, he's coming from Columbia, he's got this prize-winning book, you know, he's a super smart guy, really nice guy. And he goes there and he gives a talk, and they'll have the lunch with the whole sort of faculty afterwards. And the head of the department's like, well, you know, if you come here, we would expect that you wouldn't come here for tenure, and we would want a piece of the APSR, and we want this, and blah, 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 blah. And we expect this over 3 years, and this over 5 years. And Henrik's Dutch, so he's very, very straightforward, and he just went, really? When was the last time you did that?
Right, exactly.
When was the last time you did that? I know your CVs, I've been through them. Collectively, you couldn't manage that. Where do you get off talking to me like this? He got up and took a taxi. He just called it quits right then.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely this generational divide, I think, the expectation is higher and higher.
There's also the I fell out of Harvard thing. So a lot of places that have lots of kind of Harvard and Princeton didn't quite make it, who then become senior at these places. It's like abusers become, the abused become abusers.
Yeah, and so that also makes sense. Yeah, that totally, yeah.
Like, I didn't get any respect when I was young, so why should you? That type of stuff, you know.
Right, yeah.
Shall we call them back in?
Yeah.
Discipline the crowd?
Yeah. Discipline the investors.
Exactly.
If you're,
Your commenter in here.
Yeah, she's here. Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our last session for today, from what's been already, for me at least, very stimulating, intellectually demanding, and productive series of panels. We will be hearing in our next panel as the speaker Cornel, who is an associate professor in the Department of Organization at Copenhagen Business School. His most recent book, which I'm sure many people know, is called Ruling Ideas, How Neoliberalism Goes Local, and deals with a lot of these questions of translation that we've been already discussing and will continue to discuss tomorrow. The comment will come from Zsofia Barta, who's an associate professor of political science at SUNY Albany. Right, thank you.
Thanks, Queen. So if you're Catholic and you want to divorce your wife in 1961, you have to do, you have a couple of limited yet imaginative options. This is one of the attempts on the beach of Italy. It doesn't really work, and I'll let you watch the movie and figure that out. But I thought it was an interesting metaphor because this conferences made me change not just the title of the paper, which had a more academic twist to it, but made me think about basically a spin-off paper to the one that I'm presenting today, and which unfortunately has already been published. So I would like to reflect more on what I could do with it as a sort of departure point for the next one. And basically, just a few points about the paper itself. Basically, the paper is aimed at a specific foil, and that foil is, yes, a rather rushed enthusiasm of some people declaring the death of neoliberalism in Eastern Europe, and I think that that conversation, while rich and insightful, is quite deeply flawed, particularly in the case of Hungary. A conversation is to be had in the case of Poland, and I will elaborate on that because the spin-off paper will be a comparison between Hungary, Poland, and Ukraine. So the main contribution of this particular paper is to say that the so-called populist, illiberal, whatever you want to call them, challenges to the status quo that we've seen in Poland and in Hungary do not amount to a crisis of neoliberalism in general. They amount to a crisis of globalist neoliberalism in Queen's formulation. And the result of that is a certain, you could call it a Catholic separation rather than a divorce. You have to live with the spouse. And in that separation, effectively, you have a transition towards national neoliberalism, and I'm going to discuss some of the implications of that. The second contribution is more analytical. This is the descriptive bit, and is to say, well, what are the conditions under which this particular challenge to the Catholic marriage is resilient? How can it survive, I don't know, the ire of the bond markets who don't like nationalist illiberal contestations of, say, central bank authority? How do they survive the challenge of unstable social blocs that are created by the national neoliberal compromise? So to do that, I look at the case of Hungary, which is the model for many of these countries, and Romania, which for a brief period, under social democratic government, at least nominally, has tried to translate the Hungarian lessons but failed after 3 years. So it's basically just to briefly say what matters, what makes these national neoliberal hybrids resilient in relatively competitive political spheres. Essentially, you need to have the central bank to have your back. That's the first important lesson. in the bond markets to make sure that you don't get dragged in the repo market and the clearance houses won't like destroy you. And you have to essentially make institutional investors buy your debt and have optimistic expectations about the coupon payments. And to do that, you need a central bank to be there for you, but you have to do something else. You have to have a really good administrative state to essentially do two things. First, revenue collection, basically be able to collect taxes in order that you deliver surpluses. And you have to have a trade surplus. So a twin surplus will buy you incredible room for heterodoxy, or like burying the spouse into the sand, right? Without killing her in the process. Basically, what Hungary did was things that a lot of the literature would say would lead to such ire in the markets that they will come, the bond investor vigilantes would come after you and destroy you and bring you back to orthodoxy. You know, the central bank autonomy disappeared. They've done. They've turned the central bank to some extent into a developmental bank for the country's bourgeoisie. They have declared that central bank ownership should go down from 90%. Commercial bank ownership should go down from 90% foreign owned to under 50%. Done. There's like a bunch of heterodox, like fantasy heterodox policy lessons that were all applied in Hungary, right? There's even a very controversial guaranteed employment for, largely the Roma population in large numbers, right? So there's a long list in the paper, so I will not elaborate on that. But these are things that are supposed to destroy you in the bond market so that you'll be disciplined by global finance. None of this happens. In fact, Hungary gets better funding conditions in the bond markets than many of the countries that are very classic neoliberal in the region, but are struggling with the deficits, etc. So actually, the lesson here is pretty minimalist in that regard. The other element is more political, is that if you create a social bloc that underpins politically a regime of this kind, yes, there is redistricting and gerrymandering in order to facilitate supermajorities of the Orban government, but they do deliver to a much broader social coalition than in the case of Romania that they actually deliver to, right? That encompasses, industrial tycoons and some elements of what we could call the ultra excluded in society. So I think that is something we have to understand in order to figure out why this regime is so stable. What is the political, economic foundation of this national neoliberal and politically illiberal, and this is the tensions that Quinn brought out, right? That you can have, market economics and anti-democratic drives cohabitate rather flawlessly. Okay, so enough of the paper itself. I have a couple of implications here. Take with a grain of salt these easy proclamations of the end of neoliberalism in these countries, and basically look for the various compromises that emerge. This is some of the literature that I won't bore you with. But I want to get to this. Because my definition of neoliberalism is very controversial in some senses. Though, building on Marx's work from 2001, it shouldn't be that unfamiliar, right? So I define neoliberalism as a set of goals that can be extracted from economic schools of thought that no one in the right mind would associate with anything else but neoliberalism. So, public choice theory, new classical economics, some versions of new Keynesian economics, public choice, etc., etc. So it's all in my book. But the basic idea is that what neoliberalism does to this, it takes the globalist element out and cultivates a goal of cultivating a domestic growth coalition, at the center of which is a national bourgeoisie, right? And that's a fundamental target of this particular variety. And these are some examples of how global neoliberalism is being challenged. Globalist neoliberalism is being challenged. Yes, remember my theory has three pillars. It's basically credibility with the bond markets as a sort of ultimate veto of domestic democracy. Yeah, then openness, trade openness, current-account openness. That's basically guaranteed by legal instruments now, WTO, EU, so you can't really change that. And then competitiveness with market mechanisms. You can achieve competitiveness with statist mechanisms, you know, entrepreneurial state, industrial policy, etc. But under neoliberalism, it is basically based on market instruments. So this is a couple of examples of how this is being tweaked. Basically, bond market credibility, but with more autonomy for the state vis-a-vis international creditors, and they did extract that policy space through in very complex ways. Competitiveness, but with level playing field for domestic capital, which basically means an active intervention to prop up domestic capital in areas that do not depend on exports. Exports are entirely dependent on foreign capital, and they don't touch those. In fact, there is a very good cooperation with particularly German automotive industry, which is the heart of the growth regime there. And significant domestic ownership of finance and energy. Right? This is a clear break with the globalist version. And then you see the rest. Now, neodevelopmentalism, especially the liberal neodevelopmentalist kind that I wrote on in the case of Brazil, is a bit different. And Marek Naksik has made the point in RIPE very conclusively, I think, that Poland is the country that really breaks with national neoliberalism and goes into a liberal neodevelopmental mode. You can't go into like full-on neodevelopmentalism because you don't own the capital. Like most of the beating hearts of the Polish economy are basically German-owned, right? So you have to create a growth coalition between state-owned sectors and foreign sectors, because domestic bourgeoisie is not an industrial bourgeoisie. But the point of the regime is to create that exportist bourgeoisie in Poland. And to do that, I would love to elaborate on that more. You need a sort of institutional architecture that Hungarian state is missing. And that is basically a form of embedded autonomy. It's a very Peter Evansian story, which the Polish government has read very closely. And it is composed not of bureaucrats, career bureaucrats, but of the former comprador managers of multinational capital in Poland, especially in the banking sector, who got pissed off that the Polish banks were drained by the mother banks in Germany and France in the financial crisis. Poland is the only country that does not have a recession. So they felt that they had no control. There was no respect, and they all like flocked to the Nationalist Party. And Prime Minister Morawiecki is one of the top CEOs of former multinational banking sector. And they know they know the food very well because they've been in the kitchen, right? So they know how to play the bond market. They know how to attract capital and move it up the value scale to increase the value added of the Polish economy. So they play with the structures of global neoliberalism, right, in their favor, taking those lessons from neodevelopmentalism that actually can work in Poland. You cannot copy-paste South Korea into Poland. You don't have the cabal system. You don't have any of that, right? But you do have to create a domestic bourgeoisie to be a neodevelopmentalist. And unlike in Hungary, they actually are doing that. So I'm going to end with what I'm want to go with the paper. And it's basically a much more theoretical paper talking about adaptations and translations and transitions away from neoliberalism in the global south with some of the key countries that I've been studying over the years, and some of them that I haven't really studied but read about. If the vertical line is share of foreign ownership in industry, services, and commodities, right? This is like from multinational, mostly multinationally owned to domestically owned. And then you have the sort of like four regimes that emerge. The first two this is Queen's lovely formulation of the family feud, yeah, or the couple's quarrel or whatever. So this is basically we get mostly globalist neoliberal stability in Eastern Europe. There's some countries who try to break out, like Romania, for those 3 years, but they're sort of brought back into the fold for mostly domestic reasons. It's actually not some kind of international capitalist force that disciplines them. They just don't have what it takes institutionally as well as strategically. And then I'm just throwing some wild hypotheses here, whether Taiwan I would think is probably straddling this frontier, and Chile to some extent, but Chile is mostly domestically owned commodity economy, right? These guys, Czech Republic has a more complex export profile than Denmark, and so does Hungary. So in that sense, they're like manufacturing-oriented, high-value-added services, right? Whereas you're going down the line towards Ukraine and Chile, and it's mostly copper and and grains and so on. I mean, Taiwan should be up there in that sense, but it's domestically owned for the most part. Then there's the national neoliberal compromise I talked about. And here I venture that to hypothesize that Turkey is trying to pull off the same deal with more mixed success than Hungary does, because they actually do get a bettering in the markets for reasons that have to do with monetary policy. But I mean, I was just having this very productive conversation with Mark last night. They're actually playing that as well, really well, in terms of doing an external devaluation regime there. And then Ukraine is what I want to emphasize in the paper, in the comparison, and it's a very topical thing. It's not very much written about. Ukraine is very interesting because Ukraine does global neoliberalism full on in the banking sector. So the banks are mostly Austrian-owned, Austrian and Italian. But then the rest of the entire economy is domestically owned. Like it's 5 or 6 families, the so-called oligarchs, that we see them playing in various political factions there. And this is probably the worst of all options. To do some kind of national neoliberal compromise without foreign capital if you're a post-communist country. I mean, Ukraine's level of industrial sophistication in 1991 was somewhere between Hungary and the Czech Republic, right? And now they export, while these countries export mostly sophisticated goods as part of global value chains, of course. Ukraine is an exporter of grains, steel, and some energy. Their industry is completely destroyed. And the GDP per capita, no matter how you look at GDP measures and wage metrics in Ukraine, they have collapsed to the level of Albania, which was a country that from the very beginning started from the lowest point in post-communist world. So in that sense, I mean, this is not about ideas here. This is the actual policy regime and what's actually being enacted, because you can't really build a table. As you have said earlier on, there's a lot of contestation from Taiwan to China about who has and that the table for each one of them will have to change every 3 or 4 years. But this you can observe over time because there is actually some degree of stability. So Ukraine for me is interesting in that regard, right? Because they thought they can pull off this kind of national neoliberal regime with domestic bourgeoisie, and they end up with industrialization, and they go from like the economic profile of a typical Central European country to Brazil in the 30s, when they were just exporting coffee and commodities. Now, Poland is a revealing experience for the liberal neo-developmental compromise. And again, this is not a complete departure. I'm working here with Liz Thurbin's concept of the neo-developmental mindset for contemporary South Korea. So there's many elements that we associate with neoliberalism, but the most important goals are no longer just the neoliberal goals. And in fact, some of them are completely dislocated. And so Poland is fantastic in that regard, in the sense that we're talking about nature of ownership that's being challenged. The state owns a very large part of the banking sector. So they control the credit to specific high value-added sectors successfully. So Poland, for example, becomes a global is one of the global player in the green transition. They make Europe's electric buses, and that was a state-owned company funded by a state-owned bank with a very clear 10, 15-year horizon. That's complete departure. If you look at the way in which the pension system operates in Poland as a source of patient capital, in sync with the sort of like definancialized financial sector, which also exists to some extent in Hungary, is a very clear path. It's a very clear disruption of a financialization-oriented neoliberal reform style. And there is this kind of legacy of Poland, the shock therapy, etc. But since 1994, these things gradually inserted themselves into the dominant policy. And then 2014, basically, it's game over for neoliberalism in Poland. Whether you're looking at redistribution and creating a social bloc that's very stable, also with those on the bottom of the social pyramid, going to industrial policy and monetary policy, and how you use not just the levers of macroeconomics, but the levers of microeconomics, such as state-owned firms, pension funds, and so on, in your favor, kind of no longer fits easily with column number 2. And I won't talk about column 3, because you guys have already talked about that, especially Isabella, and it's not my expertise, but it seems to me that Vietnam would be an interesting case in this regard because it's not the very special Chinese case. It's quite dependent on foreign capital for their growth model. And in that sense, it would be the kind of Hungary or Czech Republic that never was, right? They're a periphery to something bigger, but that adjusts to it in a very different way. And Belarus, nobody studies Belarus, which is the only like socialist economy in Europe with an authoritarian state. I don't know why people don't study Belarus. I think it's a fascinating case. There's the least inequality in Europe, and they have a strong manufacturing sector. Yeah, I would like to have that, but I don't think I can do it, especially in this current climate, because maybe a Calibre missile will hit me when I get over the border or something like that. So I'm going to end here. This is what I want to take the paper, to just have a sort of like a sort of category generating paper that challenges like easy antinomies between A and B, and look at this like on Jamie's invitation, look at all this spectrum and not sort of hard edges, but also have a sense of when you transition away from it, right? And I think we do see a transition in Poland. Brazil tried it under Lula, it didn't last, right? But there was a very clear, the Sao Paulo Declaration and sort of the enactment of some very clear policies that ended up with very contradictory results. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know who's the wife here in this regard. It could be, is it neoliberalism or is it neoliberalism? I mean, if you look at it from the Polish perspective, I think this is what they're doing to neoliberalism right now, right? And they're very proud of it. And they've read Ellis Amsden and Kochanowicz, and they're going back and they're saying, yeah, you can have a kind of parliamentary system that's not really a democracy, that is accountable to a social bloc through elections. It can be kicked out of power, hypothetically, right? But then unless we bury her, it's not going to work, right? So, thank you.
I had to look this up just to check it out. 4.5% of Belarus's net exports are cheese.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Belarusian cheese?
Yeah, Belarusian cheese.
To where?
I have no idea. How do you become a net cheese exporter?
Yeah.
I mean, France, I expect that with.
Yeah. And they make the world's best tractors. I mean, they're good for towing Russian tanks.
Full 2% of export is tractors.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Hi. So, thank you, Mark and Quinn, for the invitation, and thank you, Cornel, for the amazing paper. I think this section of the conference is a little bit of a change of pace, because so far we have been hearing about how far do you have to go in order to qualify as neoliberalist, and we are the ones who talk about at what point can you stop being called neoliberalist. And I expect that there will be a lot of comments on why we are trying to even set some kind of a benchmark for that, but I just blame it on Cornel. He chose the topic. I'm just responding on to this. And I think in that sense, Eastern and Central European countries are, in fact, very interesting cases, because they are well known for a complete embrace of neoliberalism in the 1990s. And right now, they are the most visible, some of the most visible examples of breaking with the trend. My esteemed Prime Minister Viktor Orban is presenting a really good case to investigate this, and I'm going to focus my comments mostly on Hungary. So Cornel was asking, can we call what Hungary is doing, can we still call it neoliberalism, or could it be something qualitatively different? And just a very quick recap of the part of the argument that I want to focus on is that Cornel argues is that while there are many divergences from the neoliberal orthodoxy, the core is still neoliberal, because the goals of the regime are still this trinity of competitiveness, credibility with financial markets, trade and financial openness. And on the other hand, if it's not neoliberalism, then what is it? So he says it has to still be somewhere close to neoliberalism. And I have basically two comments on this. The first is mostly empirical. So I'm actually going to debate that those three goals are still prioritized by the system. I think the Hungarian policy is breaking too many taboos to still say, yes, we are going with the goals of competitiveness, financial market credibility, and openness. And the second comment is going to be more theoretical. So I'm going to say, are these really the goals of the system? Because at best, these are intermediate objectives that might serve something bigger. And there I draw mostly on actually Mark's recent work where he asks about what's the social purpose of these regimes. So he mostly talks about the social purpose of embedded liberalism in the post-war years and then neoliberalism since the 1970s. And so what I'm trying to think about here is that, okay, what would be the social purpose? If what this system is, whether we can describe this system as neoliberal, we should investigate what the social purpose is. And but I'm also trying to keep in mind that we are talking about systems that are very much dependent, as Cornel also said, on external factors, especially FDI from Germany. And so I'm going to say, okay, so within the constraints of an international political economy in which Eastern and Central Europe has become this big manufacturing center based on foreign capital, within that system, what's the social goal of this domestic arrangement that we see in Hungary? And I will start with the first empirical issue, and I hope to talk about the second part, but if I'm using too much time, please shoot me down. So with the empirical comments, so the question is, are these three objectives, competitiveness, credibility with financial markets, trade and financial openness, are these still the priority of the policy? And I'm arguing that there are too many taboos broken in order for us to agree with this statement. And when it comes to competitiveness, I almost completely agree with Cornel that yes, competitiveness is still a key factor, especially because there's this commitment to export-led growth and FDI-fueled growth, and where the system has the most neoliberal way of enhancing competitiveness is this drive to completely commodify labor. So we have a new law called the slave law, which basically just says your employer can do whatever they want with you. They can charge overtime. They can withhold your overtime pay for 3 years after they worked you to death. So there are real liberalization of how you deal with labor. There's very meager income replacement. There's actually also progressive marketization of health and education. And so in a sense, yes, there is this typical neoliberal drive towards competitiveness on the back of labor. At the same time, I would still argue a little bit with Cornel's assessment that this is 100% based on market-based measures, because there's actually quite a lot of state aid going on, especially through cheap financing to small and medium-sized enterprises. But on the competitive side, I mostly subscribe to Cornel's assessment. Where I start to disagree more is this idea that the regime aims at credibility with financial markets, not only because the monetary and fiscal policy are far from orthodox, but also because the whole idea of what financial markets have to mean for a regime has been questioned. So on the monetary side, we do have, Hungary does have okay inflation numbers, fairly high exchange reserves, but at the same time it also has taken away the independence of the central bank in a quite obvious way. And this central bank is mostly an engine of developmentalist liquidity creation. So we have something called the National Growth Program, which basically floods the market with very low priced credits. And the way it does it, so the way the market, the monetary policy acts, actually creates a lot of what neoliberals would call distortions in the market. So, for example, we have a completely split markets between institutional and residential credit markets. And And many observers talk a lot about how the yield curve has been distorted. So the signal of prices have been in the credit markets have been completely suspended. And so I would say that that's a pretty big departure from what you could call a monetary policy credible with financial markets. On the fiscal side, it is true that we have better fiscal and current account figures overall, but there is no austerity mindset. There is no overall strategy in terms of how you have to sacrifice everything for these fiscal figures. And mostly how these fiscal figures have been achieved are through EU funds to the tune of 3 to 5% of GDP coming in each year. Extraordinarily low interest rates on government debt have definitely contributed to the good fiscal numbers. But the Fidesz government would also resort to things like they just took away the private pension fund savings of the citizens. They just nationalized the private pension pillar and used it to service the debt. So they didn't only use it to service the debt, but also all the revenue that was supposed to go into the private funds are now coming into government coffers. They also assign specific sectoral taxes just to beef up the public coffers and so on. So that, again, that is not necessarily the type of credible policies that lead to long-term fiscal balance. It's more like a one-off, let's try to get the creditors off our backs. But the biggest change that I would argue, the taboo that I am talking about, that the Fidesz or the Orbán government's policy have broken, is that there is this idea that financing doesn't have to come from international financial markets. Not only does it not it shouldn't come from the IMF and the EU creditors. So Hungary actually made a really big point of getting out of the troika financing after the financial markets. But so not only is it just distance from these official creditors, but there is a very pronounced distancing from the markets. So the whole question of what financial markets do for us have been called into question. So this not only involves reducing the foreign currency denominated debt or lengthening the duration or a conscious diversification of sources. A lot of that is marketed to Japan and China to be specifically less dependent on US hedge funds. So you could actually characterize this as all within the normal debt management techniques. But what the Hungarian government has done was actually also a very determined effort to reduce the share of debt held by foreigners at all, even in foreign. So foreign held debt went from a little under 70% in 2011 to around 30% in 2020. And within that drive to reduce dependence on foreigners, they also made a very determined effort to increase the share of debt held by residents, so by private people. And around 30% of all government debt is now held by residents or just the population in 2019. And the price of this is very high interest rates paid on those residential bonds. So I'm not sure about the current figures, but it was 4.5% interest rate in 2019 when treasuries went at 1.3%. So there's huge premium on it. And so what we see here is that there is a complete breakaway from market pricing in the name of becoming more dependent on, more independent from hot money and financial investors. And this came at the price of cannibalizing other types of investment. It was a really big blow to stock market financing and investment funds, but that didn't really play a big role in the government's decision. And so what's also interesting about this shift away from financial market debt is that the government has also introduced this idea that debt is not only about financing. So for example, in the case of this residential debt holding, it's literally, it works for two ways, and it kills two birds with one stone for the government, because on the one hand, it locks in the creditors, but on the other hand, it's also a transfer of income to the middle classes. So there's this point of we're not transferring income abroad, but it stays with savers at home. I don't have to say, but the IMF did not like this setup at all. So if you want evidence for whether it's neoliberal enough, it's not neoliberal enough for the IMF standards. The other way in which the government is trying to distance itself from standard financial markets is acquiring a lot of project financing from China and Russia. So they have financed the Belgrade-Budapest train line completely from Chinese credit. New energy developments were financed by Russian credit. And again, this is emphatically a strategy of killing two birds with one stone. On the one hand, this is patient financing. On the other hand, it's also a way of building foreign alliances. So in a sense, it's not just the less than orthodox fiscal and monetary policies where I would question this argument of credibility, but mostly the fact that there is this very pronounced effort to break away from financial markets as much as possible. But of course, the irony of this is that financial markets love this because there's, it's a much more stable credit base. There's much less volatility. So yes, it is credible in that sense that CDS spreads are down and yields are down and ratings are up. But at the same time, the point is to not care about the CDS spreads and yields and ratings as much. So the third aspect that Cornel was mentioning was how much openness in trade and finance do we see? And again, on the formal side, I agree. So in an export-led economy, of course, you are mostly dependent on openness in markets. And because we are also subject to EU rules, we do not see these explicit barriers to imports. But at the same time, there are so many interventions from the government that introduce very large distortions in the market that you could actually say that some markets are closed or effectively it's like enter at your own risk. You can enter the market, but we might beat you up. And examples for that are, for example, price controls on energy, gas, and food. So many foreign investors are driven out of the market because their profit considerations don't really play that big of a role. The government actually actively tries to push out transnational capital from certain domestic markets that I'm going to talk about in a second. There's also targeted state aid to national capitalists and targeted cheap credits. There's also been a pronounced restructuring of concessions and management rights in ways that would drive out foreign capital and favor domestic capital. And there had been special sector taxes on foreign-owned sectors. So while there are no barriers to coming into these markets, you can't really say that there's nothing keeping foreign investors and foreign operations away. So to sum up the empirical part, I would say I don't really see how the Hungarians are still prioritizing the trinity of competitiveness, credibility, and openness. But of course, it's all a question of degrees, and Cornel himself argued that we are seeing a mixture of policies. So again, we are in the territory that we have discussed all this time about, so at what point does it stop being a neoliberal course, especially because I completely agree that in the competitiveness realm, the commodification of labor is a big part of what's still going on. But so this kind of brings me to the second theoretical point. So, okay, we can't really draw a line, but how would we really judge this system? And this is where I would take a step back from these policy goals that admittedly characterize many neoliberal systems, but I would also say, well, I'm not sure it's actually a sufficient, so these three things are neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition for calling a system neoliberal. So it's not a necessary condition because neoliberalism has actually thrived under non-credible fiscal and monetary policies like in large budget deficits under Reagan or the monetary system since the crisis. But they're also not sufficient because many of these elements could be compatible with other types of regimes. So competitiveness, for example, is also part of a neo-mercantilist thinking. And so the way I was trying to conceptualize this here is by drawing on Marx's concept of a social purpose. So what's the big picture in this regime. And the other thing that I wanted to acknowledge is that how everything that Hungary does is actually embedded in this system of dependency. So let me start with the constraints. And I think it's really important here to not just talk about how Hungary is embedded in international political economy now, but also talk a little bit about how we have got to where we are. So history in this sense is really important. And I think Ying was suggesting that when we talk about neoliberalism, we need to talk about the dynamics of where we are headed. And so I want to start with saying that so these Eastern and Central European countries and Hungary have really been neoliberalism takers rather than neoliberalism makers at the start of this trajectory. So in the 1990s, what we see are economies with a fair amount of well-trained labor, but with a dearth of capital, technology, and markets. So at that time, the argument was that Hungary has two options. Either takes the neoliberal package wholesale, which would allow it to have foreign direct investment, primarily by Germans, but it also allows it to enter the European Union. And so basically there is this option of either taking all the whole neoliberal policy package wholesale and then get a lot of FDI and access to markets and so on, or nothing, right? So at that point, all the countries opted for complete openness. So they didn't only hand over labor, but they also opened all their markets and they signed up to credible macro policies. And so they took the rule book in its entirety. And whereas there is a lot of work on how there was a lot of homegrown endorsement for neoliberal policies, the argument at the time was that this is our one chance to enter into this economic area and be part of the prosperity. And as Bol and Greshkovich show, pretty much all the countries had to go over to this phase eventually. So there is some variation in how fast countries embrace this course. So we all know that the Baltics jumped straight into on the neoliberalism train, whereas the Visegrad Four were trying to embed liberalism in a more welfare-oriented economy. There were some laggers like Bulgaria and Romania who joined later. But at the end, everybody ended up on this course, even previously neo-corporatist Slovenia. So if we take this situation as the starting point, and then we ask what the Orban regime is doing, well, basically, this whole change in policy is about clawing back as much of the wealth-producing capacity of this regime as possible without losing access to markets and FDI. So it is, in a sense, this is a perfect illustration for what I want to say too, is that, yes, there is a part that you can't touch, you can't kill the person, but on the other hand, everything else is about to be recaptured. So a very important part of this is to recapture the domestic markets primarily in service provision. So what we see is re-Hungarianization of the banking sector, the retail sector, energy, utilities, media. These are the places where there was a one-off FDI transfer, and they're not very technologically technology dependent, or not very much innovation dependent. So at one point, once these companies have been modernized, you can kick out the owners and then reap the benefits of serving the domestic markets. So, and this is done through transferring this sector to domestic owners. But if the foreign owners don't want to go, then skimming off profits with sectoral taxes was one way of doing it, or controlling prices is another way of doing this. And the other part of this clawing back of as much of the wealth produced in Hungary as possible was limiting dependency and the loss of wealth to international financial capital. And this is where the financing of public debt from domestic residents really comes into place. So if this is all about trying to claw back as much possible of the things that we handed over in the 1990s, so what is really the social purpose of this policy? Because That was my overarching question for the second comment. And so this is where there's really hard. I find it really hard to actually put a label on this. So I completely agree with Cornel's chart or table, that there are so many things that you could consider here because there's no coherent economic ideology behind this. So despite the many revealing speeches by Viktor Orban, how this is going to make the economy better for us is not part of this. What is a very important part of the ideology is to keep as much of the income and wealth for the nation. So as much of it as possible within the constraints of we still need to please the German car makers. So so what's really interesting, and this again brings me back to things that Ying was talking about, and I think it also came up in the Taiwanese case in terms of what do you do with these immensely polarized economies, right? So because also in Hungary what you see is this relatively complex, relatively high technology developed sector based on FDI, and then there is this left behind areas where there's literally nothing. And so the ideology is focused on creating a national unity in this drastically divided economic landscape. And so what this is about is empowering the losers of the original transition who do not benefit from the export sector. And so who are these people? Well, on the one hand, it's import competing domestic capital. So basically this regime reclaims those sectors that are domestically oriented, and this is why the service sector is so important. But it's also it also lends a hand to the labor force outside of the export sector and the public sector, and that's approximately 50% of the labor force. So it's not a small section, and so obviously that still doesn't allow me to get a proper stick a proper ism on it, because in a sense it also speaks to Andrei's point about how does this relate to nationalism, because there's this strong, not only nationalist, but also like nativist element. It's like, let's keep the money for good, pure-blooded Hungarians. But what this is as a regime ideology, I don't have an ism for it. So there's a lot of, there's a huge element of a conservative ideology, especially on disempowering labor as a class and commodifying labor completely. It also has this element of fattening up the middle class, because much of the benefits of this new regime goes to the middle class. So there's this contradiction of total commodification, but there's also a lot of targeted benefits to the middle class and high-income families through taxation. And there's also like a minimum floor for consumption, because what Cornel was also mentioning is the so-called public works projects, where so there's a minimum income floor, but there are also price controls and other interventions that create a minimum consumption floor for everyone. And of course, it also involves a very strong state, role for the state. So Orban gave this speech in 2014 where he talks about the illiberal state, and it actually specifies that all these interventions will go through a much bigger involvement of the state in the economy. And so, again, I don't have a label for this, but it does remind me a lot of those East Asian cases, not just Taiwan sorry, now my jet lag kicks in. So it also reminds me a lot of Japan after the war, right, where you have this extreme dualism between the urban and the rural areas, export orientation, but at the end, on the other side, also immense intervention in the domestic sphere, lots of subsidies, lots of public works, reluctance to rely on international financial markets, and a lot of clientelism as like the core of the political cohesion of the whole system. So I stop there. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you so much for the fascinating presentation, Cornel and Zsofia. So I think
my knowledge of Eastern Europe, European economies probably hasn't been updated for very long. So my understanding still stopped at 1990s and all this, post-socialist transition and all that. So I learned really a lot from the presentation. So in that sense, it was really interesting to learn all these anti-neoliberal kind of struggles and response from all aspects in the economy. I find it really interesting that both of you actually try to compare the Eastern European kind of anti-neoliberal response to the East Asian experience. But when I was listening to it, it actually reminds me more about the anti-neoliberal movement in Latin America, the pink tide particularly, at both being, in Latin America and as well as in Eastern European countries, both being victims of neoliberal transitions, that they wanted to go beyond that kind of policy regime. But interestingly, in the Latin America pink tide, the countries label themselves as, socialist project, right? They actually probably call themselves socialist project, but if you look at the economy, a lot of the social transfer was based on oil revenues. I mean, it's not really socialist at all, according to the traditional definition and all that. So if you could talk a little bit, of course, that has to do with, the specific history of Eastern European country, their own geopolitical positions, being closer to Soviet Union or being part of it. In that sense, it's very much similar to South Korea and Taiwan, probably, right? Being, geopolitically close to North Korea and China, mainland China, in that sense. So socialism seems like a term that people are consciously resisting, right? So in that sense, if you can share your thoughts a little bit on that. But also, I think the point that Andrea was making, and also I think Zsofia mentioned about nationalism, this nationalist sentiment, which I think is also prevalent in the Latin America pink tide struggle, but more in the sense of anti-imperialist struggle. So how do you see that kind of sentiment played out in Eastern European? Was that just nationalist, nativist, or does it also have anti-imperialist? I have no idea, but I'd like to hear.
You want to go first?
Sure. So I think.
Can you talk to the mic?
Yeah, sorry. So on the socialism part, I think where I don't see that parallel is just in this very harsh attitude to labor. So labor as a class, labor as a social category is not favored at all. So all of the talk is about the middle class. It's all about creating a national bourgeoisie. In terms of nationalism, I think the reason why anti-imperialism is not as well developed is because the FDI is still the key driver. So it's in that sense, I completely agree with Cornel that it's this schizophrenic system where we love our imperialists. It's just that we try to not give them as much. And we would take back all the sectors in which we don't need them, but we definitely need our imperialists in the. So of course there was all of this talk about the bankers and how the bankers skimmed off all the fat from the milk in the 2000s, and there is something to that because of the crisis of the housing credit crisis in 2008 and 9 in Hungary, but there isn't that much talk about imperialism in general or about foreigners in general. It's more a question of individual sectors and whether there's just too much profit that should be skimmed off and redistributed to the people.
I would only add that I completely agree with Zsofia. There is an anti-imperialist, quote-unquote, language regarding identity politics, what they call in Hungary. So there, European Union and the US are defined as imperialist powers pushing certain norms that are against conservative Hungarian identity. So that's very, very strong. But and this is what I'm getting from Gabor, who is my co-author on the Hungarian case, not so much in the economic realm. In fact, a survey of German managers in the manufacturing sector, which is the heart of the Hungarian economy,
I think they were asked, who do you vote for in Hungary? And I think it was 78% would vote for Viktor Orban. So there is a lot of love between the two sides. There's no anti-imperial language. In fact, there is a very sense of kind of Hungarian Germanic brotherhood, especially with Bavarian business sectors, right? If I'm not mistaken. So there is also like a party connection between the conservative wing of CSU, the allies in Bavaria, and Fidesz. And it's what propped them up for a very long time in power. On socialism, I mean, these are like specifically anti-communist / anti-socialist. I mean, they derive their legitimacy from this. And what's intriguing, though, is that in the same speech in which Viktor Orban has posited a theory of illiberalism as an alternative regime to liberalism, politically, is infused with a political economic discourse that references explicitly the East Asian developmental state. Now, and this is where maybe we have a slight disagreement, in the sense that there is a major gap between the language of adoration for a sort of 1970s Korea that's not possible in Hungary because of EU constraints and other such things. But the capacity of the regime to actually implement a developmental state is laughable. I mean, they don't know what the institutions of the developmental state are. This is what in the interviews that we had, they don't understand what incredible level of coordination you need to enforce and incredible levels of limits on business freedom you have to enforce, especially with their Bavarian managers. And then that's when I realized that they don't know what they're talking about, right? I mean, they basically have like a Wikipedia reading of Alice Amsden or something, right? Now, this is not the case in Poland. They actually know how to do it. So they have a very complex institutional infrastructure that coordinates finance, the productive sectors, and the state, and the central bank with the pension funds together. So they have this kind of a system of complementarities that's actually functional, and it's 15 years old. In Hungary, and this is maybe that's why Hungary doesn't perform as well economically. They took this low road to industrial policy. I mean, they say, okay, we make cars, we make engines for Audi, we have reached the pinnacle, right? And they like stick with it, right? The Poles are really ambitious, and they're aiming for higher and higher targets. And the level of sophistication of their technocracy when it comes to the developmental state is pretty incredible. They read some of us. I mean, it's amazing. Just a few reactions to what you said. I know I got myself in cold water on this, but I want to defend it, though, because I agree with many of the things you've said, but they are at the level of the instruments, and they're completely consistent with the national label international neoliberalism. So it's a different paper that I'm working on now, and it's a paper also with Doro. I mean, we talked to pension funds, American pension funds who are invested in the Hungarian market, and also to German and Italian banks, and they say this whole thing is very credible for us. It's amazingly credible. It's a mix, and what really matters for us is the orthodox instruments. Yes, they do all kinds of, we don't like the fact that they curb central bank independence. But what is the risk that I'm taking with a country that has twin surpluses and has a growth regime that is going to deliver them, but at the same time has a subordinated central bank? They find that to be a minor issue. So in a sense, our theory of an international political economy, when we look at the impacts of central bank independence, maybe need revision, and we shouldn't use that as a metric for credibility. The markets certainly don't think in those terms. So in that sense, what they care about is the orthodox instruments. Do they deliver them? Hell, they do, right? Is it likely that they will not deliver them? I mean, based on what you're saying, they're going to squeeze labor if they have to in order to deliver the surpluses, because they know that's the rope that holds them together. So in that sense, I think the credibility pillar stays. It's consistent with many of the things you've said. Now, on the just very quickly on the openness, I mean, I totally agree. There's a lot of subsidies and there's a lot of price controls, but they exist in England. I mean, the SME program done by the Bank of England is exactly the same. The Bank of England took it from the Hungarian Central Bank, and they're running it in a very liberal system. I mean, we cannot call England a post-neoliberal regime today. So in that sense, I mean, of course, it's a matter of controversy, and on the spectrum, where do you stop, right? I'm personally not entirely convinced that the social purpose that you mentioned, that I completely agree with, I think that you have totally captured it, and I would love to elaborate on that in my next paper, is not consistent with neoliberalism. I think it is. I mean, I live in Denmark. Danish state is obsessed with keeping the money in the country. I mean, they're an open economy for 150 years. They don't want to lose the money, and they want to make sure that they nurture domestic capital and they use, less blunt instruments, and they play a much more sophisticated game. But this is the social purpose of social democracy. Make sure you don't lose resources, right? Now, this is used in a reactionary conservative, of course, that we don't like. Sure enough, right? I mean, I totally agree with that. So, but yeah, maybe I have to be more precise about sort of like what's the litmus test of when you leave the tribe and you join a different tribe. And I think they're still in the tribe. They may get there, though. I mean, we don't know. It's what Jamie was saying earlier on. It's a spectrum. It's a dynamic one. And your Hungarians still have a better sense, so I believe you, that they're probably heading out in a non-neoliberal direction.
Well, thank you to both for such another spectacular panel. Maybe I'll add some reinforcement for you here, Cornel, because one of the most elegant definitions of neoliberalism that I've seen circulating recently is from Hannah Appel and Mitchell Ornstein in their book about neoliberalism from triumph to crisis, about specifically Central Europe and post-Soviet republics. And their definition of neoliberalism is whatever makes you rise in the index of economic freedom. Because whatever you're doing there must be something that the neoliberals who designed the index like. So with that in mind, I checked out the rankings. And which direction do you think Poland and Hungary have been going up in the last 10 years? Up and up and up. In fact, Poland is about to converge with the United States in terms of economic freedom, which is, of course, perfectly consistent with what we've been saying today, which is there's no mismatch, obviously, between a politically illiberal regime and what is seen as an economically free regime. So I think that if we want a kind of litmus test or a way of measuring one's departure from the tribe, you could definitely do worse than that. China does very poorly. Brazil does very poorly. Taiwan does very, very well. Hong Kong and Singapore, of course, are always number 1 and 2. So I think that's something to bear in mind. And that, I mean, I love the sort of the shades of Habsburg here with the sort of the Catholic brotherhood between the Bavarians and the Hungarians and the sort of willingness to be part of an empire as long as you get yours within it. I mean, it just lends itself so well to that history. The questions I wanted to ask were two. One was about the EMU, the monetary union. I mean, to what extent is the condition of possibility for all of this the fact that they didn't join the euro? Maybe that's just so obvious it doesn't need to be discussed, but since central banks do seem to be an important part of the story here, it's fascinating that not joining the EMU still gives you this sort of confidence from the bond vigilantes and so on. That was not an expected outcome, I would say, from the people in the 1990s talking about currency unification. The second question is about FDI, specifically from East Asia. I recently read Dorit Geva's article about what she calls ordo-nationalism in Hungary. And she spends a little bit of time talking about the creation of these new special economic zones where Samsung is setting up. So this is I mean, if you can't become Korea, then maybe you can at least have Koreans come in and build, machines in your territory. How much of that remains a part of the growth strategy for either Poland or Hungary?
You want to go first?
Sure. So, yes, I think where we disagree is at the level of policy intentions. So the reason why I was talking about taboos is because I think those taboos are dangerous to break, right? And so in a sense, and this might just be my coming from my obsession of how international financial markets do not actually care about policy. I just wrote a book on the credit rating agencies trying to show that most financial market actors do not have a stake in policy for policy's sake, but they have a much shorter time horizon on which it's really just about a few macro indicators, but even those are less important. So for then technical things like what's the duration of your debt and how much of your debt is going to be refinanced. And so what I think where I think we disagree is that I think the approval of markets is very fickle in the sense that in this up to the first moves of the Fed to start to tighten monetary policy, a lot of the financial markets were out for a desperate search for yield. And so we don't know, ever since 2008, we don't know what the markets will really think about these things. And so I would not necessarily take market approval as meaningful. And in that sense, even the Heritage Economic Freedom Index is kind of it's a shadow of what the markets think. It's very similar to credit ratings, that you don't really know if it's something out there or it's just a reflection of what's going on. So in that sense, I still maintain that breaking many of these taboos is a big decision, and it's a risky decision. And what matters for me is that they don't care. They don't care that this might get them in trouble. Staying out of the EMU, I think that's a key decision, right? And so I think this is where you can really differentiate between the Baltics and even Slovakia and all the rest who are keeping their options open. I think that was the starting position of, okay, are we going to go a different way? And what I find really interesting is that the FDI sector doesn't care. So they have the confidence in these specific individual deals that they get. And yes, I think FDI from East Asia, but also FDI from China is, again, a diversification strategy. It's a drive not to be dependent on certain groups and sources, but have more balls in the air. So I completely agree there.
Very quickly, thank you so much. I think I agree with the EMU. That's a done deal. They're not going to do it. The Romanians are not going to do it. The Bulgarians are the only ones who tried, and they paid in blood, and it doesn't work. They paid through massive stagnation, actually. So on the question of FDI from Asia, I think the latest numbers I've seen are, it's a clear, if we look at the direction of diversification, it's clearly there, but the relative commitments are very, very low. Looking at under 5% of the total investment flow. But they clearly are trying, right? That particular version. Now, on the sort of our debate a little bit, just to throw something in there. So, I mean, of course I agree with you. And I think the big caveat and so the specification under which this particular theory works is that it's in conditions of ample financial markets, right, that are basically going into the periphery, into the emerging markets, because there isn't a lot of yield in the core, right? So in that sense, one has to have a very clear scope condition here. But at the same time, just to flip what you said, I mean, Ireland and Latvia had both surpluses and orthodox instruments to achieve that, and yet they were battered by the markets. So the markets don't actually care about, they care to the extent that you're signaling the instruments on the two surpluses, but everything else you can accommodate a broad array of instruments. And if all of them are orthodox, and yet you fail at some point due to some exogenous shock, they're going to punish you anyway. So whether Hungary should not be using these things now, and should instead have central bank independence and so on. So is it going to save Hungary from, I don't know, a crazy hike in the US interest rates? They're not going to save it. It's basically a nil impact. So we know that from the Euro crisis. We know that some of the most fiscally virtuous countries like Spain and Ireland and Latvia, who had 10% of GDP in Latvia and everything was a checklist of fantastic neoclassical textbook, didn't matter. They went bankrupt.
But isn't that?
Yeah.
But isn't that why you want to reduce foreign holders of debt? Because there's less sensitivity if there's a contagion chain, right? So that. Yeah. Let me try and bring two of these things together in hopefully a useful way. There's a backstory to Cornel's story, which is the back end of Juliet Johnson's Priest of Prosperity. A lot of these, different forms of neoliberal, national neoliberalism, are rejections of the sort of the transnational epistemic community of central banking, in her reading of events. So I don't want to go all the way down there, but there is a kind of interest in politics of central banking there, which everyone from Putin to the Hungarians used quite actively. Politicize the central bank, gain your own legitimacy, claw back authority. And that's a commonality across these cases. The second point is, I've just pulled up a paper here. It's one of my absolute favorite papers. I call it inflation targeting in puppies. but it's actually about New Zealand, and it's called inflation targeting does not anchor inflation expectations. Evidence from firms in New Zealand, and what it shows is you're like 50x times more likely to pass around a picture of a puppy than you are a central bank inflation forecast, even amongst businesses, right? Which brings up this question of signaling credibility. Who's actually listening? Right, you listen to the Fed because it's the global central bank. That matters, right? But if you look at heat map analysis, like 97% of all other central bank moves are simply shadowing the Fed because you don't want to get crushed by a steamroller. So none of these central banks matter in that sense. So if I'm a bond trader, and I think this is Sophie's point, right? I have my own agenda, portfolio allocation, security of returns, etc., etc. And then there's the big exogenous shocks that just wipe everything else out. I don't care about central banks. I don't have to care about central banks. Nobody gives a shit, right? What's actually really important are these other factors that are driving it. So I think there's a way in which you're both right, that in a sense, it's not a neoliberal revolution to shit on the central bank because no one cares about your central bank because it's a shitty central bank, right? I think that's kind of what's going on.
So, but if you don't care about your central bank, it's still a policy signal in the sense that there is this argument that central banks matter. So if you look at the intent is to break the taboo, even if that taboo is empty, right? So
right, the intent is still there, yes, that's true. Yeah. Even if it's empty. So it's a performative move.
Yes,
right, yeah.
Like everything in financial markets.
Yeah, and basically, and like anything with those central banks, they don't have to use the bazooka, but they can threaten to use it, and that's what the central bank did in Hungary, right? When they, I personally, I like one of the policies of the Orban government, I think the tax on assets was a good idea. In fact, it's endorsed by the European Court of Accounts. It cleared the ECJ jurisdiction. So basically, if the ECJ, the master of constitutionalized economics, says it's fine. And it's fine because banks in Eastern Europe don't pay taxes, right? I mean, it's crazy, like how easy their options are. And if you tax their assets, they can't evade it. And it was a big income for, I think it was somewhere around 2% of Hungarian budget, right? Which helped them close the budget, restore credibility, and do all these things on the side. So in that sense, the fact that the Hungarian central bank said, if you do the tax on assets and the markets freak out, we're going to monetize the debt, so we'll protect you. This is why it matters. And they didn't get to use it because they didn't have to. Right. But and in fact, this tax on assets was reduced to almost nothing in 2015. So in a way, there was a rapprochement with the financial sector 4 years later. But this was a time of growth, so they didn't need the money anymore.
Plus, much of the banking sector had gone into Hungarian possession, right? So exactly. In that sense, you can make friends with the banks exactly. If the banks are your friends already. So
yeah. And in that sense, that it looks more like the South African case that was mentioned earlier on, in the sense that these domestic banks basically feed directly this domestic bourgeoisie, and they're not interested in like productivity increasing investments. They don't have a developmentalist role. I mean, they basically create these very expensive urban development centers in Budapest that cost a lot of money, and I've seen some of them.
Sports stadiums and
sports stadiums. I mean, it's not great. This is not the high road to development. But I mean, Hungary is very lucky because it's next to the world's greatest export machine, which is Germany. So, I mean, they have the skills. They don't even have to do a lot of policy anymore. I mean, it's an automatic pilot in the car industry to some extent.
Yeah. So I was thinking a lot about what Cornel was saying about this not being a developmentalist state, because I have big trouble wrapping my head around like why they missed this opportunity, because the EU funds that have been coming in the last 10 years have amounted to 3 to 5% of the GDP. That's an immense amount of money that could go to better sources or to better use. And so I think there are two things there. On the one hand, there has been an immense leakage of skilled and educated workforce. And so it's really difficult to have the long view or the long horizon when so if you're trying to beef up your own capacity and that capacity keeps leaking away, that's a big impact, or that's a big drawback. But the other thing that I think also matters is that, in a sense, yes, it's true that there is a shorter time horizon, but it's also a function of this immediate need to somehow bring the losers of the transition into the whole, into the fold. And there, of course, there is a, like, I'm really schizophrenic about that, because in a sense it is true that part of society had been left behind all through the 1990s and the 2000s, and so they do need immediate intervention. But on the other hand, it is true that the long-term sustainability is undermined by not having a perspective on what's going to happen 5 years from now.
I mean, it's if you look at the Hungarian growth rate, I mean, they're paying a price for this. Their growth rate is mediocre compared to their neighbors, and some of them who are, at half the Hungarian GDP are closing in on Hungary. They're almost there. So in that sense, it's true. But to what extent this is just Fidesz's problem, I don't know, because there's a huge debt overhang in Hungary that predates Fidesz. I want to reflect on something here, because. And thank you for inviting us to talk about case of Eastern Europe, because when we talk about BRICS, we don't talk about East Central Europe. You talk about Russia and look, I mean, this is 100 million people almost, right? It is an essential part of European manufacturing and increasingly high quality services, and is the second largest growth rate since 1990 after China, right? So if you want a successful development story in like the sort of narrow terms of conventional development economics, this is the next wave after the East Asian tigers, right? But it wasn't successful enough that there wouldn't be the kind of backlash that we're looking at, because it creates Polanian costs, right? And Polanyi is Hungarian, and he knew his stuff. He's not Austrian. Let's underline that, yeah. Actually, he's Transylvanian. His family came from Russia. In that sense, we're all here debating in the corridors of the Budapest-Vienna railway connection that you're mentioning in your book, Slobodian, in chapter 1. It's the same terms. I mean, the same people talk about the same terms, and the debate never ends. So it's a big case. We argue for the inclusion of East Central Europe as a critical case study, not just in the BRICS, but in terms of like the second wave of countries that go from middle income to high income. Almost all of them are high income countries now. Who would have thought about this in 1991? They could have gone the way of Ukraine, right?
Do you want to have final word? It began with you, we can end with you.
I'm also hesitant to give everybody a break.
No, please.
Okay. Okay, so one question related to the kind of big flow of countries that Cornel was plotting, which of course all are kind of middle income or lower income countries that are somehow trying to rise up in the global hierarchy in one way or another, right? You didn't have any like major core countries there. I mean, maybe Taiwan and China, but anyways, like they're all like kind of coming.
Brazil, Russia.
Yeah, but they're all like kind of at the edges of the core at best, right? And you also invoked complexity measures, if I got that right. Like I understood you to use a kind of the Hidalgo-Hausmann type of
OEP
export
measures,
complexity measures. So I've actually, in another life, for some reasons, conducted a research project in which we have assembled the first global commodity level export base database for the first globalization.
Okay.
And we have compared this with the now ending globalization, it seems. And we find these very, very depressing results of very overwhelming degrees of persistence in terms of the hierarchy in productive capabilities based on these kind of measures, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we take this together with Eileen Grabel's argument in When Things Don't Fall Apart around the idea of productive incoherence, I'm wondering whether we really see the emergence of specific new models, or whether we actually see neoliberalism. Yes, it didn't work great in the core. It worked in some sense even worse for the global south, right? So we have this cemented global hierarchy, and these countries that are on the losing end of that hierarchy are now kind of trying, in the context of this productive incoherence, to somehow grope their way out, but all sorts of strategies that take these inspirations from previous experiences. But as you say, they say Alice Amsden, but they don't actually read Alice Amsden and come up with this kind of plan, right? It sounds to me more like this assemblage of trying to come up with something different. So I wonder what you make of this, or I'm not trying to dismiss your table. I think it's very interesting, but I want to kind of challenge you a little bit. Like, what if productive incoherence is the counter idea? Then I was wondering, like, if they are not reading Alice Amsden, if it's not the Polish frustrated former bankers and so on, like, who are the bearers of economic expertise in Hungary? I mean, who is making these heterodox policies? How are they doing this? Talking about the connection between institutions, policies, and ideas. And then maybe one cautious note on the idea of using the neoliberals' classification of what is neoliberal. I mean, I have been spending a lot of time studying the Erhard miracle and how this was perceived in China, where basically there's this like glorious narrative that comes out from Milton Friedman to the German autoliberals and so on, mystifying this as this like wonderful success story, right? So the neoliberals are also often, which it is not, and it also the way that makes it successful is completely not neoliberal. So I think they are very quick in claiming successes. So we have to be careful if we want to defend certain policies maybe that are more heterodox to not be incorporated by neoliberal rankings. I mean, just as a cautionary tale.
So I can't speak to Cornel's table, but who are the economic elites in Hungary right now? So actually, Miklos Sebek wrote a really interesting book on this. Its title would translate something like "Taken Hostage by Paradigms" or something like that. And basically, he shows that that today's economic elites have actually been there ever since the 1990s, but they have been mostly sidelined. And so there is. So I can't speak to. So it seems like they might be acting on an ad hoc basis a lot of the times, but the record shows that they have been building these ideologies throughout the 1990s. So in a sense, the intellectual basis of this was there even before Fidesz turned neoliberal. So the president of the central bank, Matolcsi, has already been a vocal critic of the neoliberal turn in the 1990s, and there are several think tanks whose name I should not list because it wouldn't make a lot of sense because I can only say it in Hungarian. But so there is actually a basis for this. So there is an alternative intelligentsia that had been there since the 1990s, and I think Gábor's book, Cornel's co-author's book, is very important in terms of how there was this coupling of the intellectual movement with certain domestic capitalists, and how that actually latched onto Fidesz's the urge of Fidesz to say something new in the political landscape of the 1990s and the 2000s. So I don't want to speak to the quality of the ideas, but there is a very strong intellectual basis. What's interesting about it is that it, in a sense, that actually reminded me of your book, Isabella, that they're not trying to draw these big, just like in the Chinese case, what they opt for is not to commit themselves to very specific theoretical policy choices, but they fabricate their policies on an ad hoc basis. And it's very interesting because of this dependence on FDI, there's a lot of trial and error in terms of how far can you go before the Bavarians start to be upset. And so it is to me, it has this dual character of having a strong intellectual basis, but also let's just work with whatever we have.
I have a quick note to that, which is the work of Varga and Buzogani, right? Which looks at the intellectual foundations of this and how it started. But then what's interesting when you read their work is that there's a lot of reflection taking place in these circles on the criticism of neoliberalism, and they use the term, by the way. But then when it comes to charting out ways out, the density and the thickness of the ideas that underpin the alternatives is very thin. So in that sense, there isn't a clear template based on a relatively coherent system of ideas that would come out of it. I mean, simultaneously they uphold, flat taxes and things that would sit very well with Montpellieran society in the 20s, and at the same time, without bothering with coherence, but perhaps productively, reflect on the attractiveness of translating the East Asian development model under the constraints of two things. And this is where actually they're very good. They say, we live in the age of global value chains and financialized capitalism, right? And this is essential to the constraints. And they spend a lot of time analyzing the constraints and figuring out what's the room for maneuvering there. But unlike in the case of Poland, at least from what Marek tells me, there isn't, they're not building an intellectual system per se. They think about the social purpose all the time, though. I mean, that's there. It's very this Middle European, Mittelstand reconstruction system after communism. And they say it's so delayed, this is the time to do it, etc. But we're going to tinker and go into productive incoherence mode. I think that's a very good thing, but that's in the realm of ideas. And my paper speaks about the realm of policies, right? Because this is what actually they can translate. In the realm of ideas, I think they're beyond neoliberalism, frankly. I mean, if they were to have no constraints, they would not like to have it, clearly. I mean, that's absolutely there. In the realm of policies, I advocate against dropping the labor. Yes.
Well, we're nearing the point of full exhaustion.
I have two questions, I guess. One has to do with the criteria that you established, and I just is obviously just based on the Latin American experience that somehow they said like the macroeconomic policies were neoliberal; those were kept under the pink tide, which seems to kind of comply, and other stuff in terms of social redistribution was changed. That was where they sort of how does that is that similar to kind of what I'm hearing you say about the Hungary story, about the sort of attempts to create the middle class, or some attempt to kind of protect those who were targeted before, or to kind of address. Okay, that was one sort of question that I had, and the other one was sort of hearing you talk about this end. It reminded me of like the discussion in Latin America 10 years ago was like, post-neoliberalism, many books were written on the post-neoliberalist era. So to what extent is this, and obviously it didn't end. So what is this long-lasting? Like, do you see this as some sort of like, kind of regime change, I guess, like in the terms of policies and ideas and, yeah. Zsofia?
I mean, I see it as politically very stable. I mean, I wonder how long this is going to be sustainable in terms of actually, keeping this weird coalition of export-oriented and export-threatened sectors together. But domestically, it's a super stable coalition in the sense that there is really no alternative, because you would have to give up on 50% of the population if you decide not to compensate the losers. The question is, that's when the IP constraints come in. How long can you play this double game of pleasing your FDI providers and also, I mean, I think, well, in my book, I argued that was the downfall of Japan. Like, how long can you? And Japan went on for a long time, but in the end, they did have this gigantic crisis in the 1990s from which they could not recover. And so, yeah, I think politically, that's the trajectory that I see. Economically,
but it's very different from the pink tide, because the social purpose is completely different. The pink tide was about downward redistribution, and this is about redistribution to the middle and upper, right? Domestic middle and upper. There are some superficial resemblances. So, for example, the Argentinian central bank and the Hungarian central bank, in terms of their goals, look rather similar. But the macroeconomic orthodoxy and the debt reduction policies is very much Lula under Brazil. This is the Sao Paulo Declaration of the heterodox people saying you have to go off of impatient international finance and into domestic patient finance. So at the level of instruments, you can find a lot of similarities, but the social purpose, and I think this is where you're completely right, and we have to keep that in mind. At the end of the day, this is about creating a Hungarian middle class that may at some point graduate into being an exportist middle class. That's their dream, right? I don't think they can achieve that with what they have on the table. There's not going to be an export sector domestically owned in the auto industry and in software, because all they do is assemble things for the most part. Although they're very high quality, sophisticated things that they assemble, but they just assemble them.
Just one note from our friends online, there's still 46 of them, and an extremely busy poster. An extremely busy poster called Turkey Day makes the following observation based upon your comments. The German auto sector appears to face supreme challenges presently. Dependent economies and their advisors might want to take a note. Just a guess.
It's the end of the diesel engine. That's the biggest threat to this regime, actually. That's the thing. It's an exogenous material shock. It has nothing to do with the policy manual, in fact. Yeah, but you need 400,000 less jobs in Europe for that. It's a very simple machine.
All right, so with that as our closing bell, we'll see on the schedule this thing called a round table. I'm making executive decision changes for a very long rectangular table, which will be surrounded by you people at 7 o'clock, called dinner. Because we've been at this for 7 hours, it's been great, but like, let's take a break. So, go home, get yourself sorted out. The restaurant's called Baco. I think you have directions to where it is, etc. It's a lovely day. You can walk up to Federal Hill in 12 minutes from where your hotel is. I suggest you just do that. And then they have a back area which is kind of outside, and they have a big ass long table for us, so it should actually be really nice. So there we go. I'll see. I think it starts showing up about 7. Should be fine. And see you then. That was awesome. I love this conference. Great.
Yeah.